Welcome back to the channel, and here for the series finale for the Tennessee Titans on NFL Head Coach '09. The plan today, a lot different than the previous 9 episodes. Rather than just doing one more full season, I want to get to the end here, however however long that may take. It might be a while, but I'm going to really cut it down for you guys. So here is the plan. If you didn't see last episode, I kind of broke it down a little bit, but I want to get through the final 6 seasons because the series and the mode and everything, it ends after 15 years. There's 15 years worth of draft classes, and then afterwards you get told like to retire and everything. I've never made it to the end of this game. And I want to do that for a couple of reasons. I want to see the end of the careers of some of these players, or like the final stages of these careers, like Bo Jackson and Cammy and Walker and Mario Martinez and all these awesome players. I want to see what the final story on them ultimately is. So in order to do that and make it all in one episode that won't be like 20 hours long, we're going to sim the regular seasons, get through all those, not show you the games there, but then we'll play the playoff games. So I will play the playoff games as I do normal games, go through the fourth quarter of them, and we'll get through the seasons a lot quicker, kind of breeze through the off seasons, and, maybe do a little bit less, hyper focused on everything going on, and rather just kind of keep it towards what we are doing and what concerns us. So, it'll be 6 seasons, but each season will take less time than, the 4 to 5 hours that these other videos have been. So, we'll see how long it takes. I have no clue how this is going to go. I mean, also, it does very much depend on how many playoff games we do get. I would imagine we're going to be perennial Super Bowl contenders still. So, the big reason why I want to do this, hey, Bo Jackson, at least for now, he's healthy. He's here. He's existing. We'll see if he gets a full season going. But we'll get to see how Augustus Gordon continues to develop, how Cammy and Walker, how far he can rise in the all-time categories. We'll see, Michael Griffin and Abdul Ross and Freddie Bates and Mario Martinez, Andrew Woods, Jabari Gordon. We'll see all these guys get to their very end. And on top of that, how high can we climb in the all-time rankings? I mean, we got a 73% win percentage, 3 Super Bowls, 3-0 in Super Bowls, 13-4 in the playoffs. So, I mean, we're doing insane stuff when it comes to that, but time to kind of get through. So next time I see you guys, I will be in presumably the playoffs, or if anything notable happens, any significant injuries, any major trades, contract extensions, if anything notable happens throughout the regular season, you will see it. But until then, we'll just kind of get to the playoffs and pick things up there. Alright guys, I'm making my way through the next season here. We're in year 10. So the first season of the video, you could see here, I only was going to pop things up when something notable happened. We're 9-3 on the season, coming off a dominant victory over Jacksonville. The issue is, Augustus Gordon has been injured, so our franchise quarterback is hurt. And I wouldn't show it if it wasn't a significant injury, because with 4 weeks left in the season, he's got a 5 to 8 week injury, a cracked leg bone. Now, he wasn't having a great year up until this point. 14 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, but it's not because we're not scoring a lot. We are getting a lot of rushing touchdowns. You'll see that at the end of the season. But it's been a really rough time, when it comes to the quarterback statistics. The interceptions have been cut down a little bit from last year, but, the completion percentage is still the same. He wasn't having a crazy year. The issue now is we don't have our star quarterback. Bo Jackson has been mostly healthy. He's missed a couple of games. I think he's missed 3 games this season, which is, for Bo Jackson standards, pretty good, but we now have to turn to the guy who had the most potential of any draft player that I had. Terrence Christensen has suddenly become a very important player on this team. He's got 97 potential. And he now has to be this team's quarterback for the rest of the regular season, and presumably at least maybe a playoff game. It's a 5 to 8 week. That's a pretty wide range. We don't know what that's going to look like, but he could be special. The issue is he's not special yet. He's got the potential, though, so you're going to see maybe a heavy dosage of Boar Jackson. I really just had to speak too soon, huh? It literally was a couple of days, man. A couple of days. Boar Jackson is hurt. Broken arm, out 3 to 4 weeks. It's really unfortunate because Boar was having, of course, a really great season. So, it's looking like he'll miss the rest of the regular season. Yeah, probably. And then he already has missed like 3 games this year. So, just to give you a quick little look at what Boar has done, he's been the best running back in the league when he's played. That's the thing. When he's played, he's averaging 4.6 a carry. He's averaging just about 100 yards a game. So yeah, he's played 9 games. He's played 9 games. He has 17 touchdowns in 9 games. The issue is he's going to miss at least 6. And most likely he'll miss the season finale. Maybe he makes it back so he could try to get 1,000 yards on the year. But it's just ridiculous, man. Like, he's just incredible, but he's played 78 career games, and that's not even counting the ones that, like, he gets knocked out of. But in 78 career games up until this point, he has 7,300 yards, 98 touchdowns. All right, we made it to the end of the season. It was a little bit more rocky than usual, due to not only a Boar injury is, you know, we're prepared for that, but a quarterback getting hurt and having to throw a rookie late round pick in there, not exactly as equipped for something like that. We go 12-4 on the season, which actually is not enough to win the division. The Colts went 13-3. Welcome back, Colts. The thing is, you look at like the point differential, pretty on par, but they just got the extra win, and in the AFC as a whole, it's Colts, Ravens, Broncos, Titans, Chiefs, Patriots, and a 10-6 Steelers miss out. Meanwhile, in the NFC, Cowboys at 14-2, Lions 13-3, Rams, Bears, Falcons, Vikings, and Niners, after having an undefeated regular season last year, miss the playoffs entirely. What it means for us is we will have to go through the wild card and we take on the New England Patriots 6 days until we go on the road in a playoff game where Boar will be back. Augustus will not be. Also, Jabari Gordon, in like the last game of the season, suffered an injury. He will miss the playoff game as well. Reggie Bowe also just got hurt, literally as I am speaking, and he will miss. Reggie Bowe actually had been healthy all season, so that's just really unfortunate. So here are the awards. Coach of the Year, Lions. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Braxton Hudson for the Cowboys. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Colin Ross of the Packers. And here's the big one here. How about Defensive Player of the Year? The Titans' own Frank Finley. At cornerback wins Defensive Player of the Year. Wesley Cross wins Offensive Player of the Year. And Joe Kane, the Lions, wins MVP. I think we go look at the season stats and you get to see how crazy Frank Finley was. But Augustus Gordon showed you his stats already. It's not a great season, but again, he had a lot of touchdowns. Like, we scored a decent amount. It just, like, we didn't pass the ball into the end zone there that much. But Terrence Christensen's already up to an 84 overall with his playtime. But still, like, this isn't ideal to go into the playoffs. 2 touchdowns, 3 picks on his limited play this season, but a 65 completion percentage. Rushing, Boar Jackson in 9 games was incredible, but he only played 9 games. Ozzie Jones played all of the games at 4.2 a carry, 9 touchdowns. Honestly, a better year than last year overall. You know, lowered the fumbles, up the yards per carry, and was just generally a little bit better as a number 2 running back. Also had a extra 20-plus yard run on less carry. So I thought Ozzie was really effective for us and has just kind of maintained this insurance policy back spot. Reggie Bowe, though, in limited attempts, again, Reggie Bowe's really good, guys. Like, he's really good. I mean, like, how many times have we had, like, these lower rated or backup running backs or whatever that just, like, Chris Neal or whoever else early on in the series, just not be able to find the hole, not be able to run effectively? Reggie Bell, the only thing about him is he's injury prone, but, like, when he plays, he's good. 73 carries, ripped off a 58-yarder, and, I mean, for a third string running back and at times a number 2 running back when Bohr is hurt, can't be more happy about it than that. Go to receiving, Camion Walker, maybe a, kind of a rougher year relative to his standards, had the most drops of his career, least amount of touchdowns. He is 31, so, like, regression is probably kicking in a little bit. It's his lowest yards per catch, and it just his worst season as a whole. Lowest yards, but, like, I mean, if 114 catches for 1,300 yards and 8 touchdowns is the worst season Camion Walker is going to play in a 8-year span, yeah, we'll obviously take that. Torrey Edwards, coming back off of his season-ending injury last year, came back and was fine. I don't think he was as good as he was in these 2 seasons, of course, but he was fine, and he's a good price still because of his injury, like, lowering his value, and, like, we're still happy to pay him, $4 million to be this team's number 2 receiver, as well as we're happy to pay Corey Kirk, $2 million to be a 700-yard receiver for us, at average 18 yards a grab, be a bit more of a vertical threat for us. Keaton Reed, the tight end, 24 catches, 177 in his rookie season, but crucially, only 2 drops, so we're happy with that. Also, Kirk, to his credit, I mean, 50 targets, 3 drops, caught 38 of his 50 targets. Really effective there. Defensively, yeah. Yeah. This is insane. Frank Finley had 17 interceptions. I have never had a cornerback touch that many picks. And, like, I was simming all the games. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Picking first 6 games. Didn't get one against Seattle, or actually it was first 5 games because we had an early bye, but first 5 games had an interception. Didn't have one here. Then pick here, none here. 3 against Arizona, 2 against Indianapolis, 2 against New England. Had a pick in all but 3 games on the season. And it's not even like it was just interceptions. How about 15 pass deflections as well? And what does that ultimately tally to? Because he also had 2 forced fumbles. What does that tally to? Thrown at 132 times. Targeted like crazy. Only allowed 67 catches on that many targets. 793 yards at 5 touchdowns. So he allowed a lot of yards and touchdowns. But, like, again, look at how much he was targeted. Like, why are they targeting him so much? And if you can allow 5 touchdowns and 800 yards, but if you come down with 17 interceptions, like, yeah, I think we'll take that. Foley, is kind of, after his injury last season, been bumped down to the number 3 corner, which kind of stinks for him, because all he did was really just get hurt, but, like, we had a guy come in and be better. Like, it is what it is. And Foley was, kind of whatever, but still, like, we just had a guy come in and be better. Jabari Gordon, kind of the opposite, not targeted that much, typically does not come up with, like, insane amounts of interceptions on the season, had 3, which is pretty nice, but, like, only allowed 38% completion percentage and only 1 touchdown. So if you can have, that's like the ideal thing. If your number 1 corner is a lockdown, avoid him, cut the field at half, and then you have a ball hawk on the other side to funnel those targets to, that is ideal. Because they got to target somebody. And if this dude's going to lock down on his side, you want a ball hawk on the other side because, hey, your number 2 corner isn't going to be as good of a just pure coverage guy most of the time. But if he could come up with 17 interceptions, it doesn't have to be 17. But if he would have came up with half that many picks, we would have been happy. But he goes up and has a generational season when it comes to turning the ball over, wins Defensive Player of the Year, going to the rest of the league. But Ben Roethlisberger throwing for 41 touchdowns, 37 picks, and 5,000 yards. But Sean Atkinson, former quarterback on our team, sitting the bench, had 5,400 yards, 40 touchdowns. Incredible season. Joe Kane wins MVP because he goes 38 touchdowns, but just 18 interceptions, just shy of 5K yards, a whole 9.2 yards per attempt, and a 65 completion percentage. My goodness, Atkinson threw the ball 720 times. Insane. Glenn Cook. Christensen was second in completion percentage, though he didn't have the volume of some of these other guys. Gordon up here. And Vince Young still starting in Philly, throwing 30 interceptions. Good on him. Running the football, Ray Rice still leading the league. LaMarcus Taylor actually had a below 4 yards per carry season. 3.9 still good for, these running backs. As you can see, everybody here was below 4, except Ozzie Jones. But still, you typically have seen LaMarcus Taylor be up there. Now, Bohr Jackson did lead the league in rushing yards per attempt. Ozzie was second, and Reggie Poe was third. Wesley Cross won Offensive Player of the Year, just shy of 1,000 yards, but he probably got 1,000 yards receiving, if I had to guess. Yes, he did. Bohr Jackson was third in the league in touchdowns, again, only playing 9 games. Marshawn Lynch put up a nice 20 on the season. And Malcolm Kelly just had a 150 catch season. Hey, Ray Hendrickson! Hey, long time no see for Ray Hendrickson. It's been a while. But he's steadily turned into actually a great receiver. Now, it took him, his 6th season to get to 1,000. And we weren't ever going to be able to pay him what we wanted to, keep him for at that time. So, it worked out for him. And he ends up having his career year. That's awesome to see. And we're pretty happy with our receiving situation as well. Antonio Gates at 37 years old just had a 2,000-yard season. What in the world? Devin Hester having a 1,600-yard season. Crazy stuff happens sometimes. Just absolutely crazy. My goodness, the targets are insane. He's allowing sacks like crazy. Chris Williams, 20 sacks allowed. Defense, sacks. Amobi Okoye for the Lions. Interceptions, dude, look at that, man. 9 interceptions is really good, and it was, just barely half. And not to mention, he came third in pass breakups. No, targets. Was he targeted? He was targeted the most. He was targeted the most. And allowed the third most catches. But, 50% is good, man, for that many targets. So for these games, we're going to go to the 4th quarter, and we get to the end of the 3rd, and a Michael Griffin interception, and Christensen throws an interception himself. So usually I do, halfway through the 3rd quarter, but this video is already probably going to be pretty long. So I'm just going to do the typical go into the 4th quarter where we kick things off 17-10. The Patriots have decided to roll with Talon Tolliver at quarterback, and it's given them mixed results, but they are back in the playoffs here. We played them last year. Now this year, Mario Martinez almost starts it up with an interception. It's been about what you'd expect. We could be, maybe running away with this game if we had maybe better quarterback play. I mean, it's not been the worst, but only 11 pass attempts, touchdown, a pick, only 76 yards throwing. Rain hasn't helped either. Weather's been a little spotty, so we need to see if we can just survive with the backup quarterback for now. As Tolliver hit, completed, and down to the 4th and goal. Patriots, will they go for it? They will not. They will go for the field goal, and it'll make it 17-13 with a chip shot 21-yard kick. It is good. And we move on to the offense where we get to see a rookie, day 3, I'm pretty sure, quarterback. See if he can get a playoff victory in just his, 5th career start. Coming off a broken arm, board, it can't ever be simple. It's always got to be dramatic. It's always got to be some comeback. It's Jackson on the carry. Gets to the outside. Jackson runs through a defender. Board Jackson has 17 on the run. You also got to see, though, what is this quarterback all about? Christensen under center. I formation, Ozzie in the game. Play action, Christensen over the middle. There's the tight end, and it's broken up. Keep an eye out there for Keaton Reed, a 5'9" tight end. He is tiny, but, he's the best tight end we've had, seemingly, as he'll throw over the middle and a completion. But this receiving core, it probably is the best cast-to-pass catchers we have maybe had ever in this series. So we have everything Christensen could ever want to succeed, as Bohr on the first down carry. We'll have 5. That's also to go along with the fact that you got 2 great running backs. You have the best offensive line in the league. Like, there should be no excuse as to why a quarterback can't succeed here as a fumble. Ozzie fumbled, but the lineman jumps on it. I mean, we can't be affording mistakes here. Can Christensen come out here and do something with his arm, though, as he'll throw over the middle? Edwards got it for the first down. Torrey Edwards with a nice grab, and the throw was good enough to not lead him into just getting popped over the middle of the field. Throwing it behind him was actually kind of better. And will conversations be had if Christensen ends up doing some spectacular stuff in the absence of Gordon? Especially with how Gordon has played over the last season and a half. It is a sack. I mean, Christensen, there's still a lot of untapped potential here, but with the way Gus has played, I mean, first half of last year was rough. Second half was a lot better. We win the Super Bowl. Then this year it's been up and down as Christensen finds a man. Nice job. Get the first down. Was pretty just calm. You know, it's not always about the overall. Some players just play better. They play differently. And maybe Christensen will be one of those guys. We'll kind of get to have that evaluation here as Bohr is only going to get a yard. 5 minutes to play. And maybe now is not the time to have, like, deep evaluations at the quarterback position because we're in the playoffs and we should just probably be worrying about getting the job done and getting Augustus back in here. But let's see what Christensen has. He is not a mover, but he delivers a completion again. And I think that was Kirk. That's a play that, you know, in more recent times and recent seasons that Gus has kind of struggled with, kind of throws it right into the defense. So Christensen, maybe he is a little bit safer with the football. 15-yard line, New England. Can they hold to a field goal here? Or will it be? Oh, he tried it for Kirk, and it's incomplete. It's not a bad shot, though. It was like a linebacker on him. I don't hate that. Maybe wait a second or two longer, though. Maybe Christensen will just take care of the ball a little bit better. Bohr in the backfield. Takes the carry. And Jackson will take a couple yards there. 3. And Bohr, he's all right. He's going strong in these playoffs. He quite literally, he's named Bohr, but he turns into a different animal when the playoffs hit. He just becomes immune, I feel like. Like, this dude gets knocked out of so many games, gets hurt a lot. He's healthy and sturdy for the playoffs. It's up the sidelines. It's caught Kirk. Down to the 1. Okay, we're 1 yard away. I think it's been an awesome drive. And Christensen's been, you know, he's been dealing. Like, full respect to him, full credit to him. And Bohr to finish it off in the end zone. Deep tackle gets in there. It's Anton Weaver, the former Titan. What a play. Anton Weaver single-handedly just stopped the touchdown. But New England has to do it 2 more times at the very least, as Bohr is finding his way through, and he's down to about the half-yard line. I want him to finish the job, though. 3 minutes to play on one heck of a drive. Can we get the score? Bohr and Ozzie in the backfield. Jackson is in. Touchdown, Bohr. It will take a 2-score lead. And the Patriots, when their defense really needed to come up with a stop to give them their opportunity to go on a game-winning drive, they came up with nothing to show for it, allowing a touchdown, and now their offense down by 2 scores. It's really unfortunate for them. They thought they maybe had their better opportunity because we were down to a backup quarterback, but Christensen really came up big in a couple of spots. Some really nice throws on that drive. Like, you know, the run game finished it off, and we had a nice run from Bohr on that drive as well. But, like, the passing game was really the big story there. With no Jabari Gordon, it's up to Frank Finley and also Rick Foley to come up big here as a sack! Fumble! No! How is that not a fumble? Come on! In what world was that even like a tuck rule? Like, it was just a throw, man. Alright, 2:18. They have to find some points. They gotta do something here, man. You're running out of time. You need to hold on to those timeouts. Into the flats. I mean, you got out of bounds, but you lost 3. Better if you just batted the ball down. All right, well, New England, what do you got? 3rd down and 13. And a chance to head to the divisional round. Throwing Tolliver over the middle. The tight end. 1st down. And we'll head to the 2-minute warning with that. A lot to overcome if we want to try to three-peat here, but we're handling it well, having to go the long way, having to go on the road, having to deal with injuries on both sides of the ball. As a throw over the middle, the tight end, what a hit! But he caught it, hung onto the ball as he was going to the ground in the hurry up for New England. Can they preserve those timeouts and score within the next, I'd say, couple of plays? As Tolliver outside, Finley couldn't make the play on the ball. And New England, first and goal basically at the 10. They're not calling the timeouts yet. I think that's smart. Keep hold of them while you can. Take shots to the end zone exclusively. Or get out of bounds. Tolliver blitz set in! And it's caught in the end zone. Touchdown. There's a flag down, but it's on Tennessee. And it'll stand pass interference. 2-point conversion now to make it a field goal game. So I presume that the Patriots will probably try to kick the onside even though they have all their timeouts. It's just a 1:25 to go. Toss it out. Benji Hillman on the run. Got it for 2. That's big if they can get the ball back though. That's the key thing here. The onside is not, it's not game over if they don't get it though. That's also big that they were able to hold on to those timeouts. So here we go. They will be kicking it. Gostkowski 4. The onside. Boone is picked up. And Bird with the ball. He goes down at the 42 in New England. Which means we get to turn it to one guy to try to end this game and move to the divisional round for Jackson. Tight end in motion. He moves to the fullback slot. Counter run. And lit up in the backfield. Kicking situation's been a lot more rough this year, and I don't know how I feel about taking a long kick in the rain, even though he's got range for it. I don't know if I want to do it, but we might not even get that decision. Another loss of 3. If we would have just, not lost 6 yards in those last 2 plays, we would have been thinking about a 59-yard kick, which is something we have hit before multiple times. We can't be thinking about it now from 65. Regardless, though, we don't need to be aggressive. Who do you give it to? The rookie 6th round quarterback, whoever, or you give it to Bohr Jackson. We give it to Bohr, and Jackson makes a decision possible. That's an 11-yard run, not enough for a first down. New England out of timeouts, but it's a 54-yard kick to make it a touchdown game if we want to take that. Our kicker has been, having his worst season of his career. All could be forgiven, though, if we knock home this kick and make it a lot more difficult. McGee, field goal on the way, and the kick is good. Kalon Tolliver's got 80 yards of field in front of him, needing to come up big. New England got rid of Glenn Cook, let him walk in free agency, ultimately chose to roll with Talon Tolliver after Cook's injury last season, even though Cook was the better player. They went for the healthier, more available guy, and he almost just threw an interception on the first play. I question it, but can he prove me wrong, and a lot of people wrong, who would probably say Tolliver is not as good of a quarterback, not the quarterback New England should have been rolling with. We have another injury as he throws it outside, and it's caught over a defender or two. The injury, Gerald Cross, our backup linebacker, might have gotten hurt on the special teams play, but it was a touchback, so I don't know how he would even get hurt. But I don't know. He's hurt. We're fine, though. 50 seconds, and Tolliver off his back foot. Tight end. Open over the middle. All right, we tackled him right at the 45 of New England. 55 yards of field in front of him. 40 seconds of clock running. You need to get these plays off quickly, and you need to get out of bounds. Tolliver immediately with the snap. Tolliver gets rid of it before the sack. And a nice deflection. Picked off. And that's gonna seal it! What a play! I need to know who made the deflection. That one up. Was that like Andrew Woods? I think it might have been. And yes, it was Andrew Woods tipping it. And Woods has come up with some really big plays in his playoff career. Your defending back-to-back champions survive without Augustus Gordon. We're able to do it on the backs of Christensen playing pretty solid in the moments we needed him to, and he had 132 yards, 12 of 18. I can't be mad. He had a pick, which is not ideal, but can't be mad that he just kind of did what we asked. and let Boar Jackson carry the reins. 32 rushes, 119 yards, 2 touchdowns. Only 3.7 a carry, but like he just kind of grinded away, did what we needed. Ozzie Jones had a bigger run, a 21-yarder, but he also fumbled the football. We were going to just put the ball in the hands of our best player and let him carry us to victory and hope the defense could hold up. Barksdale with the sack, and the game-sealing interception by Ross. Michael Griffin also with an interception. And we get to take on Baltimore up next, so they had a first-round bye. Rams lose in the playoffs to the Vikings. Broncos go down to the Chiefs, and the Bears beat the Falcons. So the Bears, I know, have Phillip Rivers, who they signed. Glenn Cook, I spoke about him. He was on the Rams, and Cook, what did he do? Actually, a pretty decent game. 3 touchdowns. Not a high completion percentage, but 3 touchdowns. He did his thing. And then Chiefs are a very defensive-oriented team, and they held this once, insane offense of the Broncos to 7 points. Guys, I don't know where this happened, but, Boar just randomly got hurt. What do you mean? Pending injury? The game, nothing's happened. What do you mean pending injury report? Nothing has happened. It's game day, and all of a sudden he's got a mystery injury. What do you mean? And Reggie Bowe's still hurt. All right, well, we're into the 4th quarter now. 14-10 your score. Has not been a great game for the offense. Ed Reed still somehow playing at this point in his career. It's 2 interceptions. And, well, the run game's not been ideal with just an Aussie backfield. Still less than 3.5 a carry. We do at least have the ball right now, which is a good sign. But the only other running back on our roster right now is Antrell Tillman, and he is in the game here on this 2nd down and 7 snap on the road. Baltimore Ravens, 13-3 versus 12-4. We have a history with this Ravens team, and the throw over the middle to Torrey Edwards. We've ran to the Ravens quite a few times. Had some struggles against them, but we've mostly came out on the positive side, very much so in the playoffs as well. And, this is one of those historical, we've come up on the right side of history in this matchup more often than not. And again, especially in the playoffs, the Ravens are trying to get their one on us, though. And this is a good time to maybe go for it because we have a quarterback off an injury, and we have a running back who's hurt, and an injury on the defensive side of Jabari Gordon, and Kermion Walker's having his worst season, but he just makes that first down grab, so we're gettable. We are definitely gettable. This team is just a little bit older, a little bit more beat up, and we're, captained by a injury-prone star as Ozzie Jones is losing 4 on the run. But, I mean, it really, depending on how this game particularly ends, we might have to have some sort of an evaluation on how the future of this team will go, but maybe not. Touchdown off the play action, and Gus, that was what I was saying was a subtle, not shot, but a subtle implication that Gus may need to be evaluated. Comes out here and throws a touchdown to Kermion Walker for the lead. We're very familiar with this Ravens duo. Marshawn Lynch, Joe Flacco. Flacco, a multi-time MVP. Marshawn Lynch had 20 rushing touchdowns this season to lead the league, and that's a completion! And Flacco, just like that, in the Titans territory. Despite the MVPs, a trio in this backfield of MVPs. 2 for the quarterback, 1 for the running back. It has not resulted in Super Bowl success, as the Ravens lose 3 on the run. And we have been one of the teams that have stopped them before the Colts, and the Colts were able to win a trio of Super Bowls of their own, it felt like. And then we have 3. I mean, so the last 9 years, the AFC has been Colts and Titans about half or more of the time than half the time. I can't remember actually off the top of my head how many Super Bowls that the Colts have won and been to, but I'm pretty sure it's, I think they've been to 3, I think. I think they've won 2 at least. I don't know. That's something I'll need to try to see if I can look at afterwards. But the AFC has been dominated by this top 2 teams in the division. 4th down after that incomplete pass. Foley with a nice job on the hit there, stepping in nicely as that outside corner. And the Ravens are going to punt. And they unfortunately have to because it's 4th and 13. But they really had good field position and had a good opportunity. This punt's not going to be a good one either. And not even inside the 20. 6 minutes to play. Let's see if we can add upon our lead here. Ozzy gotta carry the load here as Jones spins off a tackle. And Ozzy off a second. And Ozzy Jones tried to make the most of that one. We'll take 5 on the play. Second down as Gus under center. And Ozzy behind him. Play action. And Gus to the air. Down the field! It's incomplete. I think there's pass interference, though. He kind of impeded his path of going forward. And that's just unfortunate for the Ravens. So we'll get a new set of downs and at the Ravens' 44-yard line as we can already start thinking about field goal position as Ghazi, that's an odd way that he was able to stiff arm somebody behind him, but he got 7 yards. We'll take it for sure. Keep it moving forward and maybe do what we did against New England, make it a 6-point game, force them to have to find the end zone. Ultimately, just don't know how much clock we're going to be able to run out here. As Gus, quick pass, nice one, decisive, quick, I like it. First down, an easy one for Kirk to the 25 of Baltimore. It's more what I like to see. Sometimes Gus can hold the ball too long when there's not like a need to, but then sometimes he'll like force things super quickly. That's just kind of one where it worked out for us is Gus taking a shot to the end zone. Edwards! Incomplete! He only got 1 foot down. Almost a 2-score lead. Almost. Instead, we'll bring out a second tight end. And under center, it'll be a quick drop. Slants are set up. And he'll find Cammy and Walker. And we're into the red zone with a first down at the 12 of Baltimore. Taking our time well, 4.5 to play. And Baltimore, can they do what New England couldn't do? And that's get that crucial stop to keep it a 1-score game. Ozzy down for 1 and forcing us to be a little bit more one-dimensional at times where we can only hand to Ozzy or throw it. Has allowed the Ravens to capitalize, get 2 interceptions with Ed Reed. Don't want to test that side of the field as Gus is throwing the other way, back in the end zone, and incomplete. It's fine though, we still have the ball. Just don't do anything silly here. Third down, we can take a field goal still. I'm not going to be mad at it, even if it will still be a 1-score game. Just be safe with it. As Gus, a lot of on a route, and no, the interception. What a penny, Walker in the end zone. It's picked off, and Gus is chasing. Can he catch him? He's the only one who's got a chance, and it's going to take it all the way. Touchdown, Ravens! A 99-yard pick six. Just unbelievable, man. The one thing you couldn't do was force it. You couldn't make a mistake like that, and you did it at the worst time, and it got the worst result. Ozzy on the carry now. We're losing this game. There's a flag. It's on Baltimore, so a nice run, and we'll tack on 15. So that's great, but man, now we need a touchdown. Ed Reed with the face mask will have it right around midfield. Ozzy's tired since he's been the running back on basically every rep this game. It's kind of what I mean, not being able to give Ozzy a breather. Only one other running back, and it's a guy who's gotten 20 carries, I think, all season, has barely played. Not the time you want to bust him out for the playoffs. Like, that's just not ideal. We'll motion, roll back in. And go to the air. Now, it's from the 49. Gus is firing to Edwards, who can't hang on it, read on it. 3:30 to play, and Baltimore maybe closer than ever to finally getting their win on us in the playoffs. We motion Reed to the other side. And Gus, clean pocket for the moment, throws it up the sidelines. It's caught. And Kirk has it. First down. And to the Baltimore 37. 3:13 to play as they go handoff. Ozzy cuts back the other way, finds a hole. Ozzy Jones, there you go. Getting some nice runs, 2 double-digit yard runs this drive. And we're at the 26 now. I'm just trying to see like if I can keep Ozzy in this game for as much as I can while he is still tired, but he can't really take a carry here. Gonna have him out on a route this time. First down, we'll throw. And Gus floats it. Got hit as he was throwing, but it's caught. And penalty on Tennessee. I think it was a quick flag. Richard Emanuel with the hold. We cannot afford that. 1st and 20 now. Well, now we got to dig ourselves out of a hole that was self-imposed. 2:40 to play. You know, we're at that point where it could be 4-down territory. So Gus to the air. And with time, we'll go short. It's not really much. 2 yards. Not really. I don't know, not really happy with that. Obviously better than losing yards, better than a penalty, but you know, we need like a chunk play somewhere in here, especially if we're going to have it be 4-down territory. Kind of set us up for a good one. That's a throw to Kevin Walker. The other side, I should say, it's Torrey Edwards. I don't know why I said Cammy, I'm just so used to it, but it was Torrey Edwards who got free. And we're taking it to the 2-minute warning with a 1st and goal at the Baltimore 8. What I was saying, I said one chunk play. I didn't need to be like 26 yards. I was hoping for, 15 to just take a chunk out of that, 20 yards to go on the downs. But there's going to be, I think, a quick flag there. I seen that one off the edge. Was that Kirk? I think he immediately just chopped. Oh my goodness. I think, like, that was obvious. Even I seen it. Was that going to be clipping? Or are they going to call holding on Cammy and Walker? I thought it was Kirk in line coming in and like clipping out the defender's legs. You see that there, like you see the chop coming out there. Where was Cammy's hold? Hey, I thought it would be that, but no. Walker, that's not really a hold, I'd say, but at the same time, I think they did, like, a penalty wasn't a bad call. It's just, I don't think they got the penalty right. But regardless, a penalty's a penalty, regardless on who they call it on. That's not good for us. We're backed up at the 18 now, and another 18 yards to go. 1st and goal. As we'll go with a man of motion. You got to get the snap off, and they will. As Gus throwing for Reed, and we'll take, 10 yards there. We'll be happy with that. 2nd and goal from the 8. 1:30 to play. Taking our time here. I'm not going to be mad if you wait the whole play clock to snap it, but they don't. As play action, Gus with time outside. Somebody come back for the ball. He's down at the 2. I know Bohr isn't here. I think the next best thing we can do is just Kyle Nunn. You can see Ozzy's fatigued. Kyle Nunn has been good for us. He hasn't failed a conversion like this in a very long time. From the 2, hand off. Nunn doesn't get it. Oh, no, man. Not only did Kyle Nunn not get in, but we got a penalty. Torrey Edwards, man, it's not even the offensive line. It's the receivers that are holding. You guys shouldn't be holding. Well, now what from the 12? I mean, let's just go with a reliable one. Draw up a Cammy and Walker play. We got 12 yards to go, so running the ball is out of the question here. 58 seconds to play, and another try. We've been backed up multiple times due to penalties. The Ravens have had penalties too, so I can't act like it's only one-sided. Gus throwing with time to the end zone. Oh my God! Walker! What home? Are you kidding me, Kevin Walker? Oh my God! Kevin is a hero right now because we could be headed to the conference championship off the back of that incredible play. I had to do some quick maths here. 45 yards, 50 yards in that range to get into field goal range. As Flacco to the air, we send the pressure. Flacco short, and can he get out of bounds? He can. There's a flag down. Oh my God, man. Why? Why is this happening? face mask. So a 7-yarder turns into 23 yards. It's just been a penalty-heavy game. We have been penalized more, but, like, the Ravens had, like I said, a face mask, a pass interference, so I don't know what it is in this quarter, but the refs are very loose with their flags today, for whatever reason, as Flacco to the air outside, big hit! Finley, the defensive player there, coming up with a big shot to force it incomplete past the Ravens. Still have all their timeouts, though, and now we're looking at 25 yards maybe for field goal range. I'd say that's maybe the target line as Flacco outside the out route again. He can't bring it in. 3rd down and 10 now. It's getting real scary, but just please don't grab the face mask. All I ask, don't grab the face mask. Don't do anything silly like that. Flacco to the air. Picks up the blitz. They go out route again. He gets his feet in. 4th and 7 though. They can't afford to go with the out route again. They just wanted to, I guess, get a more manageable 4th down. But 4th and 7, it's better, not that much better. This could be your game here to go to the conference championship. Marshawn motions out. And can Flacco pull it off here? Outside! They got it for the first! The Ravens, they're not burning a timeout yet. I think they should be burning a timeout. They do. Okay, they took an extra 2 seconds, but man, they caught it to keep moving. All right. 42-yard line. You know, the target for a lot of these teams is usually about a 50-yard field goal. That puts them less than 10 yards away from that very mark. As Flacco to the air. And out route again. He's got it. I mean, that's another timeout. 55 yards from here. I'm fine giving him 3. 3 yards doesn't bother me that much. It was that 4th down play that was the brutal one. As will they go out right again. Flacco will do it. And feet are not inbounds. They're just trying to get a lot of these towards the sidelines. I understand it, but I mean, we got to get out there. They got to pay for this. Going for it the same amount of times over and over again. Doing the same thing. We bring the safeties down. We send the blitz. And Flacco goes out. And broken up. Broken up. 4th down. I don't even know what they are going to do. They're going for it. You can see they're 3 wide. They're going for it. Okay. Wow. They don't think they can hit from 55. I'm not going to be the one to question them. It's just up to us to get the stop. 4th down and 7. Flacco to the air. He'll throw outside. It's caught. It's fine. Does he have it? It's close. But it wasn't. Did he get it? Did he get it, though? I don't know if he got it. There was a face mask by our 4th string corner. Our backup corner came in because, you know, he's been playing more due to the injury for Jabari. The thing is, I don't even know, like, he might have gotten it anyway. It was so close. But I guess we'll never know. That play will never have to be in the course of history for that reason. Instead, they run the ball, and they're content taking their field goal, it looks like. So here you go. 7 seconds to play. Field goal kick. That was a high kick, but it's good. It was a high kick. That almost went like over the post, like over the upright. Stressful game. Ones where penalties have been, you know, on both sides, but have seemingly hurt us more than it's hurt the Ravens. I think we've got like 4 or 5 penalties to the Ravens 2 in this quarter. A lot. 4 or 5 penalties. And on the coin flip, we don't even win the coin toss either. Really? You know, I feel maybe a little unlucky this game with how it's going. But we can't really just blame it all on that. We've still had opportunities, and Marshawn breaks a tackle. Marshawn to the outside. Lynch gets to about 10 yards. Wow, that was like if he turned the corner there. And if you need a reminder, it is sudden death overtime. Any score wins, so We could never see the ball here as Flacco is sacked. He didn't even get the play action off. It's a sack. I think it was Sidney May, the Tamba Hali replacement. If you're wondering, also another story we haven't talked about. Tamba Hali's on the Ravens. He signed with the Ravens in the offseason, so Tamba Hali looking for a little revenge too. Flacco in the flats. Can we get the tackle on Lynch? And we do. We'll get the ball back. This has just been crazy one. 4th and 1. Punt. We'll send it, not a crazy deep boot, but the return. Oh, he breaks a tackle. Oh, Edwards. Tory Edwards just had a return of about maybe 20-ish yards. And now we're set up in a great spot to try to win this game. And it was like a net of 20 yards total. Ozzie Jones loses 2. We just have not been able to run it, outside. We've had a couple of we had a pair of 10-yard runs, but if it's not been those plays, it's been mostly nothing. Offensively, it really has just been kind of like all or nothing. Either we get blown up or we get a big play. We're gonna have to hope for a big play as Gus, short drag route, and that's fine. 8 yards. Dude, it'd be a long kick from here. From here would be 62 yards. I think our career long with McGee is 62. So it's makeable. Not ideal, though. 3rd down and 4. Can we just get the 1st down and not have to worry about it? Caught underneath. And he doesn't get it, but he does get 2. It'd be 60 yards from here, or we could go for it on 4th and 2. With an offense that has been not great today when it comes to getting these moments to go through. The thing is man, we can end the game right here. We've hit from, it's a 60-yarder from here. We've hit from 61, we've hit from 62. The distance is not the issue. The leg has been iffy this year, but he's done it before. He's done it before. I'm gonna take a timeout. Just think for a second. 4th and 2 with a dead tired Ozzie Jones and no one else to give the ball to. Running the ball seems out of the option. Even Kyle Nunn from 2 yards out on the goal line failed, and we got a penalty. We've been getting called for penalties a lot today. The refs seem a little bit more quick to pull their flag. It'd be different if we were rolling on offense and Bohr was here and penalties weren't happening. I have to just trust the kicker. Just trust the kicker from 60 yards for the win to head to the AFC title game. McGee, can you do it again? From 60 plus. And the kick is good. We got it from 60. And a incredible kick to hold on and somehow win this one as well. We're hanging on by a thread right now. Gus was really up and down, almost cost us the game, but also made good plays to help us win the game. This was a very Vince Young-esque performance where he dug us a hole, dug us out, dug us a hole, dug us out. We've won like that before. Ozzie, 3.5 a carry on 20 carries, played every down tune, was just really tired. Camion Walker, great performance, 155, 2 touchdowns, including that incredible one to even get us to the point where we were at. Hutchinson in May with sacks, Foley with the pick, and a 60-yard kick. A 60-yarder for the win. When you're looking at the results, too, I thought we'd be playing the Colts based on how the season's gone. But the Chiefs and their defense, 7 points last week, 6 points this week. Vikings dominate, Lions dominate. So, right now, we could be set up for a trilogy here. If the Lions and us make it back to the Super Bowl, we can go for round 3. If not, could be Chiefs, could be Vikings. All right. Every other team allowed single-digit points on their way to victory. Meanwhile, we had to struggle our way through overtime. Well, based on the first 2 games that were pretty close. I would have thought we'd be in a little bit more of a dogfight right now, but no, the Chiefs just, I guess, weren't ready for this. I mean, the Chiefs have been a team that's never really scared me in this because their quarterback is a perennial pick thrower, and their defense, for as great as it is, like, you know, their whole thing is stopping the run. Well, we have a run game that is a lot more scary to try to stop. So it was strength on strength, and I think our strength is better than their strength. And then, you know, you go to the other side of the thing. Our defense is so much better than their offense. Their quarterback is a pick thrower, and we got a ball-hawking secondary this year. So I don't think it was a great matchup for them. And, yeah, they eventually do score a touchdown, but we're up 27-7 still. So they won't get shut out, but we're going back to a Super Bowl, even though things have been a little bit more shaky in these playoffs. And will it be a rematch? Well, Augustus Gordon is going to have actually a really nice game. 2 touchdowns, no picks. And Board Jackson runs for 96 yards against maybe like the best rushing defense in the league. 5.6 a carry, a touchdown. Ozzie Jones, credit to him, also ran for 70. Kemian Walker with a touchdown. Sacks, nothing, but Woods and Martinez get 2 interceptions, so we win the turnover battle. We do our thing on the ground where they couldn't really, and Nelson Boyd, he's just not a great quarterback. He just isn't. He's held the Chiefs back year after year. So that's not something I was really scared of. I was just more so worried, would their run defense be a major factor? It wasn't. Maybe it would have been different if Board didn't play and we had to just solo Ozzie Jones and no Bo either. But we didn't have to worry about that. Meaning, we're on to a Super Bowl. Will it be a rematch for the 3rd time? Verdict says, yes, it will. It is crazy how we have been, you know, creating this insane rivalry. Oh my goodness, a 3 passer rating is crazy. Joe Kane, your MVP from this past season, his 2nd MVP, and also crossed the Offensive Player of the Year, had 150 yards and a touchdown total. Amobi Okoye was also, like, up there. He led the league in sacks. Yeah, he did. He led the league in sacks, Amobi Okoye did. The Lions have been really good, man. We've been able to escape them the last time we played at a 34-32 insane Super Bowl. This time around, though, Lions might be just a bit better. I don't know, man. They've won 9 in a row in the regular season. And in total, that means they've won, with the playoffs, 11 in a row. All right, we're on to the 4th quarter of the Super Bowl, and it is a 27-17 lead for the Lions. Might be down by 10, but the good thing is we're at the Detroit 15-yard line. Bad thing is, we're back to familiar territory. Board Jackson was knocked out in, I believe, the 3rd quarter of this game. So he played most of it, not all of it, though, and we don't know if he will be back. I just kind of go off the assumption that he won't be. But I guess we'll see. If not, it'll just be Ozzie the rest of the way, as we'll throw here. 2nd down and 5. And Gus to the end zone, the first play! Touchdown! Took us 1 play in the 4th quarter, but we cut it down to a 27-24 game. And Board Jackson is out for the game, so he's been having some, like, torso issues. Like, he got knocked out of one playoff game before the game even happened due to a torso injury, and now in the Super Bowl. So he's, I don't know, got some rib issues right now. Whatever that might be, but obviously he's been dealing with it for the divisional round, the conference championship, and now this game, where he gets knocked out, unfortunately. So they'll have the return. That's a big dude returning the kick, as the Lions are going to get it past the 20 to the 22. I mean, we know what to expect. Cross is a do-it-all running back. Joe Kane, a multiple-time MVP. Calvin Johnson has been a threat as well. Of course, and a big hit right there over the middle. Not able to bring that one in. But here is actually the thing. Woo. I didn't see Calvin on the field. There's a reason why. Calvin has a severely pulled hamstring, as does Corey Ward. Does that mean their number 1 and number 2 receivers are both out? Are we dead serious? Oh my goodness, man. They're working with scraps at wide receiver. So the Lions are missing their 1 and 2 and are still winning this game right now as Kane floats it. Kane almost picked by Michael Griffin. And I feel really bad for Joe Kane if he loses this game because he's doing it literally without his top 2 guys. I know Cross is the offensive player of the year at running back, but you know, losing Calvin is one thing. Losing the number 2, though, who was also a Pro Bowl wide receiver, is rough as Cross on the 3rd down carry. Not going to get a first, so the Lions have to punt. On the return, look at the slipping of the tackle. Edwards, nice job on the return. But I'm looking at the situation right now for the Lions who have put up 27 points, and I have to imagine, like, given the circumstances of not having your 1 and your 2 at wide receiver, 27 points is more than you could reasonably ask for. I think, like, if you told them without your number 2 and your number 1 that you still put up 27, they'd be pretty happy. It's up to the defense, really, to, like, stop us as the run to the outside. We'll go and we'll take 6 on the play. Fortunate part for the Lions, though, is 27 just might not be enough. Our offense is actually playing a pretty good game. And a quick throw for the first down into Lion territory. And now we're in position to tie this one up. Detroit, 39-yard line. Now we'll go 4 receivers. Ozzie next to him. Play action. Gus over the middle. Got hit as he was throwing, and it's going to be incomplete. Looking for that just so difficult, so elusive 3-peat. Can we find some way to tie this one up, get a little bit closer? And that's closer, that's for sure. You know, while we were able to win it off a 60-yard field goal last time, I'm not going to try to make a habit of kicking 55, 60-yard field goals, so to get it a bit closer there is pretty big for us, as we'll now run it here on 3rd down and 2. Ozzie in the backfield. What do you got for us, Ozzie? With the carry, big hit! He just got lit up! Kick it. I think I'm just going to kick it for the tie. Of course I could go for it, because it is 4th and 1. I just, you know, the tie is right there. Just take the tie if it is presented to you from 48 yards out. And McGee, can you bang it through for the tie? 27 and 27 is going to be the tying score. 6 minutes to play and we're all tied up. Lions now, after having a 10-point lead, suddenly find themselves in a tie game. As they'll go with that Maryland I formation and Cross! Tackle for a loss! 2nd and 14, and maybe Joe Kane's got to do it with this mismatch of wide receivers. And, oh, start as well on them. That's brutal, man. Now backed up to 2nd and 19. Absolutely just brutal. A loss of yards, then a false start. You definitely need to throw it now. That wide receiver also out there far left is humongous. That might be a worry as Kane off the mark. 3rd and 19. Kane has been able to come up with some pretty, like, crazy or miraculous conversions. We'll see if he can do it. We also have, like, more, you know, injury troubles. Jabari Gordon's been playing hurt. We have, I think, like, Hutchinson got banged up in this game. Like, we've been really banged up with injuries. We sent the corner blitz, and he actually gets the first down. I think we sent the corner off the edge, and the big receiver got open for the first, and there's a penalty. Tack on 15 more. I mean, they got the first anyway, but that is just a huge flip. That's a, like, 40-yard swing right there. We could have got the ball back. So we're operating with some, like, you know, bare bones depth here. So Hutchinson knocked out. It was Rick Foley on the play there. A missed tackle from Freddie Bates. A Ross! Touchdown, Lions! Freddie Bates just got through and missed. Lions have the lead. Oh, I mean, I said with that, you know, batch of injuries that the Lions have at the receiver core, that 27 is impressive but might not be enough. Well, is 34 going to be enough? 27-34 your score. 34 was the winning score in the last Super Bowl. We won it 34-32. Could it be the second time in a row where 34 points is just enough? Gord's got 300 yards after that completion. Kirk for 16 as we go. 5 minutes to play into this Super Bowl as it's yet another close one between these two teams. And Ozzie Jones loses 2. And Jones gets up after a second. Kind of scared me for a moment. We're far too thin right now at the running back spot to avoid or to get an injury. I don't want to see a rookie who barely has played get in there as a throw short. It's Camion Walker. And Walker has 6. Hard for me to complain about injuries, though. Even with Hutchinson getting knocked out, Jabari Gordon playing hurt, I think we might have had another injury somewhere else. And then obviously Bohr getting hurt. I mean, the Lions are missing their top 2 receivers, and they're missing their top linebacker. And there's Kirk again with a big play. Kirk to the 34. 4 minutes to go. A field goal not going to be good enough, though. We need to find the end zone here. Play action, Gordon. And what do you got? Gordon throwing it down the field. Let's go. Kevin Walker to the 6. And this offense is having a nice game. 6 yards away from a tie. And to make it another very close finish. Ozzie slips one. Ozzie! 1 yard. Yeah, they give him 1 yard. But, I mean, another game in which it could come down to the last drive between these two. Lions, though, tough defense. And can we punch it in? Try again. Ozzie on the carry. And Jones loses 3. All right, we got to throw. Of course, the guy we want to target here is Camion Walker. Even if it's been his worst regular season, he's been really good in the playoffs for us. 3rd down. And the throw is over the middle. Touchdown! Kirk! Penalty! I didn't want to get too excited. I seen it pop up at the bottom left. Holding. Take the touchdown off the board. I don't expect your running back to get, like, oh my goodness, man. It was just like this, like there's our only penalty on offense, so like, just get it out of the brain. Ozzie go out wide. We're not gonna have you block. As Gus, a short. Ozzie makes a man miss, and Ozzie gives us actually a legitimate shot here to go for this. That's a 12-yarder, 4th down and goal from the 6. We're going for this. I think we gotta. I think going for it 6 yards away is the move. A field goal would still keep it a touchdown game, obviously. You know, if the situation was a little bit different. If we could cut it to a 3-point game, I think I maybe would. But let's go for the touchdown here. No! Just a little too late. Just a little too late. If he threw it earlier, he just ran out of field. Lions have the ball back. And the Lions, after Cross ran for a 40-plus yard touchdown, go man in motion. A little option. Joe Kane, not much of a runner, but no gain there. They'll take it to the 2-minute warning. I mean, it's all on the defense to just get a stop here. We're missing Janoris Hutchinson, our run-stopping D-tackle. Obviously stinks, but no excuses really, as there's a big hit. Freddie Bates. Thank you. We'll burn our first time out. We can get off the field here and give our offense another try at it. 3rd down and 11. Kane, will he throw it? Trying to get the first down and maybe end this game. Nope, he'll run. And Kane loses the football. Oh my God. We just recovered a fumble inside the 5. Are you kidding me? What a turn of events. We can tie this game up now. Come on, 3 yards away. Ozzie, it's going to happen. Come on, no, just turn upfield. We're 1 yard away. Lamar Jackson, the touchdown machine, the guy who knows how to finish the job, is not here to do it. We got to give it to the next best guy, which is Kyle Nunn. Fullback, dive, Nunn! Why did you go outside? What are you doing? Oh my God, why are we making this so difficult? Again, Nunn, come on. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? Just run forward, please. Run forward, 3rd and goal. Come on, Nunn, touchdown. We're gonna tie this game up. Barring the extra point, of course. I'm not gonna go for 2. I mean, we're like that was already a struggle to get those 3 yards. I don't want to go for 2 and go through that again. Let's just kick the extra point. 1:19 for the tie. Extra point. Good. All right. I mean, we could be headed for overtime again. Like, that's crazy. We could be headed for overtime. 1:15 to play. The Lions need maybe 45 yards for field goal range, and that's a good start. All right, we'll take 7. That's not so bad, especially beating the blitz. And if he could have, broken free and got out of that one, maybe he could have been off and running. But the Lions got to go hurrying and up. Still got all their timeouts. As Kane, same thing, same man, and he's not going to get out of bounds. But I mean, that's the first 2 plays, and they're already moving. 57 seconds to play, and we're kind of spreading ourselves thin. We don't even have that many corners to be playing this type of defense against 5 wide. I mean, there's a fumble. I think that's a late fumble. They're going to pick it up. I don't think that's ours. I'm not going to overreact. I don't think that's ours. It says we recover, obviously. I just don't think that's a... I don't want to, like, freak out, man. Yeah, I mean, that's so late. That's just not a fumble. Yeah, I mean, Martinez... If Martinez got that fumble forced off, that would have been unbelievable. But if you're seeing, like, our play knowledge and stuff, it's, like, cooked because we're down a corner and we're stretching ourselves thin trying to play, like, dime, and we just don't have that. Rose was in the game, had, like, some rough plays, and, like, we're stretching ourselves a little thin, also with no Janoris Hutchinson as a throw over the middle! The Lions! With the play to the 20! We can't really do anything. We just have to let them take their field goal. Cross has the ball centered, and they're going to set up for the field goal as time is running out to win the Super Bowl. All we can do is sit and watch a 35-yard kick to finally get the monkey off the back of the Lions, who have lost 2 previous Super Bowls to our Titans. Will it be enough, or will we be headed to overtime? Field goal for the Lions and Joe Kane. It's on its way. It's good. And the Detroit Lions have finally won their Super Bowl. Joe Kane, the multiple-time MVP, and all these players of the Lions finally got their ring. A well-deserved ring. And that hurts. Honestly, I know that there's 2 interceptions here, but 377 on 70% completion percentage and 3 touchdowns for Gordon is a really good game. Bohr only had 8 carries before he got hurt. Ozzie, not as good. Camion Walker, hey man, he came alive for the playoffs and was unreal. Sidney May got a sack, and the Defensive Player of the Year, Finley, did get an interception. Joe Kane, 3 touchdowns, 300 yards, and Cross breaking off that 40-yard run was the real difference maker. He had a touchdown on the ground, touchdown through the air. And we just weren't able to get it done in the end. I don't really have, like, any... There's no shame in losing to the Lions. We've beaten them twice. To go and, sweep them in 3 Super Bowls would have been pretty crazy, obviously. And we were just really beat up. It wasn't like, it's not even like I could just say, oh, well, Bohr was hurt. It's like, man, Jabari Gordon was playing hurt, got knocked out. Like, I think he got knocked out. Hutchinson got knocked out of the game. we were dealing with a little bit. And again, like I said, like I can't really make the excuse. The Lions had their top two receivers. The Lions were missing Calvin Johnson. I can't even really say like, oh, poor us. We were dealing with all these injuries. They were dealing with injuries too. So like, it's not an excuse, but yeah, the team was a little bit worse this season, and it is what it is. I do think something's got to happen with this team. We only have 5 free agents. One of them is Janoris Hutchinson. I can't franchise tag him. I can't afford $10 million. So we'll have to figure out that whether it is going to keep Hutchinson in free agency on the open market or having to replace him. I showed you we only have $12 million. So we only have to fill a couple of spots. But, like, man, I'm looking down the barrel of what it's going to be next year. Ooh, actually, no, we have $22 million. Where do we get that from? The thing is, we have a lot of contracts coming up. It's not as simple as just keeping Hutchinson. Oh, actually, I know where we got it from. When I looked, we had 19 million in penalties. Now we only have 3. So we paid off a lot of our penalties that we owed for a lot of different players. I don't know who. I can't even remember who even ate up a lot of penalties that we ended up getting rid of. But we have a lot of players that are really good that are going to be getting contract extensions or needing contract extensions for next year. It's Janoris Hutchinson this year, but other than that, Sidney May, I think is going to be restricted. But Andrew Woods, $2.6 million, that's probably going to go up. Camion Walker's getting paid $12 million this year. I would imagine actually that's going to go down. I can't imagine it's going to go up. At the very worst, it'll stay the same, so that's not really a big issue. Freddie Bates, $6 million. I would imagine it's going to be similar. Walt Daniels, though, probably is going to ask for a pay raise. I don't know if I'm going to give it to him. I think he might be a replaceable player. Backup tackle, no worries. Ozzie Jones, we'll see if he survives this offseason. He has regressed more now. He had 99 speed, then went down to 98. Now he's down to 96 speed. But just kind of in general, he's a little bit worse. He's still really good, though. We'll see, though. He's on the final year of his deal. I would imagine, at the very least, this will be the final year of Ozzie Jones. He'll be 33 after next season. But Frank Finley will be restricted, I believe. So we'll have to figure that out, but get a contract extension for him. Kyle Nunn, it's a fullback, not going to be that expensive. Jabari Gordon, though, will be expiring, and he's making $3.2 million. He's going to definitely ask for a lot more, and we will pay it to him. So we'll have some contracts to really figure out, but some will be restricted. Even then, though, we'll eventually have to pay them, and then whoever else we bring in. We'll have some stuff to figure out.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your Senior All-Star Game update. The national championship game has been decided. Washington beat Ohio State to win the trophy. Senior All-Star Game practices lasted all week, and here are some things I noticed while watching the players. Miami's Nate Ellison looked good in individual drills, drawing plenty of praise from the coaching staff. Jacoby Knight did not fare as well, struggling in one-on-one drills. As far as the game went, Mike Mayweather was named MVP after scoring the game-winning touchdown with 1:23 to go in the fourth quarter. Kudos to Mayweather, whose stock is now rising. I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's the buzz from the NFL Combine. Nate Ellison, the consensus top pick, looked good in the agility drills, something scouts were concerned about after his ACL tear. Ellison answered any and all questions scouts had and solidified himself as the #1 overall pick. Alex Baker measured 5'8", 175, which is about what you would expect from looking at him. I think I'm even taller than him. Baker impressed scouts in drills and tests all week, which could be enough to guarantee him a spot in the top 5.
I'm Todd McShay, and this is the draft preview. My mock draft is complete, and I've got Stacy Johnson as the highest graded prospect in the class. He's joined in the top 10 by Alex Baker, Nate Ellison, and Mike Mayweather. A big sleeper that you can't afford to miss is Jason Duncan. He has great upside, but he needs a lot of coaching in the first couple of years in the NFL. I'll be back later with more on the draft.
So we kind of got that round of stories and everything. Some pretty nice players in this class. So Eagles got the #1 pick. Some quarterbacks up here. Mike Mayweather is a really good running back. I got to see his stats already. But then there's also Nate Ellison, who is a pretty important player. Alex Baker was really interesting. He's like a really tiny running back. We'll get into free agency here. And they don't really have a whole lot to do. I don't think. It's like Hutchinson is going to be obviously like a big one there. We got 19 million. Plus whatever, our draft picks are gonna cost us, but like if we don't make any significant trades up, it won't be that expensive. It'll be probably just a couple million. So we have enough money to afford like one or two big players. DeAndre Rowe could be, said big player if we wanted to just go full nuclear at D tackle, but I didn't tag Hutchinson for 10 million just to go and turn around and pay a 32-year-old DeAndre Rowe 10 million. We'll see if Hutchinson ends up being 10 mil, but I would be kind of surprised if he was. D'Amico Ryans, hey, D'Amico, is not going to come back, but we don't need him either. Good cornerback, Abernathy. I'm just kind of waiting for Hutchinson. Here's Janoris Hutchinson. That's big money. That is big, big money for Janoris Hutchinson. And he wants a 5-year deal that'll take him till he's 33. That's a really big contract for a good player. Like a legit, really good player, but not like an insane player. I like Hutchinson a lot. I mean, from undrafted to like a star D tackle, but I'm gonna let it go. So, there's another reason here. If you remember, I drafted this really late round 320-pound defensive end. I think this was the dude who was comped to Richard Seymour. I drafted a lot of D linemen. And I said, hey, I think he could be actually really good at D tackle since he's 326 pounds. Kind of more so fits as a D tackle. He had 89 potential at end. I just kicked him over to D tackle just to see what he would look like. 91 potential. I mean, Hutchinson was a 90. Ricks could be up to a 91. Ken Rick seems like he can fill the defensive tackle role pretty nicely for us. And didn't play much as a rookie, but like if you got to cheap out somewhere where you have a nice young player who's on a 2-year deal still, and I think will be a restricted free agent, so we could have up to 3 years of good cost control on him.
Stacy Johnson is 6'7", 335 pounds, and he's easily one of the top players in this draft. The junior graduated early from the Naval Academy with a degree in nuclear engineering, and he's ready to come in and be a dominant force in the NFL. This kid is an excellent blocker with terrific feet and agility. He has almost perfect technique, and he possesses great awareness. He reminds many scouts of Walter Jones back at Florida State. He's a dominating run blocker, and he has very few weaknesses in the passing game. If Johnson progresses naturally, he should be an all-pro in the league within the next 3 to 4 years. That's quite a statement for somebody with a degree in nuclear engineering. Mike Mayweather is a 6-foot, 197-pound All-American running back out of Notre Dame. Mayweather possesses unbelievable quickness and short area burst. Some scouts actually clocked this kid in the high 4.1s, but admitted that he had a wind at his back. Something that you might not expect from Mayweather is his ability to break tackles. He does a very good job of slipping away from defenders, especially for a back under 200 pounds. He'll need to work on his blocking to be a more complete back in the NFL, but he's ready to make an impact right away, and anybody that runs that fast certainly can.
It's interesting how like the draft stories are like, yeah, here's just a really good player. The one I do have the potential on, I have the potential on a lot of different players. Mike Mayweather has 94, and yeah, he's insane. The other running back, though, Alex Baker, who's a bit of a draft story, has 92 potential and is also pretty dang good as well, so it's a really nice top 2 at the running back spot. There's been a lot of 90s in the potentials that I've seen, but how about Nate Ellison, who is a 90 potential, but, a very important piece of the draft story puzzle here, and he's really good. I do wonder if it is more of like a scheme thing, because he's got really good stats. D-tackle, Kel Carson, also has 90 potential. How about 70 speed with 95 strength as well? 6'4", 300 pounds. I mean, block shedding is his biggest weakness. It's a 72. I don't know how high you can get, but he does look like a really good player. And then Marco Spurlock, one of the players that I just kind of got potential for, he's got 93, which is really interesting because you look at his stats and it's not crazy, but like, my goodness, he could just be a special player. And 6'3", 245, good, you know, more so block shed, pursuit, not as much speed. So maybe he could be a player who can kick into end. Maybe. All right, well, the draft is here, and the draft strategy is just kind of see what happens. I don't really have like a set, I need to do this or I need to do that. We didn't really do anything in free agency. We didn't need to do anything in free agency, and we just kind of, you know, let Hutchinson go. And then I know we got a little bit of money, but my plan wasn't to immediately get a little bit of money in our cap room and then immediately start spending. There wasn't a lot of players worth spending on, and then I could have given out some one-year deals. I was thinking about it. There wasn't, again, a lot of players that I was like, man, we have to have this player. Our team is pretty good. It's just, you know, can we stay healthy? Can we get the right depth? Can we be just, you know, set ourselves up for the next couple of years rather than just kind of all-inning this year? And all-inning is still not even really, like, there's not much to do. Like, a lot of the free agents just weren't even really upgrades for us. So, I'll hop into the draft here. And if we're looking at who we want, I don't know. We'll see. Number 1 overall pick, though, the Philadelphia Eagles. Who will they select? It is Donovan, a tackle. So they go tackle off the bat. Jaguars. I guess what I'll do for the draft here is, like, if there's draft stories, I'll show you them, but not really show you the other ones. Tommy Zeller was really good. I know he was comped to Marvin Harrison, but I guess I'll just kind of get to the draft stories or any, like, trades that happen. Panthers at 5 go Merriweather. Huh. I mean, like, good for the Panthers, of course, but no draft story. And then, are there not going to be draft stories for these guys? I mean, they basically gave us Merriweather's draft story already as, like, the Combine update, or the Pro Day. All right, this is a disgusting trade. No way! That is the top player trade. That is terrible. Why would they do that? Tillman and Bracken? That is a terrible trade. What? No, this would be the biggest scam of a lifetime. That's a scam. This is a no way. They take reasonable. This is not a reasonable offer. If someone came to me with this, I would slap them. Oh my god. What do you mean? Ew, Seahawks. Fire that GM. Fire him. I mean, we'll take Kel Carson as the Janoris Hutchinson, and I guess also kind of Justin Barksdale replacement here. I don't know if he'll have a draft story. He does not, but that is a disgustingly bad trade for the Seahawks. Next year, I would really like that. 33rd pick. They moved down 2 spots for a 7th. Honestly, I might do that just to see if we can get better trade options. Because it's just 2 picks. It's not that big of a deal. So we're going to move down 2 picks and see if we get better trade down options. Eagles. No, don't want to trade. Don't want to move. Okay, let's see. Better trade down options, maybe? Maybe? No? A 2nd next year. 2nd, 3rd, 5th next. Oh, okay. And the Dolphins aren't that good. I don't know why that trade is down here. Yeah, I'll take this. 2nd, if we trade the 31st pick for essentially a 2nd, a 3rd, a 5th, and a 7th. Fine. Dude, I am looking. There is nothing. So the next best player here is Torrey Good. All the way down to 215. Man, this draft class stinks. Just the Chiefs 2nd. Chiefs were a conference championship team, so this is basically just taken. Yeah, this draft is not good. If we could just have more assets for next year, sure. Like, it's just not a good draft. I mean, I might just take him. He's got 87 potential. I know he's going to be decent. More running back depth. I did just trade also. I think I just traded like one of them to the Seahawks. So I'll just take. That's right on line where he's supposed to go. I think that's fine. And honestly, since he is like the next best player I know on the board, it's really early to take him, but like he's got 90 potential. I know he's good. So, Torrey Good. He is good. His name is good. 90 potential. Let's take him. And then they want me to select a player here. I could just go with the 89 potential tackle and just say never a bad thing to just take a guy you know is good. So the only other thing really to show you for the end of this off season is just what our D tackle is going to cost. So we passed up on Janoris Hutchinson, paying him what he wanted was a 5-year deal, which would have taken him over $40 million. We're going to get away with paying a rookie D tackle less than half of that, and he is younger and he's got the same potential. All right, this will probably be like the quickest skim through the rookies that we have had here since it's not a big draft class. I kind of did the last couple of selections because there wasn't really anything to talk about. There wasn't a lot of good players here. Xavier Snow was like a 7th round pick, 86 potential, be the number 5 receiver. Chris Bannister, 87 potential, will be just the replacement as the number 4 running back. Scott, 89 potential. Dixon, 89 potential. So then we'll get into the 90 pluses. Torrey Good might have a future on this team. Sidney May's contract is expiring. And, you know, even if it's going to be like a restricted free agency situation, maybe we won't want to pay him a long-term deal because we have another dude who also has 90 potential right there waiting in the wings. Our first round pick, I know 90 potential isn't like something you're going crazy for in the first round, but getting a defensive tackle is just a value position, and getting it for that price, a player that good, I mean, literally look at what a 90 overall Janoris Hutchinson was asking for, and if Carson can be the same overall just as good for less than half of that, that is a worthwhile selection. So, I mean, he's going to be a pretty nice player, more so in the Hutchinson role. Not a pass rusher, but a higher block shed, 86, 93 pursuit with the play rec and the awareness and the strength with decent athleticism as well. So, you know, should be a nice player for us. How about a quarterback? 91 potential, as if we needed another quarterback. 91 potential out here for our third stringer. He's going to be a pretty decent player if he gets an opportunity. And then our best player was literally like a 7th rounder or a 6th rounder, Brody Fisher. I just can't stop drafting good corners. 81 overall with 93 potential, 91 man, 90 zone, 99 speed, 97 excel, 91 agility. 80 press, but that's already at its max. Could be a decent tackler, maybe even has some safety potential. And 98 pursuit as well, with a potential 98 awareness, 94 play rec. So a really good player. So here's what the team will look like for year 11. I mean, Gus has got 2 years left in his contract. This is a big year for Gus. He got hurt at the end of last season, was playing pretty up and down. We need to see more of the first 2 years. If it is, because the second half of 2016 was a lot better. The first half was completely like a disaster. The second half he got better, and then the playoffs were okay, and then we won the Super Bowl and all was forgiven. And this year, he gets injured, misses a playoff game, has some spotty play, lowers the turnovers, but still not what we want to see. This year, it's going to be like, okay, what's it going to be this year? If you get back on track, cool, we move forward. If not, we got a guy. We got a guy who's waiting. 97 potential. We could. And Gordon would be on the last year of his contract going into next season, so that's when we would be able to make a decision. We couldn't get rid of Gordon right now, even if we wanted to. So if you're saying, well, why not go to Christian now? We couldn't if we wanted to, and I'm not going to have Gordon just sit on the bench as a 95 overall. That doesn't make any sense. So we'll give him this year. If it doesn't go well, then we can move to Christensen. If Gordon comes back out here, bounces back, and is, you know, what we want him to be, then maybe we can move Christensen. I would imagine a team's going to really want a good quarterback like him. Running back. Well, Boer's healthy for now, so, you know, typical stuff. It's Boer, it's Ozzie on the last year of his contract. Probably the last year Ozzie will play in Tennessee, and then Reggie Bowe. Then we got Kyle Nunn, Camion Walker, Torrey Edwards, Corey Kirk, Bird, tight end, Keaton Reed. Offensive line's going to be the same with Claxton, Boston, Emmanuel, Unkin, Cato, Sidney May at end, along with Walt Daniels. And then at D-tackle, we are going to go with Barksdale at 3. He's on the final year of his contract and has the lowest upside, so we aren't really attached to him like long term. Ken Ricks, though, is somebody who could be that long term piece, and then I'll give the first round pick on the 5-year deal the starting job because he will be here for the long term, and we'll give him the opportunity to get to that 9 overall. Freddie Bates, and then Mario Martinez, Abdul Ross, Jabari Gordon, Frank Finley, Rick Foley, and now Brody Fisher with Michael Griffin and Andrew Woods. A 2-year extension takes him till he's 33 years old. So, yeah, and to pay him, you know, 5 to 6 million is actually, again, pretty ideal. That's about what he was making. I think maybe a little less. Cammy and Walker making big money right now, and that's a pretty decent amount less. Especially, he's making 12 right now. We can get him for 9? Is it possible to get him for 9? 9 million. Yeah, that's awesome. Jabari Gordon. This one's where it gets a little bit more spooky because he's making 3 million right now off his rookie deal. He's definitely going to ask for more, and that's a lot of money, but the thing is I can't act like Jabari Gordon doesn't deserve it. He's a really good corner. Like, for as much as Finley, you know, he won Rookie of the Year, or, no, he won Rookie of the Year and then Defensive Player of the Year. It's like Jabari Gordon's still the #1 for a reason. So, $9 million a year. Yeah, I'll do that. Andrew Woods, though. Another really good player who's off his rookie contract who's going to be asking for a lot. This is what I said about, like, not wanting to immediately go and spend a bunch of money that, you know, I finally got a little bit of free money. I wasn't going to immediately go and spend it because of this reason. I didn't want to, man, I didn't want to, like, have to struggle to re-sign these awesome players. Like, there's no way I'm like Andrew Woods has been so good for us. That does mean that there are going to be some places where we do kind of go and cut some of the older players going into maybe like next year. We made it to the end of this season, and guys, it was a pretty dang good one. We lost the first game of the season and then proceeded to win the next 15. And the Lions are also at the top of the NFC, and oh my goodness, only 2 double-digit win teams in the NFC. Washington at 9-7, missing the playoffs. And then over here in the AFC, it's us. Ravens, Chargers, Colts, Bills, Browns. So usual suspects. Chargers are back after a little bit, and the Browns are a new team. But Bills, Colts, Ravens, we've seen them before. But you could see what we were able to do. Most points scored in the league by a wide margin. Least points allowed by a wide margin. And also a big part of the season, Bohr Jackson played. Not only did Bohr Jackson play, he played 14 games. Guys, he played 14 games. So we'll get to the awards, but then show you the stats, get into the playoffs. This is about as strong of a team as we have had, it feels like, in terms of overall success. All right, here are your awards. Coach of the Year. It's me. I actually got the Coach of the Year this time around. Defensive Rookie of the Year. A Raider corner, 84 overall, pretty nice. Offensive Rookie of the Year. 84 wide receiver for the Jets. Defensive Player of the Year. It is not Frank Finley. It's actually, oh, after all these years, Mr. Wright. That's really cool. Offensive Player of the Year is Wesley Cross, just like last season. And much like last season, Joe Kane wins MVP. So Joe Kane's on a run right now. His 3rd MVP, back-to-back MVPs, and he won the Super Bowl last year. So, I mean, he's been unbelievable. It was a big year for Augustus Gordon to see what he had for us, and it was a bit better. Got the touchdowns up to 29. Interceptions, 19, which is not ideal, but he got the yards also over 3,000. Yards per attempt was pretty in line with last year. And completion percentage, pretty in line with the last 2 seasons, 62, 62, 61. So, you know, it's fine. He also did miss a game. The game we lost, he missed that game. So, as a starter, he missed the first, actually, I think he missed the first 2 games. So he was, I think, 14-0 for us this season, if I remember correctly. But it was pretty fine. Like, it's hard to really complain too much when we're succeeding at the level we are. But the reason we're succeeding the way we are is because you go to running back, and yeah, getting a healthy Boar. He missed 2 games, but getting a healthy Boar and a healthy Ozzie Jones fully together. How about that? I mean, Ozzie Jones runs for 1,043 yards, 11 touchdowns on 4.7 a carry, so his most efficient season. And Ozzie, even though it's a career, second worst in yards, it's his most efficient season, and he was able to just kind of be the number 2 and have an easy job, while Boar Jackson finally, how many years has it been? 2018. The last one was 2013, where he finally has 1,000 yards after a full miss season, and then half a miss season, a full miss season, and then half a miss season, and he finally plays a full one. Has his tied for best yards per carry at 5.1, right in line with his highest yards per game at 111. Only 2 fumbles, 19 touchdowns, 1,500 yards, and broke off, again, a career second best 9 20-plus yard runs. And he didn't do anything in the receiving game because we don't ask him to. We don't want to have him take even more hits in the receiving game. We decide to just give that out elsewhere. But I mean, it's almost a little unfortunate in the sense that Boar, it took him 5 years to finally play a mostly full season. And because of that, it's like he's 31 now. What would these years have looked like in between? I mean, literally last year, I know the average is a bit down, but he was averaging about 100 yards a game, and he had 17 touchdowns in 9 games. How many touchdowns? Could he have broken the touchdown record last year and then the year before that? What would that have looked like at his age 29 season, his 28 season, his 27? He lost his age 27, 28, 29, 30. Like, he lost all of those full seasons. What would they have looked like? Now he's regressed a little bit, and at 31 years old, he's still the best pure runner in the league. So, like, what would the prime have looked like? We lost the prime. Maybe, I don't know. That's where it's a little sad. It's like, man, getting to see him when he does play good, and when he's healthy, it's special. Camion Walker, I mean, not too bad. He's 32. It's hard to expect, like, the 1,800 yard seasons, but it's a little bit better. You got the drops down, the catches up. The average, though, was at a career low, 9 touchdowns. It's fine. I mean, like, for a 32-year-old, that's great. Torrey Edwards back to a 1,000-yard season off of his injury that he missed all of 2016, came back, it was all right, but then, back to 1,000 yards, his third 1,000-yard season, and Kirk having 600 yards, Bird 19 catches for 6 touchdowns, which is pretty nice. And then, everybody else kind of chipped in. Offensive line was awesome. Benji Cato and Lee Claxton were the only people to even allow multiple sacks. And then defensively, I mean, Mario Martinez was in contention for Defensive Player of the Year because he had 78 tackles, 5 for a loss, 4 sacks, 4 picks, 8 deflections, 3 forced fumbles, and also was pretty solid in coverage, allowed less than 50%. So, yeah, I mean, just an all-around star. Frank Finley didn't have 17 interceptions this year, but did have 8. And sacks. Ken Ricks. Wow. That is a big breakout season for Ken Ricks. I moved him in the D-tackle because I was like, hey, if Janoris Hutchinson's got to go, I think I'm pretty confident in Ken Ricks. He goes and does way better than I could have anticipated. 13 sacks from the interior is insane. Michael Griffin, no interceptions, but 14 pass breakups. And we'll see, did they target Frank? They targeted Finley less, but oh boy. I mean, you could argue this is maybe even a better season from Finley, because he didn't have the picks, but he was pretty level in deflections. He had 15 last year, I think, 13 this year. But his completion percentage got all the way down to 46% and only allowed 1 touchdown despite still being the most targeted player. Like, Frank Finley is insane. And Jabari Gordon was also good, under 50%, 388 yards. Everybody below 50%. Andrew Woods, 38%. I mean, dude, everybody was great in coverage this year. So in the NFL, you look and see a couple of guys at the top here, 40 touchdowns. Corey Bird. Oh boy, these Jaguars. Ty Foster wasn't even really that good this season either. Yards, Flacco still at a 5,000. Roland Chapman, 5,000. McNabb at 5,000. Joe Kane. I mean, the reason this dude is just racking up MVPs is because he is more efficient than any quarterback in the league. I mean, the fact that he is able to throw for high 4,000 and even 5,000 yards and throw the ball how many times? 500 plus. Have a basically league-leading completion percentage towards the bottom of the league in interceptions while also throwing 40, 50 touchdowns at his best. And this is just the best quarterback in the league. I mean, look at this dude. 99 power, 99 accuracy, 99 awareness. I mean, he's just perfect, man. He's just everything. He's everything. It's just incredible that the Lions have that type of dude there. And he's got his Super Bowl. He led the league in completion percentage, but he's got his well-deserved Super Bowl. And, you know, I am happy for him that he did get one, even if it was on us. So running the ball, well, yeah, Bo Jackson gets his rushing title. And it wasn't because we force-fed him the ball, the league-leading amount of carries. He was 8th, 9th. He was 9th in carries, but first in yards by 250, basically. And that's also counting the fact that, you know, what was he, top 10? Ozzie was also top 10. We had 2 of the top 10 leading rushers. Bohr led the league in touchdowns. And actually, I mean, this dude was 5.2. Okay, this dude was actually kind of crazy. But in terms of guys who got, you know, the bulk of carries, number 1 in average, number 2 overall at 5.1. Ozzie right behind him at 4.7. So, I mean, great stuff there. Obviously, yards per game. Bo Jackson had a whole 30 yards per game more than the next best running back. I mean, if he played all 16 games, you know, you go on his season average, he's looking at, you know, 17 to 1,800 yards and 23 touchdowns, maybe 22, 23 touchdowns. Maybe that could have won him an MVP. I don't know. Wesley Cross broke off a 96-yarder. Bohr, yeah, most 20-plus yard runs by a mile. I mean, just the best dude ever. Oh my god. Antonio Gates is 38, still putting up crazy seasons. Quentin Surincy, hey, look at him up here. Damon Summers, hey, welcome. What's Damon Summers been up to? He won an MVP, I'm pretty sure, this year. Still been really good. This is just the greatest receiver ever. He's got 19,000 yards and 192 touchdowns. And how old is he? He's 31. He's still got a few years left if he wants. Oh my goodness, man. Incredible. Defensively, we go with a second in sacks was Ken Ricks. Corey Simon was number 1. Interceptions, Frank Finley was second. Deflections, Frank Finley was also up there with Michael Griffin. We got a couple of guys with 5 forced fumbles. Mr. Wright, so he won Defensive Player of the Year. I loved Mr. Wright because his name is Mr. for one, but he's just kind of been floating around as a really nice player. Like, look at the season he had in Houston. 12 tackles for loss, 7 sacks, 3 picks. But he won it this year with 134 tackles, 6 for a loss, 1 sack, but 4 picks, 8 deflections, 5 forced fumbles, 4 fumble recoveries, and was pretty solid in coverage. I don't know if I'd call that a Defensive Player of the Year, but he was really good. There's a real chance we end up playing a certain somebody in a familiar matchup. We'll see if it ends up happening as we go through the weekend. All right. You will see the results say... Whoa, the Colts. Yeah, we're playing the Colts. After all these years, we are playing the Colts once more. Falcons beat the Vikings. Cowboys beat the Rams. Browns, 2-point loss to the Chargers. So it's going to be Chargers versus Ravens. Us versus Colts. Cowboys. It'll be Cowboys, Lions, Giants, Falcons. It's familiar times here. 28-20 your score. And it has been a big day for Bo Jackson, who is running it well. He's a little tired, but it's all right. We got ourselves a close one here. So we're set up at the Indy 35, already up by 8 in the 4th quarter as we will go under center. Gus and a fully healthy Titans team, crucially. It's going to go play action, and Gus throw it outside, and it's caught along the sidelines, and a first down. Having two 1,000-yard rushers, both of them being healthy, is awesome to see. For the first time in like any series I've done in this game, either one of them, Ozzie Jones is going to get two, but two 1,000-yard rushers is just insane. Now, why do anything other than just lean on them? I mean, Ozzie's, been good today as well, but Bohr has had some really big games, especially against the Colts. When he has played the Colts, he has terrorized them multiple times, just like that. Touchdown, Bohr Jackson. Just turning that play into a score. Unbelievable. As Anthony Gonzalez at least has still been a high-level producing wide receiver. 7 minutes to play as they motion out the back. And Foster to the air. We got a free man in! And almost picked off Mario Martinez in coverage. I was hyping up, actually, Frank Gore. Well, a 35-year-old Frank Gore is, not doing too well. He's out 7 to 9 weeks, so he's not going to be playing here. He actually had a pretty nice season for Indy. 4 yards a carry is pretty cool for a 35-year-old back. So, they're down actually to their backups, which, mostly healthy teams here. We're fully healthy. They got one injury, and it's a washed-up Frank Gore as Foster in the flats hits the backup running back, and going down, and it's a first. That's a really unfortunate conversion to allow. I think Martinez got stiff-armed somehow on the start of that play. I don't even know. We're up by 15, waiting for a potential AFC title game as Martinez gets in there with another and makes it a 1-yard loss. We'll say it's kind of interesting. I feel like we've had more battles in the divisional round than the conference championship sometimes. We'll have some wars in the divisional round, but like last year, we smacked the Chiefs last year in the conference championship, and a sack comes in. But we have, I think, multiple blowouts in conference championship games. But then we go through battles in the divisional round. Sidney May with the sack. And it just feels like whoever we've kind of rotated in at these DN spots have been able to produce for us post Tamba Hali, Sidney May. Walt Daniels is on a contract season. We moved Ricks inside. He had a breakout year. And another sack! You just can't do anything against this pass rush now. 4th and 21. And I don't even, they're gonna punt it away. It was Brody Fisher, the dime corner, with the sack, as they'll punt, and we'll have a return and 35. 6 minutes on the clock and a 2-score lead. I think if we get a 3-score lead here, I don't see how we're gonna be able to lose this one, as Jackson does a whole lot and he gets 5. Go 2nd down and 5. Ozzie checks in. He'll take a carry. And Jones, I seen a missed block there, which he did shed the tackle, but not a second, just 2 yards. We don't really bust this out anymore, but how about right now? This wouldn't be a bad time. 3rd down and 3, the heavy package with Bohr and Ozzie in the backfield. And it's going to be a direct snap to Bohr. And Jackson is breaking a tackle. 1st down. Jackson not going down, up for his contact, will take 8. And the Colts just have no answers right now for the ground game. How about a little play action as Gus throw it over the middle, Torrey Edwards! After his 3rd 1,000-yard season, coming up big here to the Indy 27. I just really have no fear right now playing against this Colts team. We've played the best version of what the Colts have had to offer many years ago, and I feel like this is just not the same iteration. And we have grown to, start to dominate that series between them. Here's Caden Reed, the little tight end. And it'll take 21 more to the 6-yard line. This might be all over with another score. Let's get out of here. Let's get a short game here. Let's peace out of here. Bohr Jackson under center. And we'll go with a handoff. Jackson. That's actually not a good job from him. He probably could have had a touchdown pretty easily there if he wanted to. We're not sweating it, though. Just 3.5 to play. And as long as we don't turn the ball over here, we'll be all right. As we'll send Bohr out in motion. Don't usually put Bohr out there. Let's see. As Gus goes to try to get it to Bohr. I don't think that was necessary. Regardless, though, you know, touchdown or not, field goal should be pretty obtainable. 3rd down, Ozzie in the backfield. Colts stacking that D-line. Gus play action. And floating into the end zone. I think he got disrupted there on that throw. That's okay. Just hit the chip shot field goal, and we'll be all good. As the kick from, what is it, just 22, 23 yards out is up and good. That is an 18-point lead in the divisional round. So we'll be out of here with a win pretty easily. You know, maybe I'm disrespecting the Colts a little bit, not giving them the chance to come back. I don't think it's going to happen. We'll look. Already a penalty. Gonzalez for 20. Bernard Berrien at wide receiver as well. So they are moving it a little bit, but 2-minute warning, a minute to go, touchdown. But that's with just 53 seconds to play. We recover the onside kick. And yeah, that's game. Even though they scored a touchdown, it just wasn't going to be enough. Running it with Bohr, got the 1st down, and we can kneel it out. We'll move on to the AFC title game once again. As Gordon, up pretty satisfied with that. No touchdowns, but no picks. Didn't do anything silly because we were allowed to just run it for 5 touchdowns. Ozzie Jones, 70 yards and a score, and Bohr Jackson with 174 yards and 4 scores, a 57-yard run. Just incredible. Just like I said, he just turns into a completely different player when we get into the playoffs, where he is mostly healthy. You know, I know he kind of got banged up a little bit last year in the playoffs, but he's mostly healthy in the playoffs. And then on top of that, just runs like an animal, man. We'll see who we're playing in the conference championship. Will it be another matchup against the Ravens, or will it be the Chargers? After, you know, the Chargers, you know, when they lost to LaDainian and Phillip Rivers and all of them, kind of, you know, took a couple of years to go rebuild themselves, but no, it will not be them. The Ravens dominate. The Lions are headed to the conference title game, the Giants. So if we make the Super Bowl, we're guaranteed to face somebody that we've already faced. We faced the Lions 3 times, and we faced the Giants once in our other Super Bowl. It's really interesting how these teams just continue to stay at the top. Hey guys, this ain't good. We're kind of getting smacked right now in the AFC title game. 34-17 is your score, and we have the ball. At least there's that, but Gus, I haven't noticed him playing a good game. I noticed at least 2 interceptions. Is it more? No. We've thrown it a lot, but 2 picks, no touchdowns. Run game, Bohr's been fine. We've just been kind of in a lot of bad spots. And the Ravens, who, again, perennially, like, the runner-ups, are trying to not be the runner-ups after, you know, having another battle with them the previous seasons and everything that we have gone through with this Ravens team. We got Keaton Reed, and Gus misses him. I'm having some real thoughts about Gus. We'll see how this game ends. But this is a little rough right now. So we'll let it play out. But Gus is not making me super confident, super happy right now. As we'll drop back and throw 2nd down and 10. Gus, deep ball. Walker, incomplete. 3rd down and 10. We really need a conversion here. Like, is that a penalty? Oh, man. All right, false start. I was about to say, like, you know, 10 yards to go. Maybe you get us 7 or 8 yards. I would go for it on 4th down. A little bit different now. Do we dare say 4 down territory if it's like a 4th and 7? I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll go with a motion and put Bird to the left. Gus, come on, give us a big play. He'll go Walker. Camion Walker, first down. That's just enough. First and 10, new set of downs. We'll go play action. A lot of throwing is what we're going to need to do. And a deep ball! It's tipped! Almost picked. Gus, I mean, like, there was a lot of opportunity on that play, and you just threw it right to a safety. Got away with it. Don't think you'll get away with it again. As he'll throw down the middle, and upended is Kirk. It's a tough one to make. 3rd down and 10. Definitely going to say 4-down territory. Please give us at least a chance on 4th. Don't make it a 4th and 10. Get the first down here. That'd be real nice. He'll go for Walker. Picked off. Picked. And the Ravens will take it to the 32. They're right at the sitting defender. And yeah, they want me to bench him. It's we'll talk about it if we do end up losing this one. There definitely is going to be a conversation, man. I'm saying if we lose this one, I mean, we're down 17. The Ravens might finally do it. You know, we've been kind of like the final boss for some of these teams. The Lions, the Ravens, and the Lions got theirs. The Ravens maybe will get theirs. The Bills never did. The Chiefs never have. A couple of these other teams that we have perennially had dominance over kind of just haven't gotten their one. Maybe we're, you know, a little too old, a little bit more vulnerable. Camion Walker has played at a high level, but not the best in the league type of top 5 level. I mean, Damon Summers has been like the best in the league, but Camion Walker's been like a perennial top 5. Now maybe he's not top 5. He's maybe just top 10, which is, you know, a big difference. And Bohr was healthy this year, and Bohr was great. Bohr, no problem. That's not the issue, but the quarterback play. Augustus Gordon's career has not gone the way that I had thought it would, especially after the first 2 years and how that was going. Like, after the first 2 years, I thought we had, you know, a future potential MVP on our hands. I thought we had a dude, and he's just kind of been there. He's been a quarterback, but not great, not bad, more just kind of falling in the line of what Vince Young was, just bit better of a thrower, a bit worse of a runner. Like, he's still better than Vince Young, no doubts there, I think. It's just not great, though. Like, not as good as it could be given what you have to work with. That's another part of it. It's like you have, you know, 2 1,000-yard receivers, and Kirk is a great number 3. You have 2 1,000-yard running backs, the best offensive line in the league, a nice tight end. You got everything. There is not a single weakness on the offense, and it's like, you have a lot to work with. We do eventually stop the Ravens, hold to a field goal, so it's still a 3-score game. I suppose it's not 100% over, but it's not looking good. I would say if we don't score a touchdown on this drive, it's probably wraps on this one. We'll at least play it out and see as Gus throwing off his back foot and caught Kirk. Take 21 on the play, and we're probably going to need to initiate some quick fire offense, some hurry up, downfield throwing pretty quickly. Get these plays in fast. We're not at the point where we can like full on hurry up, but I guess if we maybe score within the next minute, it's again possible. As he'll throw deep ball 1-on-1, and it's incomplete. Trying to make it to our 5th Super Bowl in 11 years, like objectively, even like this is gonna be, you know, going down as like a success. You know, I don't think we've winning 3 Super Bowls, making it to 4 is like underwhelming, but you really could sit here and say with the 15-1 season, kind of being far and away the best team performance-wise in the regular season, first round bye, kind of dominating in the divisional round, that this is just kind of a bit of an out of nowhere one. But the way we had been playing, I would have guessed that it'd go the other way. Like I said, we had kind of dominated some conference championship games, and it's just not going our way right now. But maybe we could keep it moving and make it happen. We're in the red zone. I said if we could score before the 5-minute mark, maybe there was a chance. I would imagine we're probably going to need an onside kick at some point. We have the timeouts to get a stop, but we need multiple. As Gus flats! Oh, That would have been the game. Almost just threw a pick six right there. Oh boy. All right. 18 yards away. Do we have it? Come on, Gus. Don't put it into harm's way. Put it up for Cammy, and if you're going to put it up for somebody, though. It takes the snap. Spread in the field. Edwards picked off. In the end zone, picked off. That'll do it. I don't think it's going to happen. Down 20 points with 5 minutes to play and a 4th interception from Gus. I mean, we'll sim it out. Flacco moving the ball. Looks like the Ravens are finally going to get to a Super Bowl. And yep, Flacco for a touchdown. The defense wasn't playing good either today. Just a collective, like, not good performance here. But the offense was really the bigger issue with... Okay, not even really the offense. The quarterback with 4 interceptions was the big issue. The Ravens played well. The Ravens are a good team. I mean, historically, we have beaten the Ravens, you know, a handful of times in the playoffs. I guess it's only fair that they finally get one on us. Like, running game was fine. Bohr was cool, but, like, we just were in so many holes. We had to throw it. They forced us to throw, and it didn't work. That's just good from the Ravens. And they also didn't turn the ball over. You know, you lose the turnover differential. It's a -4 on our end. Yeah, that's gonna be how it goes. So I'm kind of here if it's the Ravens-Lions. I kind of want the Lions to win. And the Lions could go back-to-back, which would be pretty cool. Will it be, though? Let's see. Will it be the Giants? McNabb. It will be the Giants. So we beat the Giants in a Super Bowl a few years back. And McNabb at 42 has just been chasing this ring. What happened here? Joe Kane, 3 picks, 3 touchdowns, though. Cross, 3.5 a carry. The matchup of the 2 best teams in the conference, and it was a good one. Oh, I see at the bottom. Okay, yeah, it popped up. John Gruden was on the Giants. He quit. John Gruden is such a loser in this game, man. Oh my goodness. Ravens win the Super Bowl. Ravens finally get their ring. 2 teams now have kind of gotten their one on us. The Lions last year, the Ravens this year. We're being benevolent now. All right, well, we are going to have 4 years left after this. And I think with these 4 years to try to set us up to try to win another ring, I think I would like to potentially shake things up a little bit. We're getting older. We need to create maybe a bit better of an advantage somewhere else. I mean, our cap situation is 12 million in penalties, 16 million. So here's our free agents. Ozzie, Barksdale, Walt Daniels. Ozzie, I mean, he's cool and all, but, like, he could probably just go 33. Just don't know if we can really afford to keep him. Barksdale is fine. Barksdale, like, that is such a non-loss for us. He didn't even really play. Like, he's a high overall, but, like, that's whatever. And Walt Daniels is a cool player. I like him. He's just, again, like a replaceable player. The only player that's, like, hard to replace here is Ozzie. I could tag him. 9 million, though, is a lot. 93 overall, 33 years old. 33 for Ozzie. I'll tag him for now. I'd rather have that control at least. He's been kind of on the bubble of being, like, moved on for a while. We'll keep him for now, because that puts us pretty low, 7 million. But I have thought, I guess the big conversation is going to be Gus. And on his final year, what does this look like? It's doable. We could do it. We could do it. The thing is should we get rid of him and roll with Terrence Christensen, who's also on the final year of his deal, but he is a restricted free agent. So he would be a bit different. I think there maybe is a world where I could take a risk. I'm thinking, because here's the deal. If I play Christensen next season, like say we trade Gordon and then we play Christensen, Christensen is going to get up to that 90 something overall. He's going to get there, which would put us right back in the same situation of we would need to pay him. But Gus right now is tied for the highest paid quarterback in the league.
Our Senior All-Star Game update. The national championship has been decided as Oregon has won another national title. Senior All-Star Game practices lasted all week, and here are some things I noticed. Illinois' Cedric Lewis looked good in individual drills, drawing plenty of praise from the coaching staff. Will Moore did not fare as well, struggling in one-on-one drills. As far as the game went, Toby Givens was named MVP after throwing 4 touchdown passes. That has to help his stock in the upcoming draft.
Frank Finley, restricted free agency decision. They want me to not tender him? I want to tender him. This is a player where it's like, yeah, you're going to have to give me like a... Or I could actually... If I wanted to give him a low tender and then like match the contract offer, I guess I could try to match a contract offer and pay him now. Because, like, he's worth whatever he wants. He's incredible. Or I could just get, like, him for $2 million. Maybe he gets to a higher overall. And then I maybe have to pay him even more next year. I'll just go with the cost control now. I'll just get the $2 million here. The Sydney May tender as well. I'll slap a round 2 on him. I don't know if he's gonna be kept, but it's a nice price for him and easy to trade him if we want to.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's the buzz from the NFL Combine. Illinois running back Cedric Lewis impressed everybody this week, putting up 225 pounds 27 times. He showed scouts that he's not only fast, but he's very strong too. UCLA's Kobe Walker, likely the first tackle taken, put up an impressive 35 reps of 225 pounds and ran a 5.07.40, but he appeared a bit out of shape and stiff. Even so, he's still a near lock to go in the top 10. Stanley Livingston helped his draft stock in some scouts' eyes, taking part in every agility drill, even running one twice when he was asked to. His 4.57.40 was a bit slower than expected, and that could hurt him in the long run, but the fact that he was so willing to take part in all these drills has to help.
I'm Todd McShay, and this is the draft preview. I've broken down the film, studied the board, and I've got Kobe Walker as the #1 overall prospect. He's joined in the top 10 by Cedric Lewis, Stanley Livingston, and Marcus Manuel. Also, if you're looking for a sleeper, look no further than Major Charles. He's a kid with a lot of physical talent, and I think he could be special 3 or 4 years from now. I'll be back later with more on the draft.
So, we do need to get rid of Michael Griffin. Nobody wants to trade for him right now. I think the players that you're looking at trading, Gus, is there even an offer? There's not, but that would be interesting. Is there an offer for Ozzie? There is not right now, these guys. I think maybe Kirk. Yeah, Kirk. 4th rounder, I would imagine, maybe. A second? Second and a 5th. All right. That's not bad. We already have a couple of seconds. We don't need to do that. If you want to talk about of value, Darius McKenzie. I'm pretty sure just won Rookie of the Year for the Jets. Now, it wasn't like a crazy Rookie of the Year season, but he's so cheap, and he's on a longer-term contract. So, this could be like a good trade for... I mean, he's 6 foot, 88 speed, so he's not overly fast. This does feel like a kind of cashing in on a season in which he didn't really deserve Rookie of the Year, if I'm being honest. Like, and he's not that crazy of a player. Like, if you look, he had 700 yards and 6 touchdowns. It's a nice rookie season, but, like, you're not sitting there saying, oh, that's rookie of the year right there. I mean, 3 years, 500K. I think if we, like, I am happy to downgrade, like, overall wise with Kirk to get significantly younger and free up $2 million. Like, Kirk at a 5th, that's fine. Like, again, Kirk is 31 years old, regressing. Kirk a 6th and a 7th? Yeah. I mean, I know it's a downgrade in overall, but it's the money. It's the money that's big. You ever wonder why the Panthers are so perpetually bad? They also just have no luck on their side. Their big draft pick last year was Mike Mayweather. The poor dude immediately walked in and blew his knee out. He immediately walked in and blew his knee out. The poor guy is already, like, on the ropes in his first year. And he's got, like, no injury. I'm looking for a running back, honestly. Just somebody to kind of, you know, not be $9 million. $9 million, to put into perspective, is it's pretty up there. I think the move we want to make right now, just for some flexibility, I think we'll just cut Ozzy. I just don't think we need to invest this much money into a running back. He's the 3rd highest paid running back in the league this year. We just don't need to do that. He's still, at the end of the day, the number 2 back on our team. And I feel like I can replace him. At this point in his career, I think he's replaceable. So we're going to cut him now. Frank Finley, wow. They're actually... Wow. The Jaguars are going to give us a 1st-round pick for Frank Finley if we don't match this. I didn't think we would have to be here. A 1st-round pick is crazy. Wait. A 1st-rounder as in, like, the as in the 7th pick in they would spend it on a corner. I guess that makes sense. You know, just trade for the defensive player of the year. That's crazy. The Jaguars are willing to give us the 7th pick in the draft straight up for Frank Finley to sign him. I mean, man, Frank Finley's good. He's really good. So I'm gonna match the offer. That's a crazy... The 7th pick in the draft for Frank Finley is wild. $6 million for him, though, is also pretty dang good price. We need to get rid of Foley. But, man, that's an enticing one. Marcus Jackson. So, Sidney May. Jags again? Jags, are you good? They just want somebody on our team. So we'd get a 2nd-round pick. We'd get a high 2nd-round pick. I think I'm going to let this one go. Sidney May is cool, but finding a 90 potential D-end hasn't been difficult for us. And paying him, you know, what would total out to be a little over $5 million on average per year, that's just, like, the reason we're able to have some of the players we have is because we don't give out contracts like that to those players that aren't special. Like, Frank Finley, I gave it to him because Frank Finley is special. Frank Finley is crazy. Went from Rookie of the Year to Defensive Player of the Year to just perennial elite, one of the best corners in the league. You hand that contract out, even if it costs you a lot, and you could have had the number 7 pick in the draft. Sidney May, I'm not so much inclined to give. And also, look at our DN situation right now. Walt Daniels we let walk, but Torrey Good we literally just drafted last year, 90 potential. J.R. Nix we drafted like 2 years ago, 90 potential. Like, those guys are not hard to find. Walt Daniels. I like Walt Daniels, but again, too much money to give him for a guy who ultimately is pretty replaceable. 7 million maybe is what it could go up to. 6.3, I'd have to go to 6.5. That'd be the rest of our money. I don't need to do that. Again, the DNs are fairly replaceable. Out another opportunity to match. This one obviously is a no. Corey Moore, I just slapped a 4th round tender on him. That was like the lowest I could give him. Yeah, I mean, if you want a 4th-round pick for my backup guard, sure, take him.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and this is another draft update. UCLA held its pro day recently, and it looked like most of the NFL teams had scouts in attendance. No doubt they were there to get one final look at Kobe Walker. Another popular workout was on the campus of the Fighting Illini. Scouts seemed to be impressed with Cedric Lewis's workout the most. I was one of only a handful of spectators on the Eastern Washington campus a short time ago. Those of us that were there were really glad we came, as our impressions of Major Charles were confirmed. He's a major talent.
All right, I will show you the info that I do have. So, obviously, we're not looking for quarterback. Running back is a spot where we could draft a number 2. Cedric Lewis, though, double durability is his top thing, and he's got 89 potential, but he's got really good stats, just not super fast. But 94 trucking with 80 pluses everywhere is like a really high floor player. This dude is actually also like just as good. JJ McCamey is got 91 juke, a little bit more athletic. So, you know, 2 decent running backs. Stanley Livingston, this one I'm pretty sure is just purely down to a schematic thing, because I think my archetype is like moves running back, and, you know, his juke and spin isn't high, but he's got 97 trucking and high ball carrier vision, awareness, strength is 72. He's not fast, but, you know, he's 230 pounds at 6'2", so he's actually a really nice player. Probably going to be, you know, super durable as well. So that's a really nice running back to have if we wanted to go there. I don't know how high he's going to get picked. There was one other guy. This dude right here. No, it was somebody with upside. Yeah, this dude right here. Interesting, because his biggest thing is upside. Wide receiver, we are not in the market for wide receiver, but we do have a info on 90 potential Corey Randolph. And then tight end, we know the best tight end. 89 actually is pretty decent for a number 1 tight end. This dude stinks at left tackle. We don't care about some of these other offensive linemen. 83 potential, 75 potential. It's just maybe not a great offensive line class, which is fine. DNs, we know that this dude is a beast. 92 potential at defensive end. Peter McGee, power moves is his strong suit, and he is crazy good. Wow. I'm interested. 92 potential. Like, the difference between 90 and 92 is pretty, like, decently substantial, I feel like. The next dude over here, 88 potential for this guy. The top DN, 85 for us. I don't see anybody. Oh, and then there's another 90 potential dude down here. Okay, so like I said, a 90 potential is pretty replaceable. Once you get beyond that, though, you start to get pretty decent. Kobe Walker at defensive tackle was one of the draft stories. Yeah, he's amazing. 93 potential. Rest of the D linemen down here are D tackles. Oh, wow. Whoa, who is this guy? 92 potential down here? 96 hit power, too. Ooh, we found ourselves a monster. I was going to say, like, I wouldn't even have minded moving up to try to get Kobe Walker to pair him with the D-tackle we got last year. We don't even need to do that. We could just sit back and take this dude, Torrin Eastwood, out of Northern Colorado. Wow. Insane player. 92 potential down low, like, that far down is pretty insane. Couple of decent outside linebackers. This corner, oh, he's comped to Champ Bailey. Oh my god. It's from Marshall. 82 man, 83 zone. I was gonna say this corner looks amazing. He's comped to D'Angelo Hall, and then I just stumbled upon this dude who's even better. 90 learning's pretty rare as well. That dude's insane. We don't need a corner. 93 potential down here. Oh my goodness. Well, yeah, we can just drop that dude down there if we want to. Yeah, we recoup corners pretty easily. Safety. Kind of a need for us. 88 potential. For this dude at a 78, that might be like a 3rd round pick or something. If he's like a 3rd rounder with 88 potential, that's all right. 89 potential here. See, this dude's more like a 1st to 2nd rounder. So we made it to the NFL draft, and I think one interesting thing, I don't recall seeing Ozzie Jones getting signed. Which would be, yeah, Ozzie didn't get signed. Barksdale didn't get signed either. Ozzy is still just sitting out there, so we could feasibly just bring him back for, like, the cheap cheap. No one wanted to pay him, like, a big contract, because, of course, he's a 93 overall running back. He's asking for, like, big money, but no one wanted to hand him that big extension, or that big deal that would have paid him, probably, like, $7 to $8 million. Like, just no one wanted to give it to him. It's really interesting. We could maybe get him back for $3 to $4 million. So, also, I guess one thing I will show you quickly before we head into the draft. I have a lot of people on the block. There's not going to be, like if Gus doesn't get a trade offer, then it is what it is, and it's just not going to happen. I can't move. I'm not just going to have him sit on the bench. Like, that's the thing. I'm not going to have him just sit on the bench, and I don't want to cut a 96 overall quarterback. That's crazy. I looked at the trade offers for Christensen. It's a second-round pick. Not worth it. It's like a late second, too. Michael Griffin could get traded. All these other cheap kind of low contract, like year or two left players could get moved. Just kind of what pops up for us as we head into the draft. Dolphins with the number 1 overall pick. Where we're looking at on the board, I think the top player I'd be willing to move up for. Like, the corners are good, but they are, 4 and 6. This D end is so good, man, but he's up there at 7. Cedric Lewis and McCamey are 11 and 13, but if I could just sign Ozzie Jones back on a 1-year deal for nothing, like, that just seems like a better option for us. And then the D tackle, we can get all the way down, we can get, like, the late round D tackle. So, like, where's the move here? What's the potential move for us? I don't know. So, first overall pick, what do you got, Dolphins? Cornerback, Brian Carlton. That's interesting. He was good, but he's 25, and the other cornerback we know is comped to Champ Bailey, and he's a 94 potential. So, that dude better have at least, like, 93 potential. Panthers at 2. Their last first-round pick, literally, previous year was Mayweather, one of the top draft stories from last season, blew his knee out immediately in, like, his second or third game, which was unfortunate, and now they get to go again. And they select a wide receiver. They don't. Okay. 11th pick. This is where it starts to drop off value-wise, financially. Like, getting right outside the top 10 is so, like, ideal for me. Quincy Edwards, really? Quincy Edwards is not that special. Like, this is a trade, like, 2 seconds and Quincy Edwards. They want 2 seconds and Ken Ricks. I prefer to keep Ricks. The backup guard. Ricks and Edwards. Ricks is pretty movable, though, if we're going to get that late round D tackle. Michael Griffin. I mean, if I could keep Michael Griffin, like, I haven't found a replacement for him, so, like, I could just say, like, might as well keep him for another year and trade a backup. So, all right, we'll make the move up here, and we'll take the D end. We'll take Peter McGee. We passed up on signing a lot of D ends, I said 90 potential is very replaceable. But once you start getting above 90 potential, it's a lot harder to find. 92, I know 2 overall probably doesn't sound like that big of a difference, but in this game, man, like, 90, 92, then you get to 94. Like, you could see how rare it gets once you get to that, like, it's like a whole different tier of player. So, Peter McGee will be the selection. And he's not a draft story. That's okay. We know he's going to be good. And that's going to solve our D-end kind of rotation we've been rotating through D-ends year after year. It'll kind of stabilize one side of it. We're here at the 30th overall pick. We have no trade options. No trade option stinks. So we have to take somebody here. I mean, like, that's kind of the strat, maybe. Just take... Or I could just take the safety now, who I know is worse, but it's more, like, in line with draft value. So I guess I could just go and get all the players. I have to take somebody here. I don't like that. But this dude might be the best safety left in the draft. To my knowledge, at least. Maybe this dude is really good, but we don't know enough about him. I mean, he's a 71. Maybe we could snag him in the 4th round. This dude's got upside. I mean, but he's also like probably 6th rounder, something like that. 5th rounder, 6th rounder. I mean, I'll just take the. I'll actually do the other strat. I know this defensive tackle is really good. I know that I want him long term. I know that I don't want to deal with him as a restricted free agent. I know that this is way too high to be drafting him. But value-wise, he's going to be worth a 5-year, $20 million contract. And he's not even going to ask for that. He's going to ask for less than that. This is kind of silly, kind of dumb, but, like, I'm going to do it. We have to take somebody. I'll take the best player I know and make sure I cannot have to deal with him as, like a restricted free agent. And then we have a trade down here. We have a trade down here. I would like to trade down now because we also have another second. Is it the last second on our board? Is it like the 60-something pick? Yeah, 62nd, and then we have the 65th. So this one's definitely getting traded down, preferably for a second next year. Patriots, they're good, so it'd be a late second. Hey, Dolphins, you want to run it back? You gave me the 33rd pick by doing that. Yeah, run it back. Run it back, Miami. You lost Marcus Jackson, so that was like your star player. The safety's still here. Okay. The safety that I was considering in the 1st round, where I'm like, I could just take him here. He's still just sitting here in the 3rd round, and I got to take a player. Yeah, I'll take him now. It all worked out fine. I got the safety too. I didn't even really need him that badly. Like, in terms of, like, he's an 88 potential. That's a lot more tolerable to take in the 3rd round. A guy that I know won't be, like, a superstar. Guys, I wanted to sign Ozzy. He just really just didn't give me an option to sign him. Every time I kept looking, he wasn't there. Every time I kept trying to go to free agency, he wouldn't pop up. And then I would finally look, and he's on the Patriots. Not even for, like, you could tell too, because usually when a player's a free agent, it'll be a clean, like, $1 million, $2 million, $3 million for, like, the good players. He signed for $820K. He signed for, like, a minimum to go to the Patriots. Which is really interesting, because the Patriots have Benji Hillman, who's a nice back. But, you know, he's in New England now, so salute to you, I suppose. Have fun in New England. Alright, well, in trying to find the piece for a running back, I've stumbled, I guess, upon the guy who just had his knee explode, and Mike Mayweather. Of all the options, he's the most reasonable get for us. So I want to try. This is the best I can do. And we do get it done. So it's really unfortunate the Panthers just had their guy immediately just get obliterated. He's not too expensive relative to his draft status, and we were able to do that without getting rid of anybody important. So Mayweather has 92 potential. He's amazing. And he's going to get paid 4.6. So, you know, compare that to what was going to be 8.9 if we kept Ozzy. That extra $4 million plus for a younger player on a 4-year deal is going to go a long way. He is coming off an injury, yes, so you could say injury prone, but I mean, he's going to be a fun player, and at the end of the day, if he's only just going to be the number 2 back, fine. You know, we can deal with that. I don't want to rely on Boar Jackson to stay healthy, but he was healthy last year, so, you know, I think we've earned the ability to just be like, we could just make a lot more work. You know, we don't need a superstar. We don't need Ozzy Jones. We just, like, Reggie Beau was really good for this team. I know his overall doesn't look visually good, but whenever Reggie Beau plays, Reggie Beau's good for us. And he's, you know, 4.1, 4.1, 4.7, a career 4.4 yards per carry. You look at that season's worth of stat line there. I mean, like, whenever he plays, he's good for us. So, like, even then, Reggie Beau will be fine. We have Bannister down here, and we also drafted this dude. So, we got a collection of guys, and rather than paying $8 million for, you know, Ozzy to be a backup, let's pay $4 million for Mayweather as, like, a buy low experiment here, and then we have Reggie Bow for another 1 million, and then these guys who are super cheap. I think that's a lot better. But I said we weren't done because I had been looking and looking and looking. Finally, Augustus Gordon has a trade offer. And it is one that is a lot higher than everybody else's offer. A second and a sixth from the Vikings, a fourth and a fifth from the Giants. McNabb presumably did retire at 42, so makes sense. And we presume also Ben Roethlisberger must have retired because the Steelers are willing to offer us a haul, a first and a third for Augustus Gordon on an expiring deal, presumably to give him an extension. That's a pretty big price. Doing that means we turn things over to Terrence Christensen. I think this would be a more proactive move for us to do. Is it crazy to trade your 96 overall quarterback? Yes, but when your 96 overall quarterback has not really been living up to what you hoped he could be after his first 2 years, you look at the first 2 years and it's like, man, that's awesome. Like, he looked like he was going to be a legit player. And look at this season, man. This year, 2 year, like, I know the stats weren't as good, like, cumulatively, but, like, this 2015 season had me thinking this dude could be, like, an MVP, man. 106 passer rating, 8.3 in attempts, 71 completion percentage. Unbelievable. And then it dropped off 62, 62, 61. 1 year is a, you know, maybe an anomaly. The second year he got hurt a little bit. You could say, coincidence. 3 years in a row, maybe this was just this has now become the outlier. And this is unrealistic to expect. 71 completion percentage leads the league by a comfortable margin. But, you know, it's not about just the completion percentage. It's the yards per attempt going way, way down. It's the yards per game going, you know, from 230, 250 to 211. And the interceptions going from 15 and 10 to 22 and 19 in the full seasons. And then even this one, where he only played a, you know, majority, but not all of the season, 14 and 13. So you turn things over potentially to Terrence Christensen, who is on a, you know, 1 year deal. He's going to be a restricted free agent, so there's every chance we're going to have to pay him. But he's been, when he's played, this is not enough of a sample size to give us, like, anything, you know, like, concrete. But we know he can have 96 accuracy, 96 power, 94 awareness. You compare that to Augustus, and he has 97, 94, 98. So the accuracy will be up by 2. The power would be down by 1. I don't know, man. I don't know. The injury is also an 81. I guess, is our boy over here injury prone? No, he's more durable as well. 2 years younger. Also, wait, I just realized, how are they both wearing the same jersey now? How have I not noticed this? They wear the same jersey number. I actually have never noticed that until now. They wear the same jersey number. That's crazy. There can only be one number 2 on this team. I think after some rough times, you know, we don't want to play scared. If Augustus isn't getting it done, I don't think really historically he's ever been like a crazy playoff performer, despite winning 2 Super Bowls. I don't think I ever sat here and be like, man, he's been so great in the playoffs. So when it comes down to it, first and a third. Is it possible to get a first and second? I want to see first and second. Is that? Yeah. All right. First and third. Let's do it. Let's go for the big plunge. A crazy trade. Trading my 96 overall quarterback. But we have done it. We got a bonus first. And we're not done making moves, I would imagine. So we have 2 first. Ooh. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. That changes things. you couldn't see what those first round picks were from. That is the Dolphins' first round pick. As in the team that just picked number 1 in the draft. So the Steelers somehow acquired the Dolphins first. I'm pretty sure that's because the Dolphins, I think, traded up into the first round in this year's draft with the Steelers, gave them their first for next year, which is now going to be this upcoming season. And the Steelers are like, hey, that team just stunk. We could turn that into a potential franchise quarterback. We have now the Dolphins first, second, and third next year. That is crazy. So the Steelers traded their first round pick, which was like not terribly high, I don't think, for a first and a third from the Dolphins, and then turn that first and a third into Augustus Gordon. That's actually pretty good stuff from the Steelers. That's actually really interesting stuff from the Steelers. All right. That gives me a lot more excitement because this pick now has nothing to do with Augustus Gordon. Augustus Gordon could go and win MVP this year. It has nothing to do with this draft pick. It is the Dolphins pick. Time to get into the player potentials. It's actually been a little bit of better than I thought with 2 particular players, which is really interesting. So, Don Floyd, one of the safeties, 80 overall, but 84 potential. Guard, we knew he was 88, that's fine. 88 potential. Running back, which is cool. Amarius Dunbar at free safety is an 82 day 1, 88 potential. Guard, 89 potential. A 7th round wide receiver we took actually has 89 potential, so he'll be, like our number 5 receiver. Pretty cool there. Raleigh Millard. So this was the 93 potential corner I took. I moved him to safety just because we already have Finley, Gordon, still for now at least, Foley, and then we also had another guy, I think we had another player who's also pretty good. So it's I just wanted to see what he could be at safety for us with 98 speed, 97 zone. Now the thing is his tackling isn't going to be great. It can go up to 78 though, which you can get away with 78. And his pursuit can be 96. Also 78 catching as well. 93 play rec, 97 awareness. This could be the long-term Michael Griffin replacement. And that's a lot better than being the number 3 corner at best on this team, in a team that doesn't run a lot of nickel formation. So, I think this would be, even though the potential's a little bit lower, this is a higher upside outcome for him to be valuable on this team. Next, I said it was hard to find above 90 potential ends, and I found a 90 potential end in Devin Kirby. Turns out he actually does have 92 potential. You might be thinking, wow, man, you really didn't need to take that 92 potential end in the first round. We'll get to that. Devin Kirby, though, has 79 potential power moves with 95 finesse moves, 90 tackling, 87 hit power, 96 block shot, 95 pursuit, 94 play rec, 91 awareness, 94 strike with 76 speed, 78 excel, and 88 learning currently, but could be 93. On top of that, we have the defensive tackle, Torrin Eastwood, 92 potential, 83 overall day 1. He'll not be a pass rusher. He's got up to 75 power move, 51 finesse move, but 94 tackling, 96 hit power, 85 block shed, 91 pursuit, 95 play rec, 93 awareness, 94 strength with 70 speed, 74 excel, 70 agility. So pretty good movement ability for a big man at 300 pounds, and up to 98 learning. So the big thing is, Peter McGee, he doesn't have 92 potential. He has 94 potential. Both the DNs were 2 lower than what they actually were, so they're even better than I thought. Their profile was 2 lower. But both of them are actually a tier better. Peter McGee has 95 potential power moves with 93 finesse, 90 tackling, 95 hit power, 90 block shed, 93 pursuit, 94 play rec, 95 awareness, 91 strength, with 76 speed, 75 excel, 79 awareness, durable, learning could be up to a 99. He is 6'5", 285. It looks to be an absolute monster, worth every penny that we paid. And my goodness, he could be special. We'll have a new quarterback, Terrence Christensen. 97 potential. This is his shot to prove that he was worth moving on from Augustus and full committing to the random 6th round quarterback. For Jackson will be with Mike Mayweather, and we'll also have Reggie Bowe. at the third back spot with 2 other randoms there. Kyle Nunn will have Cameo Walker, Torrey Edwards, and Darius McKenzie will be the third receiver because Travis Bird is on an expiring deal, whereas McKenzie is fully locked up as the number 3. Might as well just try to make him the 3 and not worry about, like, you know, having to re-sign Bird. I was trying to trade Bird a lot, like, couldn't find an offer that I ultimately liked, but Keaton Reed, with their offensive line is still Claxton, Boston, Emmanuel Onken, and Benji Cato. At D end, I will have, of course, our first round pick, Peter McGee, starting. And then on the other side, we're going to have Kirby start. He's a 92 potential. We're going to let him be the guy at D tackle. I actually think I'm at the point where Ricks will be the 1, and I'll put Eastwood at 2. Kel Carson's skill set is the least interesting. And Ricks, I know he's like the most difficult player to like figure out because he's on the expiring deal, whereas these 2 guys are locked up for a couple of years. I think Carson has 4 years, Eastwood has 5, so it'd be easy to just roll with these 2 for the next 4 years, whereas this dude's going to be a restricted free agent and probably want a contract extension. But man, he's so good. 13 sacks last year. Just, it's hard not, he's too good to keep off the field. And then we'll have Freddie Bates, Mario Martinez, I guess Jeff Kimball, whoever this dude is here, Abdul Ross, Jabari Gordon, Frank Finley, Rick Foley, Brody Fisher, and then at safety, Michael Griffin will be here for now. He does stick around because we were able to afford to keep him at Andrew Woods. We found ourselves at the end of the season, and look at that point differential. Somehow, again, we lost our first game and then won the next 15. And I think it's just kind of funny, like, we go 15 and 1 a lot. Like, I think this is like our 4th or 5th time going 15 and 1. But look at that point differential, man. There was a season in which, like, a few years back where we allowed, like, I think it was 10.5 points a game. This even beats that season. This is basically right at, this is, what, 10.1 points per game? So, you look at the NFL, we ran away with things in the AFC. Chiefs get the number 2 seed. Colts, Ravens, Bills, Browns. A 10-6 Steelers team. So, Augustus Gordon on the Steelers went 10-6 and did not make the playoffs. The Chargers, who were also, you know, a deep playoff team, 10-6, missing the playoffs. And the Dolphins, we're going to have a good pick, too. We got the Dolphins first rounder, and it is going to be, what, the 4th pick in total? I don't think anybody else. Yeah, we're going to have the 4th pick in the draft. That's crazy. So we traded Augustus Gordon for the 4th pick in the draft. The Dolphins, what are you doing, man? They gave their pick to the Steelers, and the Steelers gave it to us. I don't know if the Steelers are happy with that. They missed the playoffs, but they went 10-6. 10-6 in the NFC would have been enough for the number 2 seed, potentially. So, Cowboys, Niners, Lions, Seahawks, Vikings, and the Falcons snuck in at 8-8, winning the division, which is pretty ugly. I mean, it's the usual suspects here, though. So, you know, nothing so surprising, I think. So this was a weird year with the awards, based on what I think is going to be the situation here. We win Coach of the Year. Defensive Rookie, Jets. Offensive Rookie, 94 QB on the Bengals. Defensive Player of the Year goes to a Raider linebacker. Offensive Player of the Year. It's a familiar name, huh? Antrell Tillman. And then the MVP. Remember when we made that weird trade with the Seahawks? And they, like, we scammed them out of the pick, and I just threw them a bunch of junk, what I felt like was for a first-round pick? Well, in that trade was Antrell Tillman. I think this is one of the most Mickey Mouse garbage MVPs ever. I don't think he deserved MVP in the slightest. He had 500 yards, 13 touchdowns on 2.6 a carry. He won it because he had a lot of receiving yards, but even still, all-purpose, 1,900 yards. Maybe we'll round up, it's 10 yards off. We'll say 2,000 all-purpose yards and 22 touchdowns. That's not, like, I mean, he averaged 2.6 a carry. Like, that's bad. So, like, yeah, he won MVP, but, like, come on. We're not. We're fine. Like, this is not a real MVP. This is like the worst one we have had. I don't think he deserved it in the slightest. That's not even me just trying to discount him. I mean, a guy like Wesley Cross has done this like every year basically, and he's only ever won Offensive Player of the Year. He's never won MVP. Like Wesley Cross gets 2,000 all-purpose and 20+ touchdowns literally every year and never gets MVP. So I don't know why he got it. I really don't. I guess we'll see the rest of the league and see if anybody just, it was a weak year. But I think the big question is how did Terrence Christensen do? Well, I'm actually pretty satisfied with this. I got the passer rating up to a 98.3. I basically just tasked him with, hey, you don't need to be a superstar. You don't need to be the playmaker. You don't need to be special. Just don't be a hindrance to the team. Don't throw 20 interceptions. Don't be a problem. 26 touchdowns to 11 picks, 3,300 yards, 7.7 yards per attempt, and a 65% completion percentage. So when you're comparing that to Augustus Gordon, who's been at 61, 62%, get the completion percentage up. The yards per attempt got up by, close to half a yard. And the touchdown to interception ratio improved pretty tremendously, not throwing 20 interceptions. This looked a lot closer to what Augustus Gordon's second year was like. A bit worse, but a year in which I thought we were going to have a great quarterback and somebody that can, be a perennial Pro Bowler and lead us to the promised land more times than he ended up doing, because there were times where even though he won 2 Super Bowls, he threw 4 picks in the playoff game against the Ravens and never really was great in the playoffs. I kind of, defended it because it's like, all is fine when you win in the end. But when we stopped winning the Super Bowls the last 2 years, we can look and say, well, why didn't we? And, well, it was Augustus. That was a big reason why. I think Terrence Christensen, at a 94 overall now, I don't know if he's going to really be a hindrance to us. We'll see once we get into playoff ball. But running the ball, Boar Jackson, pretty healthy. Pretty healthy. Like, he was here. And he missed a couple of games, again, but it was pretty healthy for us, and that's awesome. Again, I'm a little disappointed that it took him till he was 31, 32 years old to be healthy, because this is far from what we could have expected. I genuinely believe, you bookend these years here, this being a healthy year, this being a healthy year, and then his prime being non-existent. I really do think he could have been like a 2,000-yard rusher. I do think he could have been, maybe challenging for a touchdown record. He's still good, though. He's still one of the best running backs in the league. But he's 32, which is obviously a little unfortunate. But still 1,300 yards, 14 touchdowns, 4.7 a carry. 3 fumbles, but he did rip off 4 chunk runs, which we'll take. And again, not really a receiving threat. It's impressive how he gets 8 or 9 catches like every year. But, yeah, not a receiving threat. The injuries actually went towards Mike Mayweather, who, yeah, I mean, I traded for him because I just wanted another, like, potential boomer bust running back. Maybe if everything goes well, he develops well, sits behind Boar, takes over afterwards, and, if that all pans out, cool. If not, we took a swing. We had a bunch of draft picks and a bunch of players and assets to trade. It's not really a significant loss. When he played, he was okay. He just got hurt a little bit. It is what it is. And Reggie Bowe, that's why we have Reggie Bowe as our insurance back. This was his lowest yards per carry season, but still just kind of in general did his thing, typical Reggie Bowe stuff. When he plays, he's pretty effective. When he plays, I'm happy with the results, and I'm not mad at this at all. Reggie Bowe has just been a very steady player on this team. Whenever somebody gets hurt, here he is. Also, Kyle Nunn, 4.6 a carry for Nunn. We'll take that. Receiving, Torrey Edwards did sustain some injuries this season. He missed a couple of games, so he had 700 yards. And Darius McKenzie, brought him in. He had to get bumped up to the number 2 receiver spot a couple of times. And, 800 yards, 7 touchdowns is the number 2/3. I'm happy with that. And Cammy and Walker, just barely got that 100 grabs again. So every year in his career except for one, he has still gotten 100 catches, and his yards per catch actually took a step up after the last 4 years, and he also had double-digit touchdowns for the first time in a little bit. So he's still getting it done at 33 years old. Keaton Reed with 27 catches, and then everybody else just kind of chipped in a little bit. Sacks allowed, Onken 3, everybody else with 2. Fine. So, not going to be an issue there. Offensive line has just never been really an issue. How about this, though? Peter McGee as a rookie. Double-digit sacks for our end, who has 94 potential. And, yeah, how about a awesome rookie season to get 17 tackles for loss, 10 sacks, forced fumble recovery. That's what we wanted to see. We've been looking for that, consistent, great pass rusher. Ricks took a step back in his second season. We did, out and out start him. He upped his tackles for loss. He even got an interception somehow. But sacks went from 13 to 6. Still a Pro Bowl player. Still really good. Devin Kirby as well. Don't want to overlook him as the other rookie end. 8 sacks. Abdul Ross had 6. Freddie Bates 5. Torrin Eastwood as our other D tackle had 5. So 3 rookies on the D line getting a combined 23 sacks. Mario Martinez with 4, Nix off the bench with 2. Interceptions. Yeah, guys, Frank Finley is, this is not a human being. This season, he came second in Defensive Player of the Year. I'm pretty sure when I was keeping track of it throughout the season because I was like, he's really close. How about 10 interceptions and 22 pass breakups? This is like a prime Champ Bailey season. I'm pretty sure prime Champ Bailey season looked a lot like this. That's insane. And if you think that's crazy, how about this? Targeted 111 times and only allowed 38 catches. Are you serious, man? 34 completion percentage when targeting him. I thought when he grabbed 17 interceptions, I'm like, man, if you're going to get targeted that much, at least give us the ball back and, I can live with this. And then it became this. And then it's this? You're telling me 400 yards on 111 targets? Imagine if a wide receiver got targeted 111 times and only got 400 yards, man. Like, dude, that is insane. This is insane. And he's got 39 interceptions in his first 4 years and 59 pass breakups. This is like the greatest corner ever. Not even to mention Jabari Gordon here. 6 interceptions, 17 pass breakups, having his career high in both. I mean, are you getting both cornerbacks? Oh, it was even better. 74 targets, 22 catches allowed, 29%. 29%. The greatest pass defense ever? Like, real? And then Andrew Woods had 5 picks, which 5 interceptions is tied for his career high. And he had his career high in pass breakups. And he only allowed, again, another career low, 32%. No touchdowns. What? Michael Griffin. I mean, he took a major step back in his pass breakups, but had 4 interceptions. So was he kind of the bad player? I mean, 53% is not great, I guess, but like, no touchdown? Like, if that's the worst player in your secondary, sure. Rick Foley also here. I mean, my goodness, man. Foley was kind of whatever, but I mean, yeah, Michael Griffin was the worst, and that's fine. Like, we can live with that. Frank Finley, amazing. Jabari Gordon, amazing. Andrew Woods, amazing. Look at that, 34, 29, 32. And then Rick Foley, I mean, only 26 targets, so not a big sample size. Freddie Bates, 45%. Mario Martinez, are you kidding me? 36%. Like, it's just generational pass defense. This is, like, the greatest pass defense ever. And like, it's not even, like, beforehand. Remember when we had Nnamdi Asomugha that amazing season? Remember, Jabari Gordon early in his career when we also had Foley next to him as the number 2? I mean, we were a great pass defense, but, like, we didn't get the interceptions. We were not a high turnover team. Now we're getting the picks. We're making plays on the ball, and we're not allowing anything. And Augustus Gordon. Well, this is what he did post Titans. and they let it fly. How about 5,000 yards for Augustus Gordon? But here's the thing. 33 touchdowns is cool. 31 interceptions, a little less cool. And he threw the ball 670 times, which is way more than he ever threw it with us, and it's a career low in completion percentage. So they asked him to do a very different thing, which is just be a gunslinger and just, hey, who cares about picks? Who cares about whatever? Just throw the ball. And he was fine, but just, too many picks for my liking, and, that's kind of what ultimately drove him away. I mean, oh my... Oh my god! Vince Young was also garbage, but that is completely erased by this. Oh, I know he's such a low overall, like, he's been bad. Like, this is a bad quarterback that has been continuously bad everywhere he's gone. How has this dude scammed his way into starting this much? He has 193 touchdowns to 357 picks. And this was his crowning achievement season. 7 touchdowns, 49 picks. What's the completion percent? 33%. He's got a career 46%. How has this dude gotten a starting job? This dude's been a starter every year. He's been a starter for the last decade. How? Who is starting this dude? That's insane. Joe Kane threw a lot of picks for once, so that's probably why he didn't win MVP. And then Bobby Cole was up here, Tolliver up here, a couple other guys. Ty Foster, really nice season. John Beck. What the heck is John Beck at 38 years old doing? Alex Hurst. I mean, this is interesting, though. A 94 rookie quarterback, Bryce Jones. So I might have another contender out there. But in terms of interceptions, I mean, Christensen probably was at the bottom, if I had to guess, among, full starting quarterbacks. Atkinson, but he didn't play a full season. Fitch didn't play a full season. This 54 overall quarterback played a little bit, though. Yeah, I mean, he was basically at the bottom. Shockingly, Nelson Boyd didn't throw a lot of picks. Running the football, though. Boar Jackson. How about another rushing title for Boar? Just keeps racking them up. And #1 in touchdowns as well. And he did that while being probably #1. Yep, #1 in yards per carry. And then not really anybody else in his universe when it comes to that. Also led the league in yards per game by a very comfortable double-digit yards. And that's even with this dude who only played like 3 games. Like, among guys who played like majority season, it was almost by 20 yards. I mean, just incredible. Quentin Surrency led the league in reception, and Surrency at 34 years old. How has his career panned out ever since letting him go? So this was his last year in Tennessee. He's gone on, and then in St. Louis had 1 year, an amazing year, then went to the Chargers on one of the highest paid contracts, underwhelmed like crazy, and then the last 4 years has just been one of the best receivers in the league, and he's gone over 11,000 yards, 64 touchdowns. Don't regret getting rid of him, because we needed to at that point. We weren't going to be able to pay him that much, but, good for him that he became what he became. Ray Hendrickson, speaking of he became what he became, another one. I mean, for us, was pretty fine as like a #3. Then we went to Carolina, kind of whatever for 2 years, finally broke out. And then 3 years at Carolina, it's great. When Carolina, finally he became good. They got rid of him. He goes to St. Louis and 1,800 yards, 60 touchdowns. So, we've got a lot of nice receivers in the league that are former and current Titans. 20 touchdowns. Damon Summers, hey, 1,500 yards seems pretty regular for this dude, but he still got 20 touchdowns. So I don't know when he plans on slowing down. Defensively, tackles for loss. A couple of guys with 25, 23, 22 sacks. I mean, up here is McGee. I mean, he's, close to the top. 10 interceptions, ties for the lead, but it is tying for the lead and also having a lead in deflections by a comfortable margin. Yeah, Frank Finley's just like the best ever. Like, him and Jabari Gordon might be neck and neck for just the best corner in the league. They might both be the best corner. Like, it just cumulatively are just both incredible. So we actually have a new opponent here. And look what we got. The Browns beat up on the Ravens. I looked at the Ravens, and I was like, man, like they've had that same core for a while. Well, it's a good thing they won when they did because Marshawn Lynch is mega washed and Joe Flacco's, he wasn't a high overall to begin with, but he's pretty washed now. The Lions also go down. The Colts also lose. Now, the Bills are a team we're familiar with, but for the Ravens, Lions, and Colts, all to lose in the division around, hey, we got some new faces here. The Browns, it'll be Chiefs, Bills, and the other side, which is, a little bit more normal. But, like, the other, the NFC, Niners, Cowboys, Vikings, and the Seahawks beat the Falcons. Seahawks behind, I guess, MVP running back. This is interesting. That, like, I would have thought the Lions would obviously make a deep run. They usually do. The Colts, they always find a way to win. And the Ravens have always been here. So, getting to face a new team, the Browns, see if they can put up a fight against us. All right, guys, I don't know if we need to hop into this one. We enter the fourth quarter. It's 31-13, and we have the ball, and we're in the red zone. I'll let this possession ride out, but I wanted to see, hey, is Christensen a playoff riser? Is he going to be something as Boar Jackson scores a touchdown there? And yeah, 38-13. I think we're going to run away with this one. And Cleveland just maybe not ready. I think we're really good right now when it comes to the quarterback situation because there was a lot to like here as you'll see the final stats. Atkinson scores a touchdown, good on them, but still down by 18 with less than 4 minutes to play. Boar Jackson just gets to run the ball. Him, Mayweather, maybe Reggie Bowe, whoever. They get stopped, 2-minute warning. Field goal, no good, but, I mean, we're fine. They're not going to be able to pull this one off. Browns burning timeouts, minute to play, turnover on downs, and we'll be out of here with a victory. Christensen, I really let him throw the ball, and he came up big. Look at this. I know he had 2 interceptions, but oh boy. Oh, 35 of 49. 500 yards, basically. He threw for 497 yards on 71 completion percentage and 2 touchdowns. Probably one of the highest passing yards in a playoff game ever. The reason is the running game. The Browns actually did a good job stopping the run. 2.9 a carry from Boar, but he had 2 touchdowns. Mayweather, 2.3 a carry. We had the ball a lot. I mean, as you could see by a lot of passing, a lot of just plays in general. We had the ball a lot. And McKenzie was the leading receiver here by a yard. 13 for 177. Walker, 13 for 176. Bird, 5 for 117. But yeah, we had the ball a decent amount, especially in the first half. We were just 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. We just were dominating the possessions. And yeah, that's what this defense does. They don't allow much. And, even 20 points, it's a lot better than what it looks like because we were just not allowing really a whole lot. And then they scored like a garbage time touchdown. And like, we're so good right now. Like, this defense might be the best one we've had of the series. So, we cruise to a victory. I'm really not worried about who's waiting for us in the conference championship, truthfully. Maybe I should be having a little fear in me. But once you get a defense like that, and then your quarterback isn't throwing 4 interceptions, isn't around 50% completion percentage, isn't a playoff dropper. I mean, I know it's the Browns, and they're not a, team that we normally see in these situations, so we'll have to see what he does against, one of these next 2 teams, which is a team that we will have to, have dealt with multiple times, whether it is the Chiefs or the Bills. But historically, you can see the results here. It is going to be the Kansas City Chiefs. We've dealt with the Chiefs before, and we've dealt with the Bills before. The Bills have, never beat us in the playoffs. The Chiefs, we destroyed them in a conference championship, a few years ago. Seahawks beat the Niners. Vikings beat the Cowboys. The Cowboys were the top seed. So it's going to be Seahawks or Vikings. It's crazy if it's going to be the Seahawks. If it's the Seahawks after that trade we made with them, that's going to be wild. But also the Vikings are a good team too. I've wanted to see the Vikings more because of LaMarcus Taylor. He had 4 touchdowns in the game. But LaMarcus Taylor, I have always said this entire series has been the best running back to not wear a Titans jersey in this series, because I always thought, it's Boar Jackson, when healthy, but LaMarcus Taylor is healthy, consistently healthy, and is consistently really good. Fourth quarter time here, and the Chiefs have the ball right now. We are actually, I want to say only up by 7, but we're up by 7. And Nelson Boyd and this Chiefs team trying to get to a Super Bowl after, a couple of tries. Here are the playoffs. Oh my goodness, the first play that we watch. It's the first play, pick 6. Are you serious right now? I didn't even get a chance to tell you anything, really. This defense, Andrew Woods. Well, if there was any thought of, is the secondary as good as I've been saying it is? Not just on paper, does it play that good? One play, it played that good. Well, I was gonna say before, talk about Nelson Boyd a little bit, who's been a perennial pick thrower, and he has actually a career low in interceptions this year, and it's been taking care of the ball a little bit more, and it's helped the Chiefs succeed more than they ever had, getting the number 2 seed. And this is not the first time we've matched up in the conference championship. We matched up a couple of years ago, and we kind of put them down pretty handily. And now they are a little bit closer this year, but could run away from them if their offense can't get something going here. Throwing outside and broken up. Jabari Gordon, 3rd down and 10. How are you going to pass on us? Who are you going to target? Gordon, Finley, Woods, even Michael Griffin, Foley, Martinez. Who are you targeting? Who are you going to? Boyd to the air. Boyd, sack, driven to the ground. And this young D-line also the finishing touches on this legendary potential defense. It's Peter McGee, our 1st-round draft pick, with the sack. One of our 2 first-round picks, and they're going to punt the football away. I have asked Christensen to air it out a little bit more again in this game, once he get to the playoffs. It's no surprise that the teams are keying in to try to stop Boar Jackson and, not try to let him wreck the game, even at 32 years old, but Boar's going to get 4. And it's been up to Christensen to make some plays. He's got some picks, but he's also, if you're going to throw picks, is what it is. Don't throw 0 touchdowns and 4 picks, or 1 touchdown and 4 picks like Gordon did. Combat that with a lot more good plays than you do bad plays. And, Christensen's made a lot of good plays. We'll see if he can make another one here. Play action. And the rollout, Christensen, there's Keaton Reed, a little tight end, gets a block downfield, and Keaton Reed got to the 31-yard line, as that's another little thing here. Christensen's targeted tight ends a bit more. Keaton Reed, 27 catches. It's, not a super insignificant amount. We've just never really targeted tight ends, but, Keaton Reed is so good, it feels wrong to not get him the ball more. I do try to draw up a play for him every time we hop in, and there is that play, getting us a big gain. But I think Reed is definitely worth more targets if we can find a way to make that happen. And that's just another great pass catcher to go to. So the only negative right now is our running back room is a little bit thin because Mayweather got hurt during this game. 4 is fine, but, don't want to have any other injuries hit us as there's a completion. The 10-yard line. I guess speaking of injuries, Torrey Edwards has also been dealing with a bit of an ankle sprain throughout the late stages of the season, so he bit banged up. That was Darius McKenzie with the grab. Bird is also going to be playing that number 3 receiver spot for us. Play action and checking it down to Boar. And we'll get a yard maybe, and they give him nothing. All right. That's fine. Rather that than taking an unnecessary risk. It's little plays like that. No yards is fine, when the alternative is flinging it into the end zone in double coverage. So we'll throw it here again, keeping it in the air. And he'll throw for Keaton Reed. I just had to speak, didn't I? It's picked off. And that's a really big man. Can he be caught? Is that Boar Jackson trying to chase him? I don't think he's going to catch him. Who is that dude? He is big. He is fast. It's a pick 6. Just had to speak, didn't I? I just had to speak. Yeah. I mean, the interception's not good. The issue is also Reggie Bowe isn't good to go for this game as well. So we're down 2 running backs, and it's just Bohr and Kyle Nunn. So, hey, Kyle Nunn, what do you got? Bohr got really tired on that play trying to chase down the interception. Look at Kyle Nunn, the fullback, for 16 yards. Yes, I did just line up my fullback at running back and give him a stretch. And yes, he did just get 16 yards. Kyle Nunn, how do you feel about another carry? Like, Bohr is dead tired after trying to chase down that dude, and you're the only other guy we have here that I would like to give the ball, as Nunn. I mean, he averaged 4.6 a carry, I believe, and has been a Pro Bowl fullback every year. Like, you know, he could carry. Keep Kyle Nunn in the game after no game. 4.5 to play, still on top. Love to just get a field goal on this drive. We're motioning Nunn out wide as Christensen to the air. And he's got a deep man! Caught! Travis Bird! The KC-41. That was a really good throw. Bohr finally, you know, able to get back out here, take a carry from the KC-41 in long distance field goal range. We'll go counter. And Bohr, he didn't really have a whole lot of help there, just 2. KC-49, I love the look here. Oh, please hold up on the line. This could be a good one. Handoff. Bohr. And oh, he fumbled the ball. It got lit up, but it's picked up by a lineman. I think that's Nate Boston. Oh. That was close, man. That was real close. Yeah, Nate Boston, thank you for the recovery. That was a big hit. And the rain probably, you know, didn't help either. 3rd down and 2 from the 33 of Kansas City. And we're dead serious leaning on Kyle Nunn. 2 yards out. Nunn has the first. And Kyle Nunn. And look at that. Another 8 yards. Look at Kyle Nunn being a little bit of a sleeper hero for us. Did you think Kyle Nunn would play this big of a factor right now in a conference title game? I don't think so. 3 minutes to play, man, in motion. Tight to the formation is McKenzie. We'll go play. Action, roll, out, and Christensen lets it out for the flats, and there's Keaton Reed. And that is fine by me. Reed for 2. We go I formation. KC-23 handoff. Jackson could not hold that block, man. And there is also somebody's injured, so an injury timeout really helps the Chiefs out a lot. All right, well, 3rd down and 10. Just don't turn the ball over here. We're in field goal range. Just get it done here. I could run it, but let's let Christensen throw. Let's see if we can keep it moving and try to take some more time off the clock. Maybe it's a little greedy, but I trust him. It's going for Kevin Reed. Oh, my God, what a catch. The little 5'9" tight end. What an incredible grab. Are you kidding me? Keaton Reed. Really needed that little breather, too, at the 2-minute warning. Can we just punch it into the end zone and maybe punch our ticket to a Super Bowl here? They're going to go Kyle Nunn on the draw, and Nunn loses yards. And ultimately, we're just trying to make KC burn the timeouts. The difference between a touchdown and a field goal isn't too significant right now. A 2-score lead is a 2-score lead at this stage. And making KC burn those timeouts is probably better than just punching it into the end zone immediately. So I'm not really bothered if we don't get a touchdown. All I ask is that you hold on to the ball. So Bohr Jackson, come on. What do you got at the 6-yard line? Jackson. Well, Jackson, he don't care. He wants the touchdown, and he's got it. Well, this is an ideal spot. A team is forced to throw the ball on this secondary. I mean, dare I say, top 5, top 3 secondary ever put together. As they'll throw outside for Jabari Gordon, and he does have the grab, but inbounds tackled, he'll go down, they hurry it up. Just over a minute and a half to play. Probably, I think we've played the Chiefs before, and they've done this. They just are going to spam curl routes, I'm pretty sure. That and, like, maybe corners. Nope, there's a curl again. And Finley makes a break on the ball. It's tipped and caught. Come on. That's the only way Frank Finley's allowing a grab. Are you kidding me? It's tipped and caught. All right. we know they're just going to spam curl routes. The Chiefs have done it before against us in like a regular season game a couple of years back. This seems to just be their strat when they get down here as they go quick, and it's cut again. I mean, I'm not too bothered by it. Just keep tackling them in bounds, keep that time going down. They need an onside kick now at this point. Even though they have 2 timeouts, it's just, you know, you needed 3 to get a stop if you were going to score with little time to play. And I'm fine if you let them score a touchdown. Just let them, make sure you get that onside. Another curl route, another tackle in bounds. Finley, I mean, he's racking up the catches allowed in this game, but, like, they don't really matter that much, I don't think. So 45 seconds to play. I'll happily give them 7 yards. Allow the catch for 7. Keep taking your time. 38 seconds. And will it be another curl route? Yes, it will, but it's picked up. And I think there's a flag down. Are they going to call this back? Please don't call this back, man. It's a pick 6. They're going to call it back, aren't they, on some nonsense? Yeah, they are. They're lame for that. Who got pass interference that was not really pass interference? Freddie. What do you mean Freddie? Was he the one who picked it? Or was that Abdul Ross? No, it was Jabari Gordon who picked it. What the heck did Freddie Bates do? Man. It's all right. He did nothing. They just wanted to take another pick 6 off our stats. I mean, if there's a good thing, it did waste a decent amount of time because he ran it all the way back to the end zone. So, Boyd is going to go end zone touchdown. 23 seconds to play, though. All right. Yeah, you robbed us. It was probably, I know exactly what it was. It was the betting people. Vegas made the call. The spread was probably like 7.5. And everybody was betting that we would cover. We're not going to cover. So, you know, Vegas made the call. It's okay. You'd really scare me. That's a massive kicker. That's a massive human being. All right, kick. It's free. It's picked up. And that's our backup tight end. And he's getting a solid return. We're going back to a Super Bowl, though. 38-31, Christensen, 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. He did have 3 picks, is what it is. We were able to hold strong, though. Bowler, 3.3 a carry and a touchdown. A lot of other guys just kind of chipped in, and hey, credit to Kyle Nunn for chipping in the best of the rest. McKenzie has been really like a pretty nice pickup for us, especially for what he's making. 107 yards, 2 touchdowns. Walker with a score. Sacks, Ricks, McGee, Eastwood, and then picks. Finley had 2 in the playoffs. Woods had 1, and then we had a Jabari Gordon pick 6 robbed from us. So we get to see who's waiting for us in the Super Bowl. It's not going to be a team that we've played before. It's not going to be the Lions, and it's not going to be the Giants. Those are the 2 teams that we've played in our couple of Super Bowl appearances. So, waiting for us, it's the Minnesota Vikings on a 4th quarter field goal. And LaMarcus Taylor, 99 yards and a touchdown. Could we label this one the 2 best running backs of their generation? Going head to head? Maybe that's the tagline here. I mean, if you're basing it just off of yards per game, LaMarcus Taylor is 6 yards ahead of Jelani Okoye, doing really good stuff, though. But Jelani Okoye at 71. If you're going based off yards per game and what they have done in their career, LaMarcus Taylor and Boar Jackson are the top 2. Now, Boar is even still 20 yards basically ahead, but the injuries have allowed it so that LaMarcus Taylor has more cumulative yards than him. I mean, yeah, I think we could pretty easily label this the 2 best running backs of the decade. You know, 9 years pro, this is his 10th year. LaMarcus Taylor, 8 years pro, this is his 9th year wrapping up, so I think that's how we could tagline this one. And at 31 and 32 years old, after all these years, they're finally getting to go head-to-head in a big game. Guys, I'm almost a little disappointed. We're blowing them out in the Super Bowl. I don't like the fact that we're, like, kind of dominating them. We are. It's 31-6. If this game were, like, a little bit closer, I feel like we could hop in, but, like, dude, I would have liked to give you guys a good Super Bowl, but what the heck, man? These Vikings can't do anything on us. And they immediately throw a pick. All right. Yeah, we're gonna just dominate. We're literally just wiping the floor with them. Mayweather has 3 touchdowns on 7 carries, so he's kind of vultured the touchdowns away. 38-6. Hey guys, we got ourselves a 4th Super Bowl on the resume. Another pick. Frank Finley has his 2nd pick of the game. Yeah, we just proved that our unbelievable defense is just too much here. Man, we kind of just steamrolled through the playoffs. This might be, like, I guess performance-wise, just the straight-up best team that we have. Like, seriously, we might have just put together a generational... They did score a touchdown at, like, the last play of the game, but we win the Super Bowl. I'm sorry that it wasn't close, but nothing I can really do about that. Christensen, no picks, 300 yards and completed 67% of his passes, 10 yards per attempt. That's exactly what you want to see. Bohr did not have like a crazy game, just shy of 4 yards a carry, a touchdown. Mayweather took the 3 touchdowns on the ground. And if I'm going to hand out a Super Bowl MVP, Torrey Edwards, 100 yards and a touchdown, Camion Walker, 130. I think we got to hand it out to the defense. But who? Well, we caught 5 interceptions. Let's see. 2 picks, 2 pass breakups. Yeah, if we're handing out a Super Bowl MVP, I'm going to give it to Frank Finley. Targeted 8 times, allowed 1 catch on 8 targets, 2 picks, 2 deflections. This was just a collective team effort, though, but Frank Finley, I'll give him the Super Bowl MVP as also a little bit of like a cumulative award for what this defense and a representation of how great this secondary was this season. I'm happy to have a 4th Super Bowl on the resume. Again, I would have liked to give you guys a close game, but we built too good of a team. Now, we are on to another off season where we got to see, we got a lot to work with. Like, the scary thing is we just won the Super Bowl with, like, our best defense yet. And we got a top pick in the draft due to the Augustus trade. And, at least for potentially this year, depending on... we'll see if a team wants to match an offer for Christensen. But if not, we could have Christensen on a cheap contract for 1 more year. Guys, we kind of got some money to work with. Look at the next year. That's because we have, like, a lot of contracts expiring. But this year is kind of the year where it's like, we have 20 million and not a whole lot. I did do 1 move during the regular season, which I didn't show you. I guess I'll show you now. I extended Michael Griffin on a much cheaper deal. He was making $6 million. 2-year extension for $3 million, which, like, is a super, like, get-outable contract if we wanted to. Like, I basically gave him, like, a 1-year extension with an option to maybe have him for 2 more years, but, like, he still played pretty well. So, like, it's a lot cheaper, and, like, I think it's just kind of worth. And then over here, Rick Foley's on the final year of his deal, and we can get off of Rick Foley pretty comfortably. I will try to trade him. If not, though, we have another $5 million there if we want to play with that. And then look at that. We have the 4th overall pick, which is kind of spooky because the 4th overall pick, if we wanted to spend it, is going to be an expensive one. So in terms of true free agents, these are our true free agents that are not restricted. Travis Bird, I tried to trade him multiple times. He ended up just sticking around and being like a fine number 4 receiver, whatever he chipped in. This dude, pretty irrelevant. And then Reggie Bull, I want to bring back. Obviously, I'm not going to tag him, though.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your Senior All-Star Game update. The national championship game has been decided, and Missouri has beaten LSU to win the trophy. Senior All-Star Game practices lasted all week, and here are some things I noticed. FSU's Darnell Jefferson looked good in individual drills, drawing plenty of praise from the coaching staff. Jake Cortez did not fare as well, struggling in one-on-one drills. As far as the game went, Marvin Finley was named MVP after kicking the game-winning field goal.
Tyron Gibson is a 90 overall player. So, I give him probably a 2nd-round tender. I do think a team would probably want to sign him for a 2nd-rounder. So, if not, we'll just trade him elsewhere. But, like, he's not a starter for us, so, like, not really a big deal. Now, Terrence Christensen. This is a scary one. So, I'm obviously going to give him the highest tender possible, But if you remember, Augustus Gordon got traded for a first and a third. Would a team be willing to give us the same package to try to sign Christensen? Now, obviously, we wouldn't want to take that, but that would mean we would have to match a high contract offer. Can we get one more year of cost control on our quarterback, or will we have to pay him now? There's pros and cons to both, probably, but obviously we'd probably like that one extra year of cost control kind of like all in this season, and then, have to cut elsewhere, when that time eventually comes. J.R. Nix is a really nice player. He definitely would get a 6th round offer he would definitely get a 6th rounder. So I'll put a level 2 tender on him. I don't think he'll get that high. Really nice players here. Ken Ricks is a big one too as well. He was a 6th round pick. I think I'll give him the 1st round tender. I don't think a team would give us a 1st rounder to sign Ken Ricks. So maybe I think a team would maybe give us a 2nd, but again, want that one extra year of cost control. So we'll pay a little bit extra. So a lot of restricted free agents to deal with there. So that kind of eats away at some of our money. And we're kind of in this holding spot of will somebody offer on Christensen? If so, we'll have to make some adjustments. There are players to get rid of, though. There is money to be cleared up. For one, we obviously already know about Rick Foley being able to clear $4 to $5 million. The other one, though, as well, pretty easy, is Mike Mayweather. I traded for him as we have the money for him now, and he was kind of like a high upside boomer bust type of swing at another running back. But if I have to get rid of him, I got to get rid of him. It's not like he was super impactful.
From the NFL Combine, FSU running back Darnell Jefferson has decided not to attend the Combine, to the great surprise of most scouts in attendance. Jefferson could have really helped his stock this week, and some people are questioning this decision. Left tackle Kareem Ware did work out, and he really impressed everyone he came in contact with. His 40 reps of 225 pounds on the bench press erased any doubts, and he may have solidified his position as one of the top 5 players in this draft.
I'm Todd McShay, and this draft preview is brought to you by ESPN and EA Sports. My mock draft is complete, and I've got Kareem Ware as the highest graded prospect in the class. He's joined in the top 10 by Darnell Jefferson, Jake Cortez, and Lucas Brown. Also, a big sleeper in this class to watch out for is Kyle Torver. I love his upside, but he's going to need a lot of coaching in those first couple of years at the next level. I'll be back later with more on the draft.
We very much are in a wait and see with a lot of these restricted free agents. Chris Long, that's a lot of money for him. We're really in this this wait and see with the, oh my god, man. Okay. This is interesting. Terrence Christensen, the Seahawks actually would give us a 1st and a 3rd. I gave him the highest tender I could, but this contract is not bad. I thought with Christensen it'd be, $10 million a year, and I was kind of worried due to the fact that it's you get rid of Augustus Gordon, can we be sure that Christensen's going to be a significant upgrade, and then you'd have to pay him. This is tolerable. A 5-year, $37 million contract for Terrence Christensen. Obviously, we're going to match. That is super doable, though. I know I would have liked for it to be a $2 million contract for this season, but I think I'm fine with this right now. So you look at where he's getting paid in total money. I mean, Augustus, cool. I mean, this is what I mean, man. Oh, Augustus Gordon, the Steelers did extend him. Obviously, you gave up a lot for him, so the extension makes sense. They gave him the highest contract in the entire league. Yeah, the highest total contract in the league. 6 years, $74 million. That is a $12+ million annual, on average. So he's only making $9 million the first year, but as the years go on, that's no incentives, just pure, bonus salary and everything. Like, that's a lot. So to be all the way down here, is Christensen that much worse? Is Christensen quite literally, that's half. That's half the money. Yeah, we'll take that. Half. We just cut our quarterback salary in half, and look. Okay, I don't know about this dude, but look at these quarterbacks getting paid. Dude, we're all the way down here. We're good. We're good. All right, restricted free agent matching for J.R. Nix. We're not going to give J.R. Nix a 5-year, $31 million contract. He's just not even a starting end for us. He's really good. But a second rounder, yeah, give me a second rounder for him. Another restricted free agent matching and another second round pick coming on over from Washington. Rather than paying our backup tackle a $3 to $4 million contract a year, give me a second round pick. Like, we're just farming good picks, and I'm loving it. We found the meta here with the draft picks. I mean, a lot of it isn't even intentional. We're just drafting a lot of really good players.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and this is another draft update. Florida State held its pro day recently, and it looked like most of the NFL teams had scouts in attendance. No doubt they were there to get one final look at Darnell Jefferson. Another popular workout was on the campus of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Scouts seemed to be impressed with the Jake Cortez workout the most. I was only one of a handful of spectators on the SMU campus a while back. Those of us that were there were glad we came, as my impressions of Kyle Tolver were confirmed. The guy can flat out do it.
You know, they didn't do a second scouting results, like, for updates, but, we have all the info we need. Yeah, you can get to a point where you could just, like, know everything, which I don't typically like doing, but we're this deep. You know, I'm trying to speed up the process a little bit, since doing 6 seasons is a lot. It's a lot of time, but Kareem Ware is the best player in this draft. He's a 95 potential. The rest of these players, though, like 93 here for Darnell Jefferson at running back, 92 for a quarterback, but we obviously don't need that. We don't need a D tackle. He's 91. The rest of these guys, you know, corner, this corner's really good. Not really much else that we're interested in. We don't need a linebacker. So we have a top 5 pick, but if it were truly just like a free pick, I wouldn't mind just spending it and, you know, making it like a luxury. But like the thing is if you spend a top 5 pick, you gotta pay him. And I'm not really sitting here saying I want to pay $10 million plus a year. I don't want to make any of these players in this draft the highest paid player on my team. Also, what in the world is at the bottom? I just seen that at the bottom. Some dude from Canada just joined the Steelers? What? What? Did anybody else catch that? Am I seeing that correctly? Oh my god! Okay, these are kind of cool. What do you mean? Some dude from Canada at 39 years old just joined. He's a running back at 39? Oh my goodness, he's so fast! I want him. I want this. He has no vision. Oh my god, this is so funny. Why the players that just randomly just spawn out of existence, those are really funny. 39-year-old running back who's never played in the NFL, has just been a Canadian legend. Can I trade for him? What's the price for a 39-year-old running back? That's actually kind of a lot. Okay, actually, you know, just for the fun of it, I feel like I should trade for him. A 39-year-old running back. Reggie Bo never popped up for me to re-sign, so like a 6th and a 7th round pick plus my backup safety, who I don't use. Just a 6th. Yeah, you were a Steelers fan your whole life? No, you're on our team. You're getting a ring, buddy. That's hilarious. What's his potential? 83? It was a 6th round pick, man. Like, it costed me nothing to get him, so that's fine. I just got him for fun. Let's see what it's looking like. I have no clue what to really expect, because I have a top 5 pick and I don't want it. like, I don't want to draft anybody there. So the Jaguars have the first overall pick. The Jaguars just stink every year. They go with a wide receiver. Tay Hall. Number 2, Bishop. All right, another wide receiver. Jets. They go wide receiver. 3 wide receivers at the top. And we do have a trade down option. Thank goodness we have a trade down option. 18th overall, 22, 27, 23. That's a little bit more tolerable. So the 18th overall pick. I mean, these aren't like... For a top 5 pick, these are not crazy trades. But, yeah. Ooh. That's interesting. 2 firsts. 2 firsts. Oh, they gave us an extra 7. So we can get 22 and 29, or we could get 18 and 38. 22 and 29, that's 2 firsts. I mean, I don't know what the pick value here. Well, like, what is the better value? Like, because 18 versus 22, I do think is, like, those couple of spots do make a difference, but, you know, having 2 firsts rather than... I think the Seahawks trade, is there going to be... Yeah, they're not going to budge. They're not going to budge. They're not going to budge. And they're not going to... All right. So it's either pick at 4 or trade to 22 and 29. I think that's better for us. There's a scenario where I might trade back up depending on how the board falls and if there's something I want, but I just don't want... Like, if this were present day NFL and I could just freely spend this pick, I think I would. I can't afford to pay $10 million a year. I did this before many years ago when I had like a luxury opportunity. I drafted Luke Locke, and he was just a whatever player, and he ended up being one of the highest paid players on the team, and it was just one of the worst contracts, maybe the worst contract I've given out in this series, and I can't afford to make that mistake again, so let's go and grab an extra first. So we have, I guess, 3 firsts now, but they're all right at the end of the round. We'll see what the Seahawks want to do at 4. I want a quarterback. Interesting. I don't know if I feel like that's a move for them, but I guess they've identified that as a need. I mean, if we wanted to trade back up to 5, we could. We could probably get it for a better deal, too. That's the funny part, is I think I could probably get it for cheaper. Like, 22, a third, and a tight end. Like, I could... I'm not gonna. I don't need to. Like, if there's somebody on the board that I would take... I mean, Kareem Ware is just the best player. And then Darnell Jefferson would probably be where I'd go, just because. Just because, but I think the Bills will probably take him. No, they take quarterback. Ooh. Okay. 6. Okay. Johnson, a 25-year-old corner. And they're not really interested, but again, we could make a trade if we want to. I could give them Mike Mayweather back. They need a running back. They're gonna take the running back, I'm pretty sure. It'd be funny, though, giving them Mayweather back. Thank you for the 1-year rental on Mayweather. That's really goofy. We could do that. This is some rough trades, though. I could trade... See, that's still an upgrade, though. I got 22 and 29, and then I trade 29 and 32 plus my backup center to go up to 7. And I could just take the running back. Is that a move? Do we take a running back? With Boar Jackson about to turn 33? I mean, we can maybe, like, turn the keys over to you know, the next guy. I think we should do it. Why not? I mean, I think... It's going to be a steep price, but we've paid good money to another running back before. And look at him. He's got 97 juke, 91 spin, 98 elusiveness with 81 ball carrier vision. And he's a healthy player, 23. He's a healthy player, man. Look at him. He's healthy. He's cool. He's got 96 durability. So the thing is, durability is his biggest weakness. So you might be saying like, "Oh, that's a concern." No, he's got 96 durability. That's his biggest problem is his 96 durability. Really? Yeah, I think, because here's the thing. Unfortunately, it goes 15 years, so we're not going to see like maybe the best parts of this pick, kind of come to fruition. I'm still going to play it though as if like, the life after the 15 years does exist, and this would kind of be like a take the guy, have him be with Bohr, the timeline kind of matches up for maybe 2 years, and then Bohr will probably retire or his body will break down, and then you kind of pass the torch to the next guy and let him take the reins. So let's do it.
Darnell Jefferson is the next in line of great backs out of FSU. He's very quick, deceptively elusive, and dangerous in the open field. I watched the game against Miami this year where he took a screen 94 yards to give the Seminoles the lead for good. Jefferson rushed for 1,142 yards last season, and he added 13 rushing touchdowns. He's a dangerous playmaker who's a threat returning both kicks and punts. He's got star written all over him.
Running back again. And then linebacker. Is this the good one? There was like a good 91 linebacker potential-wise, so let's see what we got here. We have trade down options. There is a really good corner, Jake Glover, who we could take. Don't need to do that, though. We have corner 1 and 2 already locked up, set, ready to go for however many years they want to play. And then the rest of the way, there's just not a whole lot to... Oh, there's this guy. Ooh, whoa, he's even better. He's got 94 potential. Now, for that, I'll take that in, like, the second round. That's more acceptable. And... Ooh! 92 potential tight end? 6'6". A 92 potential tight end is so rare. It's crazy. Ooh, that's crazy, though. What's our trade downs? Not really good. Ravens. We can get pick 55. Or we can move down 16 spots but get a 4th next year. I think that might actually be a move. We already have a couple of seconds, but, like, I don't need this first round pick. And, like, literally, there's a corner worth taking that's better, like, lower on the board. I'll move down. Because, once you get bottom first to second and beyond, like, that's where the contracts start to get really cheap. So you can see here, like, we have pick 36 and 38. So I think this is where we just take the 2 guys that are really good. We don't need to take a tight end, but it's like, dude, he's a 92 potential. Like, just take him. Like, that's so good. And then, so we get a 94 potential corner. He could be like our number 3 corner. Because I'm going to cut Rick Foley. If we don't get a trade for him, I'm going to cut Rick Foley. He's not worth the $7 million that he's currently on right now. And that'll help me sign these rookies. And then Corey Miles, a 92 potential tight end. We don't need a tight end. We don't even really use tight ends. But why not have 2 good ones in him and Keaton Reed? They're total opposites, too. Keaton Reed's 5'9". This dude's 6'6". They're both awesome, though. So we could take a 90 potential wide receiver, which actually could be a move. Torrey Edwards' contract is expiring this upcoming season, and we lost Travis Byrd, who was our number 4. If that's the best receiver available... I suppose, like, that's a of-use player for us. It's not a whole lot working down here. Yeah, we get way far down. So, yeah, I guess I'll just take the receiver now. Like, we know he's at 90 potential, so that's fine. Yeah, like, he will be of use for us. So in order to kind of get everything we need done, Rick Foley needs to go. There is no trade offers. I held out as long as I could. And just nobody wants him, so he will be cut. And then Mike Mayweather, your services are not required on this team. There is a trade offer. Okay, you know what? Just for logistical reasons, I'm not going to trade him to Carolina. That makes no sense. Carolina traded him to me. Now, why would you want him back? I know it's a worse offer, but it just makes more sense this way. We'll trade him to the Niners for a 3rd. That's still way too much to be given up for him. So let's also cut Rick Foley. You know, injury kind of cooked you, and then Frank Finley existed, so you were never able to get your job back. Salute to you. Go have fun in wherever your next job will be. And we go to see our salary cap situation. We now have $22 million to mess with, and that's where we could sign Darnell Jefferson to a pretty decently sized contract, but this is not egregious. The difference between picking him at 4 and picking him at 7 is legitimately a couple $1 million, so, you know, paying him, you know, 7 million, a little over that, I'm cool with it. Like, he's gonna be good. And also, Boer's been healthy 2 years in a row. Do we really think it's going to be 3 years in a row? Boer being healthy 3 years in a row? Even I'm optimistic about Boer, but even I'm a little wary of that not happening. All right, here is the draft class that we were able to put together. I skipped the rest because I didn't have a 5th or a 6th. I only had just 3 7ths, so spent that on a linebacker, a 5th corner. But here are the guys we were able to pick up. So 89 potential linebacker, another 90 potential, and we've kind of seen those before. One of the other 7th round picks, though, was actually really good. A 90 potential guard. He has 85 at day 1. And yeah, he looks like he's going to be pretty solid, up to 95 awareness. Then we have the 90 potential wide receiver, Glenn Harvey, who is going to be fine as a number 4 for us day 1. And, you know, if somebody gets hurt, cool, he could be the number 3, just like Travis Bird, just like the guys before him that we kind of cycle in. Then we also took another quarterback late, and it's an Army quarterback, I believe. Yeah, Army Ken Chambers. He's got 91 potential. That's pretty cool. And yeah, he's 96 power, could go up to 88 accuracy, 91 awareness. Could be a nice backup for us. Also, thumbs up there. The 91 potential center, he's an 85 day 1. He's really good. And yeah, another nice backup for this offensive line. This offensive line is just juiced. And then we have Dontavius Booker, 91 potential end. We knew him because we picked him in like the 4th round. He was comped to Tamba Hali, someone who's had a lot of success on this team. A lot like in the mold of like a Sidney May, who we took. And then a 92 potential tight end. Pretty rare to see. 85 speed, 88 jumping, up to 89 awareness, 92 catch, 96 route running, 90 spec catch, 98 catch of traffic, 89 release. Having him and Keaton Reed out there is going to be really nice. Both of them are going to be really good. Darnell Jefferson, our 1st round pick and the potential Boer successor. 93 speed, 95 excel, 98 agility. All those are at its max. 70 strength is also pretty good for a player with that athleticism at 5'9". He's not going to be able to truck, but he's got 98 elusiveness. He could have up to 87 awareness, 82 carry, which isn't amazing, but 82 catch with 86 as its max. 96 ball carrier vision, which is going to be amazing. Up to 98 spin, 99 juke. Oh boy, he's injury prone. Ooh, okay, he's got injury issues. It said durability was a... Huh. That's interesting. Because if you remember on the profile, it said durability was his biggest thing, but it said his durability was 96. I've been duped. He really is the Boer successor. Oh my goodness. I'm not sweating it. It is what it is. He's the Boer successor. He's going to get hurt just like his idol. And then we have a 94 overall corner. It is what... The injury ratings are so interesting because sometimes it just doesn't... Not to say it doesn't mean anything. A lot of it is luck. I mean, Reggie Bow, a lot less volume. But Reggie Bow has 21 injury. Reggie Bow doesn't get hurt nearly as much as Boer. And he's got 21 injury. You would imagine he'd be made of glass and he'd get beat up every single time. Every time he touched the ball, he'd get hurt. He has over, a season's worth of touches. He's gotten hurt like 3 times maybe, and none of them are long-term injuries. And, he'll get knocked out of a game, kind of, tweak an ankle here and there, but like that's pretty standard stuff for even non-injury prone players. So we'll see, just kind of a wait and see. And if he gets hurt, he gets hurt. It was a free, not to say free, but like it was the Augustus Gordon return. Like that's what we got for Augustus Gordon. if it's just a running back who doesn't pan out, is what it is. If he becomes good, cool. We got our quarterback anyway. It's not like Augustus Gordon would have done us any good sitting on the bench. It was kind of a luxury pick. We made a luxury selection. We knew that going in. The fact that he might be injury prone is what it is. Regardless, though, the backfield's going to be pretty fun. We go and look at the depth chart. So we have Terrence Christensen. We're going to have Boar Jackson, Darnell Jefferson. We're going to have this dude, Perry Montgomery, who's going to be goofy. He's 40 years old when he takes his first NFL snap. That's going to be funny. We brought Reggie Bowe back because, of course, we did. Reggie Bowe's awesome. He's the best 74 overall running back ever. I don't care what his potential says. He was in Baltimore for the preseason, but we were able to get him back. So, I mean, look what he's done for us. 300 carries to have that type of production on those carries. Cool. And he's broken off a couple long runs. So, yeah, great. Then we'll have this dude, and then we have a fifth string running back as well. Kyle Nunn. We'll have Camion Walker, Torrey Edwards, Darius McKenzie, and now Glenn Harvey at tight end, Keaton Reed and Corey Miles, and Joel Grady. So 3 tight ends that are capable. Lee Claxton's expiring, Nate Boston's expiring, so we'll try to get contracts for them. Richard Emanuel, John Onken, Benji Cato, Peter McGee, who can maybe hit that 94 overall, really get up to that max potential. Then we got Devin Kirby, who's pretty nice. Ken Ricks, who's on an expiring deal. We'll see how we want to deal with that. And then Torrin Eastwood, who was pretty good as a rookie. Freddie Bates on an expiring deal. Mario Martinez, Abdul Ross, Jabari Gordon, Frank Finley, Brody Fisher, and Zach Blair. I think I'll start Blair in the nickel. He's 2 years younger and kind of on a full brand new contract with one higher potential. Then Michael Griffin holding on to his job. He took a pay cut to stay around, so happy to cut his salary in half so we could keep him around, and Andrew Woods. And then we're going to have Darnell Jefferson return kicks. I know he is a little bit more injury prone than I had initially thought, but he's going to be the backup running back. He's marketed as a great return man. Let's let him return kicks. It'll be all right. Sometimes I just need to not say anything. Sometimes I just need to not speak. So it's Reggie Bowe. I mean, he doesn't ever really get hurt. Well, Reggie Bowe's out 2 months. And that wouldn't be so bad because he's our third string running back. But Darnell Jefferson also got hurt in the final preseason game, dislocated elbow. It's only 3 weeks, but yeah. Man. We'll keep you updated. Yeah, I think this is probably the least surprising thing that could have happened. Boar was healthy for 2 straight years for the most part. He has now suffered a severe pulled hamstring, out 2 months with a severely pulled hamstring. It's, I guess, right on time for Darnell Jefferson to be back. But we've gone through an interesting dilemma here. Boar was okay. But Perry Montgomery, the 40-year-old off the street, never played player, has actually played a decent amount. And he's not been awful, which is interesting. And guys, I'm gonna show you Boar. This is bad. This is bad. He's not gonna last much longer, guys. Oh, this is from a pulled hamstring. How does everything hurt? Oh no. He's not what he used to be. I think it might be wraps for Boar. Regardless of if Jefferson is a injury pro back or what. Guys, we needed a running back. It's not gonna last long. What does this he's down to 94 speed. I mean, he's still got his moves and everything. Yeah, is this going down? Is his injury 68 still? So he's still got the toughness and stamina. Oh boy. Yeah, he's slowing down and his body is not cooperating with him. All right, man. Who's got the soft tissue training stuff? Who's the trainer on our team? Strain hamstring out for 6 weeks. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Guys, we have an issue. Reggie Bowe will be back next week. We have an issue. feel like I was scammed. Jefferson being injured. We are down to a 40-year-old running back in Kyle Nunn. Oh boy. Harry Montgomery, Kyle Nunn, and Reggie Bowe will be back next week. The thing is we could still, like, deal with it. Guys, we have breaking news to report on. Boar Jackson has been injured, but that's not the breaking news. Boar is going to miss 3 weeks. There's 3 weeks left in the season. But that's not the thing that is, not the thing. And go to player status. And, you know, I've been keeping tabs on this just in case. Boar Jackson has announced he's retiring after the season. With the way running backs move in this game, there's a lot of old running backs. So the fact that Boar Jackson is openly just saying, yeah, I'm retiring after the year, you could tell how beat up he is. Ozzie Jones is still going at 35, LaMarcus Taylor 32, McFadden 30, Perry Montgomery. We'll get into him a little bit. That's an interesting one. Antrell Tillman moved to the Lions, but like there's plenty of old running backs. Jeremy Pearson's 33. I don't think I can sort by. I don't think age is here. So yeah, there's old running backs. So you remember Mike Anderson was like 40-something years old still playing at running back. And the guys will be low overall. I guess I should sort by, like, the least amount of speed. But Ernest Graham is here at 40. Lendale White, 35. Barber, 37. Grant, 37. 35. 33. 33. 33. 35. 32. 35. 35. Like, the running backs play for a long time. Fred Jackson at 39 is still here. So, all these guys stay. They stay till they physically cannot stay any longer. For Boar Jackson to stay at 33 years old, I don't want to do this anymore. You could probably tell how much he's been beaten up. It hurts. It hurts, man, because we'll get into the conversation a little bit more once the story is 100% written, but for the fact that he's retiring at what will be 33, injuries, it's broken down, but we'll get to the end of the season, show you everything. As we get to the end of the season, we are the 2 seed. The Patriots tied with us. We didn't play the Patriots, I don't believe, but yeah, they got whatever tiebreaker, probably the conference record or whatever, but Patriots, Titans, Chargers, Ravens, Chiefs, Steelers, and we still have our first round bye, which is awesome. It is the Lions at 14-2, Niners, Cowboys, Rams, Vikings, and disgustingly, a 7-9 division winning team in the Saints. So, usual teams are Ravens, but there's no Joe Flacco. And then Chiefs, but Augustus Gordon made it. How about the Colts, Browns, and Broncos all being 10-6 and missing the playoffs? So there's a lot of stuff to unpack there with who we're potentially going to play. All right, we have Coach of the Year. Will it be us? Once again, no. This time it is the Lions getting Coach of the Year. Rookie of the Year on the defensive side. Marcus Pierce of the Eagles. Offensive Rookie of the Year. Charlie Randolph. So no more Joe Flacco. They got a new 6'6" cannon arm QB. As Defensive Player of the Year is Abdul Ross. Okay, that one came out of nowhere. Antrell Tillman wins Offensive Player of the Year. Antrell Tillman has won another MVP. There's no way, man. This dude is not real. What did he do? What like, and I literally said this with, like, Cross always doing the same things with the Lions, and then he goes to the Lions, and then he actually kind of, like, this one's a more valid MVP. He did exactly what Cross did. What's the difference between what he does and what Cross did for, like, 7 years? I don't know, man. Tolliver came second, though, and Augustus was up here as well. The stats are really interesting. So it doesn't look crazy here with Terrence Christensen. 19 touchdowns, 10 picks. We just asked him to kind of manage things. The injuries were a little rough. Our running back room was constant state of flux, and the receiving core was a bit older, so there's some deteriorating skill sets there. But I mean, he was fine. Like, it's just for what we asked him to do, he's fine. Yards per attempt took a step up. Completion percentage took a little bit of a step back. But 19 touchdowns, 10 picks. It's fine. I know it doesn't look crazy, but like for what we asked him to do, our quarterback on this team is very much just kind of a game manager, and as long as you're not turning the ball over a crazy amount, not doing anything stupid, it is what it is. Now, running the ball. I showed you multiple times our rookie running back got hurt. I also showed you that Bo had a 2-month injury. And then Bohr had injuries as well. So, how about the 40-year-old Perry Montgomery by default had to play a lot this season? He was the only healthy running back throughout the entire year. And he runs for 1,146 yards and 14 touchdowns on 4.3 a carry. Also had a receiving touchdown, broke off a 50-yarder as his only long run of the season. But are you kidding me? A 40-year-old running back out of Canada, off the street basically, and just decided, I want to play football. And I kind of traded for him for the memes at first, just for the jokes, just for the fun of it. But, like, he actually was kind of valid. He still has terrible vision, but, like, everything else about him is really good. And, I mean, yeah, sure, why not? I mean, Bohr only got to play 5 games and wasn't, you know, the best version of himself, but it was didn't get to do much. So, like, 400 yards. Reggie Bo was, I guess, the next most healthy running back. He, 3.6 a carry, 7 touchdowns, a career high for him, and a career high in yards per game. But, like, again, I would have given Reggie Bo the reins, but Perry Montgomery was playing so well that I made him the starter when it was just him and Bo. Kyle Nunn even ran for 186 yards at 4.4 carry. And then Darnell Jefferson never really got much of a chance. He played 5 games, but, like, you could see he got knocked out of 2 of them. He played 3 games in full, so that's brutal. And I guess, like, I was still valid for picking a running back because, like, dude, literally Bohr's retiring. We need a running back, but this is not what I expected. Camion Walker, a career low in catches, but a career high in yards per reception. Still put up 1,300 yards and 9 touchdowns. He just did it on 87 catches this year, which is odd. Not really his thing. Torrey Edwards did miss a couple of games, was whatever. We didn't really ask a lot from the rest of our pass catching unit. Darius McKenzie was fine. Keaton Reed was fine. Glenn Harvey had 10 grabs. Again, fine. Sacks, we allowed a little bit more than usual, but it's alright. The offensive line's still great. And then defensively, Abdul Ross, your defensive player of the year on an expiring contract. I don't know about this. I mean, like, this is what he's done for 3 years now. These are pretty, not identical, but pretty similar stats. I mean, he upped his tackles by 20, but his sacks were the same. Tackle for loss, a difference of 1. A pick, difference of 1. Same deflection, same forced fumbles. I mean, similar in coverage, just 1 touchdown allowed, 48%. Like, I'm not gonna, like, discredit and act like he didn't play well. He played amazing. But, like, this being the Defensive Player of the Year season is interesting because it's just what he's been doing for us. I don't know. Devin Kirby had double-digit sacks for us this year. He got to 10. Ken Ricks got 7. Ross got 6. Peter McGee only 4. And then Carson 3. Martinez 2. Eastwood 2. Interceptions, very much spread out. Woods had 5. Griffin had 5. Jabari had 5. Finley had 4. Ross had 3. Bates 3. Martinez 2. So they kind of spread things around a little bit more rather than just funneling everything to Finley. And that's fine. I mean, Martinez 15 deflections. And Zach Blair, even as the nickel corner, got a lot of play time because of some injuries. Jabari Gordon, it's interesting because he was really banged up this year. Like, he missed a number of games, I'm pretty sure. He had 3 stretches in which 2 stretches. So he missed 12 and 13, and then he missed 2, 3, 4, and 5. So, like, he missed some time. So Blair had to step in. He played fine. I think overall, was it as good? Let's see. 48% for Finley, 45 for Martinez, 44 for Jabari. Griffin, 58, not so good, but Blair, 40%, really nice. Andrew Woods, oh boy, 31%, unbelievable. Freddie Bates, 7 catches allowed, 20%. So overall in the NFL, Bryce Jones led the league in touchdowns with 38. Augustus 36 touchdowns but 27 picks. Just kind of airing it out left and right. Interceptions. Bobby Cole. Well, I guess we could see why the Seahawks took a quarterback with their first round pick. Bobby Cole might not be long for that. I want to see. Oh my goodness, Colin Calise. That's a bad season. Is our favorite scam? Our favorite scammer is still here. He somehow got to start in Jacksonville again. 381 career interceptions. Our favorite scammer. That is crazy. Joe Kane had 5,000 yards. And then completion percentages, I would imagine we were towards the top, right? Yeah, towards the top. Running the ball. So we did not get the rushing title with Perry Montgomery. He came 4th. It's LaMarcus Taylor having a huge year, bounce-back year. When I thought like he was maybe starting to become a little washed, he comes out here with one of his best seasons, takes the rushing title, takes home the most touchdowns, and Montgomery came 4th in yards, 3rd in touchdowns, and basically in terms of like guys that count, 2nd in yards per carry. Bohr was 3rd. Like, Perry Montgomery was legitimately really good. That's so crazy to me. 40 years old. Off the streets. And Tommy Ware, how about that? 2,000 yards. Who the heck is Tommy Ware? 9 years pro. What has he been up to? Nothing. What? Randomest breakout ever. Sure. Go crazy. Sorensen and Hendrickson, 2 former receivers of ours. And then touchdowns. Damon Summers with another 20. Go to defense, tackles for loss. Lot for Xavier Franklin. Sacks, Chris Canty got 38 years old. Okay. Mario Williams still getting 14 sacks. Interceptions, Flanagan and Miles and McClain with 8. Deflections, we were up there. Martinez, 4th in deflections. All right, well, we have really no need to hop into this game. The Ravens are down 34-0. It has just been an absolute beatdown. So if you're tired of us facing the Ravens, don't worry. We aren't going to be doing that. We're facing somebody else because they are not ready for... Their team is just older, but, like, worse. Like, we've gotten older. Torrey Edwards is getting carries right now. That's how... Why is Torrey Edwards getting carries? What are we doing? This is Bohr Jackson's final run. He is healthy and did play the full game for the most part here. Christensen, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 15 of 22, 68 completion percentage, a really nice game. How about Bohr Jackson going 21 carries, 99 yards, 2 touchdowns, 4.7 a carry. He played all of a couple of games in the regular season, said, I can't do this anymore. I'll give you seemingly 3 games to try to make this happen. Jefferson got hurt again. Montgomery, not really much of a factor. Torrey Edwards, though, nice job in the receiving game. A lot of sacks for the defense and 3 interceptions. Finley, Woods, and Fisher. So we will see. Will we be taking on the New England Patriots, who are the 1 seed? Or will we get a matchup against a guy who was a former Titan, Augustus Gordon, trying to take the Steelers to a conference championship? Can he do it? And then we'll see on the other side what it will look like. I feel like I want to face Gus just for the fun of it. So let's say it's going to be the Steelers. A 20-point fourth quarter to dominate. Gus, 4 touchdowns, 3 picks, almost 563 pass attempts. Oh my goodness, man. Travis Bird. Oh my god. It's Augustus and Travis Bird. We built this team. Do they have anybody else I know? I don't think so. Oh my, their top receiver is really... Rams beat the Lions, and Niners barely beat the Cowboys. So, it'll be Rams, Niners, Steelers, Titans. Is that actually Travis Bird out there? What the heck, man? It is Travis Bird, 89 overall now, a 1,200-yard season. I mean, we knew he was a nice player. It's just... They also have Rayshon Highsmith at running back. This is a fun little team here. Bobby Anderson at tight end. They have Rocky Jones, too! Oh my goodness. They've just taken our players. He hasn't done anything, but they have Bobby Anderson. They have anybody else that I recognize on our team? Derek McGee! Oh my god! He was on our team, too! They have 4 players on offense! Oh boy. No one on defense, surely. They took our, like, castaway players and said, we're gonna make a team out of this. Okay. Oh yeah, and then Don Floyd, who we traded them. We gave them Don Floyd as well. That's crazy. They have 3 former Titans as prominent players. Bird, McGee, and Augustus. 3 of their starters on offense, and 3 of their, like, 7 best players are players from our team. Alright, well, we should know them pretty well. Alright, it's time to go to the 4th quarter. And it's a closer game. 24-17 is your score. We are on top at the moment. And Augustus Gordon, with the ball down by 7, well, he's thrown a lot of interceptions today. So it has been typical Augustus Gordon struggling, and he's got a big play there. But can this batch of former Titans, McGee, Bird, Gordon, and Rocky Jones as the number 2 tight end, can they take out our loaded team on a path to a Super Bowl, or will we be looking for ring number 5 on the final run aboard Jackson? It's a deflection, and 2nd down and 10 from the Tennessee 38. This one would hurt to lose for sure, but I think you could say, like, the trade has paid off for the Steelers. It's the furthest they have gotten as Gordon off his back foot. Incomplete, 3rd down and 10, but I do think in this game, the better quarterback has been Terrence Christensen. I don't think there's any real debate about it. We'll eventually get to the stats, but Gordon's not had a good game. The Steelers have been close in it just because they have a really talented roster in total, as a throw is caught, and that's Travis Bird, I'm pretty sure, for the first. Trying to close in on the tie. We're in a snowy game here in Tennessee. Gordon to throw. We send the blitz. A Freeman gets in, and he's sacked. That's Freddie Bates. Come up to 2nd and 18. And we're sending, I mean, all these players, Bates and Martinez and Michael Griffin and all these guys getting older but still producing. As a throw outside is caught. And it'll be 3rd down and 5. Abdul Ross as well, coming up a Defensive Player of the Year season, having a big impact as well. Throwing on 3rd down with pressure. It's 1-on-1 and it's incomplete. Andrew Wood sat on it, didn't make a mistake, forced the incompletion. We'll be headed to a field goal try for the Steelers. So that's what's made Andrew Woods the best cover safety in the league, with the way he's been allowing under 35% completion percentage on him for the last 2 years. Kick is good. 24-20 is your score. Personally, don't know what physical, like, demands Bo Jackson is putting himself through to be able to play these playoff games in a season in which he has been inactive, unable to play, announced his retirement. It's Bo Jackson getting 9. I mean, we showed you his leg health. He's got 50% on one leg, 7% was like left leg health. And Bohr has got 100 yards on the day. He had 99 and 2 touchdowns last game, has topped it today. If Bo Jackson, I mean, he already came back from a season-ending torn triceps to go and run our team to a Super Bowl before. But if he could come out here, announce his retirement at the end of the season, as Keaton Reed with a big play. But if he could announce his retirement at the end of the season, say, my body is just too beat up, I can't do this anymore, but I can give you 3 more games. And those presumed 3 games, if you win the first 2, you can get to a 3rd game, which would be a Super Bowl. I can give you 3 more games. I can give you 1 more chance, 1 more ring. And Boar Jackson, I know the 40-year-old running back has been putting on for the regular season, but when it's playoff time, it's Boar Jackson time, and he fumbles the ball, but it's picked up by Camion Walker. And Boar, all right, Boar. It happens. It happens. He's, beat up. It's hard to be mad because it's like, dude, he's doing so much. He's putting himself through so much just to be here. So the fact that he's already put up the performance that he has, the fact that we're in this spot where we are now is incredible. Jackson, can you finish your career in the best possible way and ride onto the sunset stretch? Run, break a tackle. Jackson for 3. Jefferson is in the game, but Jefferson, despite being, healthy for right now, I think it's best to kind of just roll with the 40-year-old running back who's been a Pro Bowler this year as kind of the number 2 ball carrier. We've kind of given him a bit of, a red shirt in that regard. It's the throw over the middle! Caught! Camion Walker, nice throw from Christensen, and we're in the red zone now. 1st and 10 at the Pittsburgh 15, as he'll throw. And Christensen going for the end zone, back corner, and a collision at the top, at the high point of the ball. No one comes up with it. 2nd down and 10 now as we'll go back to the ground game. And Jackson gets a block that he needed, but Boar, he wants to go all the way outside. Boar, bold, no gain. That could have been crazy, though. 3rd and 10, though. We'll see what we got here. 4 minutes to play. Can we get a 2-score lead? Christensen, what do you got for us? Do you got big shot of the end zone, maybe? We look for Camion Walker. Who we got eyes on? He'll snap. Throw. 4. The first down marker, and Torrey Edwards wasn't ready for the ball, it looks like. Just kind of hit him in the leg. All right. Well, be a field goal for McGee now to give us a 7-point lead back and match the possession of Pittsburgh. Kick is just barely in the upright. That was close. We knock it through. Augustus was able to lead the field goal drive last time, but now not really in the mode of being able to settle for field goals. You kind of need a touchdown, but I don't know if you're going to get it. Bates and Ross have gotten sacks, both of them now in this quarter. And Gus down for a loss of 6. Choosing Christensen over Gus. This is the ultimate payoff to that. And it being the right decision is Gus. Outside, it's caught. Big hit, but it hangs. Michael Griffin popped him. But at the first, 3.5 to go. The 34, Pittsburgh. 3 receivers to the right. Gus to the air. And we send in more pressure. Big hit from Martinez over the middle, and he hangs on for 7. 2nd and 3, 59 yards of field to go to try to make this happen. As Gus, we got an almost for free rusher. I was going to say, he got picked up at the last second. Pass is broken up, though. Good job out there. 3rd down and 3. 3 minutes to play. I would imagine the Steelers would punt here potentially. Maybe, though, since it could be 4th and short, they'd go for it at this point in the field. But we're sending the heat. We're sending the rush. He's off his back foot. And it's a nice play. That's Frank Finley out there. Leaping up and making a swat. So close to wrapping this one up if we could get a couple of first downs. Boar only has a couple dozen carries left in him. Jackson breaks a tackle. Jackson has a first down. And it's a penalty on Tennessee. Impressive run from Boar. It's a clipping. Minus 15 yards. That was such a good run from Boar. Well, Boar. 1st and 25. You got a big run in you. A bigger one, maybe? First down. Hand off. Jackson, not a good block. No gain. Could very well be the last play before the 2-minute warning. As we got both tight ends in the game. None at fullback. 2nd and 25. They're going to go. Play action. And moving. Throwing to Kid Reed. And just flat out dropped it. And that hurts in more ways than one. That would have been, you know, some positive yards, of course, to make third down maybe possible, but also would have taken us to the 2-minute warning. That drop just basically spared the Steelers a timeout. I mean, 3rd and 25, maybe we should play it safe, but why not take our shot if we can get one? Cammy and Walker with the grab, and Walker, that's a really good gain. 17, but that clipping penalty absolutely destroyed this drive. And also, if Keaton Reed would have made that grab there, that might have been enough to get a first down. You know, if we got 8 yards there and then 17, that would have been right there. We're not going to go for it. 4th and 8's crazy. If it was 4th and 1, maybe. This is another shot. One last shot for Augustus. He's got a field goal, and then they had to punt it away. But this is it. It's 4-down territory. It is do or die to try to prove us wrong. And he gets one play immediately that is broken up by Mike Griffin. And Griffin was there. We sent the blitz, but Griffin's still able to be fast enough. He's really regressed in his speed. He's like got 70-something speed, but he's still smart, still snappy, still quick twitch, still got the ability to get his hands on the ball. Even without the speed, we send the rush off his back foot. Griffin is chasing him, trying to make the tackle, but he doesn't make it. And he's taken down for a gain of 15. That's where Michael Griffin's speed would have been nice. He didn't even get a hand on him. The running back broke the tackle. I think that was Rayshon Highsmith. Got 15 yards, and they're hurrying it back to the line. As Gordon was able to beat the blitz pretty effectively there. He practiced against his defense. Just about every single player on this field he has seen on a practice field every single day has watched Jim Schwartz cook up these blitzes. And he wasn't ready for that one. Immediately brought down for a loss of 4. And now hurrying it back up. Back to the line. As he's sacked by Peter McGee. Star DN for us. Making some adjustments. 2 receivers on each side. 1:12 to go as Gordon is going to go short. It's picked up. It was intercepted. Augustus Gordon. It doesn't matter if you're wearing a Titans jersey or a Steeler jersey or whatever jersey you're wearing. Augustus Gordon maybe just don't got the goods in the big moment. And it is maybe the best corner in the league. Frank Finley with the interception. The game technically not over since the Steelers still have all their timeouts, but they would need a stop and presumably a missed field goal as well, which not impossible. It's snowy conditions, and it would be not like a complete chip shot field goal if we get stopped here. But let's see if we can get a first down. Jackson, fall forward for 3. First down, and we can go back to another Super Bowl in Bor Jackson's final game. Bor! There's the first down, and he willed us to it. We're going back to a Super Bowl, and Bor Jackson will get a chance to ride off into the sunset with another ring. Bor Jackson, you got 1 game left. We know he's retiring, win or lose after this Super Bowl, and he's trying. Christensen, 19 of 31, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Is that a crazy performance? No, but look at what Augustus Gordon. I mean, he was throwing picks in the playoffs. He had, I think, 7 interceptions or something. Like, he was throwing picks like, did he? I know he had like maybe 6 picks, 5 picks. He was throwing picks. He threw a lot in this one. You get a quarterback that's just itching to throw interceptions versus this defense. Not going to end well. Bor Jackson goes for 160 yards up 28 carries, 2 touchdowns. And no matter how injured or how beat up he gets, playoff mode activated. And he just transforms. Frank Finley, 3 interceptions, 2 pass breakups. Yeah, there's your problem. You targeted Frank Finley 11 times. What'd you think was going to happen? He got... He got absolutely worked there. So we'll be headed to a Super Bowl. Final game of Bor Jackson's career. Can he go for ring number 5? I would say he has, what, like 2 Super Bowl MVPs on his resume? He's gotten over 100 yards in... we've made it to... This is our 6th Super Bowl we've made. We lost one to the Lions. I feel like he's ran for 100 yards. He didn't run for 100 in the one we lost, but if didn't all the other ones did he? I don't know if in the Vikings one. I already don't remember, but let's see who we're facing. It is gonna be St. Louis Rams. All right. So Glenn Cook, I know, is the quarterback here. Former Patriots. Patriots let him go. Cook has had a really nice season. Not so much a great game there, but we're also facing another former Titan, Ray Hendrickson, one of the league's leading receivers this past year. All right, we're here in the fourth quarter. It is 28-16. The Rams have the ball. It is 3rd down and 1 at the 32-yard line, and my goodness, guys. What can I say about Bohr? He's had an incredible day, and he's put the team on his back one more time. Let's try to wrap this up the right way as the completion. Glenn Cook gets the first down. 23-yard line of Tennessee. We're up by 12, but they can definitely cut this down. If they can find the end zone here, they absolutely need to. A field goal does them not a whole lot of good here. The run up the middle, the fumble, picked up, Titans! We got the ball! And this defense playing hard too for Bohr. Everybody got to play hard for Bohr. Andrew Woods scoops it up. I think that was a legit fumble too. That's the thing. Oh my goodness, man. Just cut him out. And there is just Freddie Bates making a big play. Yeah, it was a legit fumble. Bohr Jackson may only have a couple of carries left in him. And we get to see them. We get to see whatever's left of Bohr, whatever's left of his body, whatever's left of his career. And a 6-yard run as he keeps tallying up the yards. We'll have a little bit of words to say about the career afterwards. We got to make sure we take care of business here. Jackson sheds a tackle. Jackson breaks another, and he got the first again. He's just moving crazy right now. I mean, the ending run against the Steelers, some of the broken tackles that he has, like, he's giving it literally everything he has left. Play action, throwing, oh, it's picked off! Christensen's been picked off a couple of times this game. This is a really good ball hawking secondary of the Rams, so, like, it's not really, like, on Christensen as much. But, yeah, he's got 3 picks this game. It's been brutal, but, like, we've been also going back and forth with the turnovers. We've caught interceptions. We just got a fumble there. It's been turnovers on both sides. The difference has just been Bohr. The difference really has been we have one running back that is just running through the other team, and they don't have that. You know, like, we wanted Christensen to be, you know, somebody who's a little bit safer with the ball, and generally, compared to Gus, he is. But he's having his game where it's just not ideal, but it's what happens when you're running into one of the best defenses in the league. As Cook is throwing over the middle, and it's caught, dragging him for the first penalty on St. Louis. And that was a late flag, and it's clipping. Get him back out of there. We had a clipping last game, so we'll take it. They paid it forward. I don't know. We'll take our clipping though, and it's 2nd down at 25, and that is a huge loss, because that would have been, you know, 3rd and inches or maybe even a 1st down. Instead, 2nd and 25 for Glenn Cook, the left-handed quarterback, spreading the field. And Cook has got pressure in, throwing it over the middle. That's caught. Great grab. Remember, I mean, we're familiar with Cook with his time with the Patriots, and he was one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the league. Ray Hendrickson, somebody we're very familiar with. You could see him on the right side there, very noticeable body type as the throw outside's broken up. And there's Abdul Ross with the coverage. 4th down and 7 now. And from the 40, they are gonna go for it on 4th and 7. Obviously a huge call. There's still 6 minutes to play, but they feel like they need it, and I can't blame them. They need to make up a 2-touchdown deficit, and the throw is caught for the first down. Big hit from Woods, but he got the first, and that was a huge call and a huge conversion. We sent the house, and he was there to handle it. Glenn Cook is one of the more scary quarterbacks to face because he's got the highest completion percentage in the league. Doesn't turn the ball over an insane amount, you know, at his best. Does have some turnovers today. I know at least one. I think Finley got a pick this game. But Cook is really good. He's a really good quarterback. And then you pair that with Hendrickson, who's, you know, we're familiar with him, but this is the best version of him, getting 1,800 yards on the season, and this great defense. The worthy Super Bowl opponent is cooked to the air. Throw it short. Caught. Freddie Bates brings him down, but he's got 10, and that's a first. If we keep him out of the end zone, it'd be so big, though, as the season is really coming down to potentially this drive. That's incomplete. The season really does come down to this drive, though, I feel like. They score a touchdown, we got a whole new game. They can't, a field goal is still a 2-score game. A stop is maybe going to tilt the thing into our favor. They're going to run! Nice tackle. 3rd and 9. They were willing to go for it before. I think they'd be willing to go for it again. I think especially since they've gotten this close. They just need to not take a major loss here. I mean, I think 4th and 9, maybe they'd still go for it if it's incomplete pass, but they can't afford to take a sack. And they'll go, and somebody was open! We once again sent everybody. Touchdown, Rams, with 5 to play. Not to say that I don't trust Christensen, but this is a ball-hawking secondary, and Bohr has been the biggest success for us this game. So this is ride it out with Bohr while we still can. One more time, and a nice 5 yards. This is the drive to try to, you know, put ourselves maybe back up by a full touchdown, maybe get a 8-point lead here if we can find 3. That's kind of the goal of this drive. Run as much time off the clock as you can, get a field goal so you don't lose this game in regulation. But you have to get there first. And Jackson is getting another 4 on the play. We got ourselves one heck of a fullback, so 3rd down and 1. It's going to be time for Kyle Nunn. Nunn! They sent the house, and Kyle Nunn is stopped! 4th and 1. That is really risky. I think I'm gonna punt. Just gonna punt. It's not even like a lack of trust. It's just like, man, if you don't get it, that could lose you the game. I have no reason not to trust my I think there's a flag out. That might be... Yeah, I mean, it's going to be on St. Louis, but, like, that might be holding. I don't think it's roughing the kicker. That'd be crazy. So that is clipping. All right, that's good for us, obviously. That sets them back. Rick Dude, I just realized they have a lot of former players on our... they have a lot of former Titans as well. Is the strategy just get, like, our scraps, and you can build something here? How many former Titans? So you got Ray Hendrickson, of course. Jamil Krause is familiar. Is he a Titan? Former Titan. Wow. What the heck happened here? Okay, that's 2 former Titans. Spencer Hall. Corey Moore. That's familiar as well. Former Titan. That's 3. BB Clayton. That's a known one. We know BB Clayton. That's 4. And then Rick Foley is 5. Marcelo Jordan is 6. And I think Collins. Is Collins? No, okay. They have 6 former Titans starting, though. That's crazy. They have 6 former Titans. Rick Foley, Marcelo Jordan, BB Clayton, Corey Moore, Ray Hendrickson, and Jamil Krause. That's insane. Like, some of those players, too. Like, Marcelo Jordan was an undrafted player who I just didn't even do anything with, as they get a run for a loss of 1. But, like, Marcelo Jordan was an undrafted player who I let go of immediately because he was too good, and I couldn't justify paying him off an undrafted contract. BB Clayton was a good player for a long time. Ray Hendrickson was a good player for us for a couple of years. I mean, like, that's just crazy that so many former Titans, so many familiar faces. 3rd down and 5. We'll throw over the tight end. It's the other tight end, and he's got the first. Tennessee 47 with 2:40 to go. We've been, I guess, taking it from every which way with all these former Titans trying to get their one on us. Trying to prove that they didn't need Tennessee to win a ring, as Martinez undercuts them for 2. I would imagine as well, like some of these players probably feel a little, jaded a bit. Ray Hendrickson was dealt, pretty easily, as that's a tackle for a loss, and Abdul Ross got in there, but Hendrickson was dealt to get Jeremy Pearson back, and Pearson was only a one-year player after we reacquired him. We were pretty comfortable saying we can replace you easily, and he goes out and has a couple of nice seasons. And then you got BB Clayton, who's on this team for a while, and I was just like, man, you're replaceable. We can get another guy, and we haven't done that. But some of these players got to feel some type of way after being replaced. Throw it on something. That's a beautiful throw from Cook. Are you kidding me? You couldn't have thrown that any better. 2-minute warning. I mean, you can even extend this outwards to some of the other players not associated with the Titans. Glenn Cook was unfairly let go of by New England, who rolled with Talon Tolliver after Cook got an injury, a knee injury. He goes on and gets a second chance with the Rams and has now taken them to a Super Bowl. This is a team full of castaways and guys with second chances. Can they get it done, though? And there's a penalty. Is that going to be? Yes, it's a false start. So they got 5 yards and then immediately lost those 5 yards right back. Back them up. And at the 21-yard line, Corey Moore, former Titan, on the false start. They're going to spread it out. This has been really hurting us because we have sent a lot of people in, and it's left a guy or two open. It looks like we're blitzing again. We are quick through. Oh my God. That could have been it. 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 Michael Griffin almost just ended it. That would have been a pick. I don't know if it would have been a pick six because he's, not as fast these days, but that would have been completely game-changing. 3rd down and 10. Please do not send the house. Cover up. Get a man on a man. Get a body on a body. I don't want to leave anybody open here. As they'll throw. Oh, it's 4th and 6 or 4th and 15. They're hurrying it back up. They got to keep these timeouts just in case they don't get it. It's a minute and a half to go. They're making an adjustment. They got to keep these timeouts, so this is why they're going fast. Can Glenn Cook come up with a big play as Cook throwing? It's a first down. Oh, first down. Golden go from the 7. Come on, guys, not like this. Not on Bohr's final night. Not on his farewell. There's a throw. Cook, come on, defense. Give us something. No, it's a touchdown. Touchdown, Rams. They'll go for 2 for the 3-point lead. 3-point lead on the line here as Cook, quick throw, incomplete. We can win it with a field goal now. 29-28, 1:10 to play. Or 1:09, I guess, to be specific. 1:09 left. Just a minute potentially in Bohr's career because there's no overtime happening unless some wild turn of events happen. Unless we score a touchdown, a 2-point conversion, good, and then they score a touchdown all in a minute. It's looking like regulation's going to be what it comes down to. We know we have a boot on our kicker, which means 35 yards is the target for his career long. And we're going to run it on first down. Jackson. I'm not in the biggest of rushes right now. We just need to hit like one major chunk play for me to feel comfortable about this. 57 seconds. I just wanted to try to sneak a run in there. We have all of our timeouts. Play action. We got Keaton Reed. He's open. Reed with the grab. And Keaton Reed breaks a tackle. Keaton down. And we got to burn a timeout. He didn't get out of bounds. That's a nice play, though. 48 seconds, and we need maybe 15-ish yards. Like I said, that's why I wasn't like, I was fine running the ball. Just give Bohr the ball for a bit. I know that's a little risky, but like I just trust. I just got trust. I just got faith that I got trust. And it's and a field goal range. Unbelievable grab. And the Rams burn a timeout. Camion Walker. He did it for Bohr. Do it for Bohr. Come on, Bohr. Now you get the ball. It's your turn. It's your turn. Jackson, take it out. 2 yards of the Rams burn another timeout. It is so much of Boer's time that I'm just going to snap him the ball and give it to him. I don't want this to end any other way than with Boer Jackson with the ball. And Jackson slipping a tackle. Boer Jackson take it for 16. He's playing his heart out for his final carries. And we're so close to putting it in the end zone even. Load up the formation. Load up the package here. Boer Jackson. I haven't ran this one in years. Let's give it to him. Sweep left. Jackson. He's making a man miss. Jackson! Touchdown! Boer Jackson! Could have just taken it down, but I think Boer Jackson could have just given us a walk-off touchdown. One more time, Boer, for the 2-point conversion. As if we would want this to end any other way than a Boer Jackson potential game-winning touchdown to end his career. Can we get the 2-pointer for security? Jackson on the direct snap, he walks it in untouched. Jackson, it just gotta last 29 seconds, defense, and we're gonna get out of here with a Super Bowl win. And maybe one that would be incredibly sweet, you know, compared to some of the recent Super Bowls. I know this one would be ring number 5, but this one would feel a little bit extra special than 4 or 3 as tackle him at the 21-yard line. Survive for 24 seconds. The Rams have no timeouts. 0 timeouts for the Rams. They need to hit a big play, and they need to get out of bounds. Crucially, get out of bounds. As they throw short, he's gonna get tackled in bounds though. 5 yards means nothing to me. He can take it. And you might have one more play, if maybe one more play in bounds, if that. You probably, okay, now you're really done for with we have one play to set up a Hail Mary probably, and it's gonna be a fake swag except the me. That's game. It's game over. Oh my God. Boer Jackson gets to ride out into the sunset with a walk-off game-winning touchdown in the Super Bowl to cap off a game where he put the team on his back. Christensen, couple interceptions. Other than the picks was, you know, high completion percentage, good yards per attempt. But Boer Jackson, 26 carries, 167 yards, 4 touchdowns. A vintage Boer performance. A Super Bowl MVP, we can already give it to him. Camion Walker was spectacular. Don't underestimate just how valuable that 26-yarder to Camion Walker was. Ricks, Carson, and Martinez with sacks. Finley got an interception, so we forced 2 turnovers. We turned it over ourselves 3 times. Boer Jackson. What a player. What a career. And we win ring number 5. And the only thing that really hurts is that's going to be it for Boer. So we still have 2 years left. And we're going to, you know, skate through these years. Maybe even a little bit quicker just because, a big part of this was me getting to see how Boer finished. But I don't think he's going to have a change of heart. Just make sure. Retiring after the season. All right. Well, here is the career picture. Now, it does cut off a couple of years. It does cut off how many? It cut off his first 2 years. So, it only looks at, the most recent one. So his first 2 years, though, it was 1,400 yards, 1,100 yards. They were really good years. But, 2010 and 11 and 12 and 13, those 4 years were okay, we have the start of something special. Then he gets hurt. 2014, misses the entire season. 2015, only plays, a half the season, really. Gets knocked out of a lot of games. 2016, another season-ending injury, but despite a season-ending injury in 2016, he came back off the triceps tear. Ran us to another Super Bowl on 400 yards in 3 playoff games. 2017 was on historic pace touchdown wise, in 9 games had 17 touchdowns, was literally on pace to potentially smash the touchdown record. Hurt again. And then it took him till he was 30 years old to finally put together a healthy season. Out of a potential 64 games, he missed 48. That was the math. Out of a potential 64 games in 4 years, he missed 48 games. And that's not even to mention these ones where he was knocked out of some of these. He didn't play for the better part of 4 years. But before that, the 4 years before that, he was the best running back in the league. Took home 2 or 3 rushing titles and had 24 touchdowns. Then took home 2 more rushing titles in his 30s. And then his body finally gave up on him in 2020. And he said, I can't do this anymore, but I'll give you what I have left. And what he had left was what he had left actually was more yards in the playoffs than he did in the regular season. What he had left was over 400 yards and 8 touchdowns in the 3 playoff games. I mean, the greatest playoff running back ever, I think you could say. Like, 3 Super Bowl MVPs, 5 Super Bowls in total, multiple 400-yard playoff runs, multiple 100-yard Super Bowl games, multiple 150-plus yard playoff games, multiple 4-touchdown Super Bowls. He had 2 Super Bowls with 4 touchdowns. And my question, I guess, overall here is, where do you rank a guy like Bo Jackson all time? Because if he got to play a healthy career, you're looking at, like, a GOAT potential running back. Keep in mind, like, he played 111 games. 111 games. That's insane. And again, not to mention the ones he got knocked out of. He didn't finish every game that he played. These are just the games that he participated in. And after pulling up a little bit of research here, just to check where he'd rank all time, he ran away with the yards per game. Yeah, I showed you compared to LaMarcus Taylor. He had 96.2 yards per game. That was 20 better than any other player currently active in the league all time. And then if you compare that historically, 96.2 is 4th all time. Number 1 all time is Jim Brown, which, you know, it's Jim Brown. You could debate the era and everything because he was playing in the 50s. But in terms of, I guess, more modern running backs, the only 2 running backs that are higher than him yards per game is 99.8, Barry Sanders. And a guy who I've drawn parallels to Bo Jackson with, like, career-wise, 97.5, Terrell Davis. Nobody else, though. The next person is Eric Dickerson with 90. Like, Terrell Davis, Barry Sanders, and now Bo Jackson for modern running backs stand alone, you know, like, by a couple of yards. Like, you want to look at other running backs. Walter Payton, 88 yards per game. Derrick Henry, 85. We want to look at some other guys. Emmitt Smith, 81. Adrian Peterson, 81. LaDainian Tomlinson, 80. Like, these guys are just insane. Like, and they had 80, 85, 88 yards. Bo averaged more. And you want to compare, again, careers. Again, another guy I drew parallels to. Terrell Davis played 78 games in his career. And he had, like, obviously a crazy career, but, like, man, 78 games. Bo Jackson was, like, a little bit better than that at 111. But, like, man, what happens if Bo Jackson plays the full career? What happens, for example, Barry Sanders, I'm looking right now, 150 plus games played. You look at, you know, these types of players, and it's like, man, if Bo Jackson played an extra, what would that be? 2 seasons worth of games? If he played an extra 30, 40 games, I mean, you're looking at other players. Walter Payton played 190 games. Derrick Henry has played 150 games already and still counting. You're looking at, you know, guys with good longevity. Emmitt Smith played 220 games. Adrian Peterson, great longevity for him, 187 games. I mean, I'm not even asking for 180. I'm not even asking for 190 or 200. If he would have gotten to 150, do the math there a little bit. Add an extra 40 games to his resume. How many more yards would he have had? Also, 111 games? Look at the touchdowns, man. 111 games. And 130 is 4 touchdowns. No one's touching him when it comes to touchdowns per game, right? Emmett's the all-time leader, but like even then, again, 200 games. LaDainian Tomlinson, less than 1 touchdown per game. And like I'm not even saying that to slight them. Less like scoring 1 touchdown on average per game is near impossible. Like that is insane. And Bohr Jackson not only did it, but he did it comfortably. And I like if you want to add receiving, you have 5 receiving, but where do you rank a player like Bohr Jackson all time? I think if he plays a full healthy career, he's challenging Barry Sanders. I think, we could debate who the greatest running back of all time is. I think it's pretty, like, common Barry Sanders is 1. You could debate 2 through whatever, but I think Barry's a safe number 1. I think he would have been chasing Barry for 1. Can we put him reasonably at 2? I don't know. He just maybe doesn't have enough cumulative yards to put him there. 10,600 yards is, not even top 20 all time. And that's to go along with the players who also have hit 10K along the way in the current, franchise that we're in. Like, can you put a guy who's not top 20 all time in yards up there? Because he's 4th all time in yards per game. He's top, like, 5-ish or top 10, whatever the active players ended up doing in touchdowns all time. Can you do it off accolades? Because he's got 5 rings. No other running back is going to have 5 rings. I think ring conversation's a little crazy to be talking about with running backs if you got like 1 or none. 5, though, with 3 Super Bowl MVPs? Never won an MVP, but this game also doesn't let you win MVP at running back if you don't have receiving. So, And again, he also... he didn't play enough games really to like have that be a thing, where even the games again where it says he played 16, it's like, well, he didn't really play 16 games. It's like he got knocked out of a bunch of them. Like he got knocked out of so many games. So even the ones where he played 16 were kind of fake. I don't know. I think it'd be hard for me not to put him top 5. Like, I know this looks worse because it's cutting off his first 2 seasons in which he was also a well over 1,000-yard rusher. But if you're going off peak for peak, Bohr Jackson doesn't have the top tier peak because he never was like a 2,000-yard rusher, but like pretty high peak, especially in the yards per carry department and everything like that, and the touchdowns. Longevity. The fact that he has multiple 1,000-yard seasons post 30 years old already puts him in a high category of longevity. 2 rushing titles after 30 years old is really good longevity for a running back. So, like, even longevity, he kind of does check the boxes there. Like, how many running backs are putting up 1,500 and 1,300 yards in their 30s? Not many. So longevity, he's actually kind of got that box checked. Accolades, got it. I mean, he's got, Pro Bowl, like, every year that he was healthy, and then he also made the Pro Bowl this year, even though he didn't fully play the season. He was just that good that in the 10 games that or the 9 games that he played, he still made the Pro Bowl. But he made the Pro Bowl each of his first 4 years, and 7 Pro Bowls. If we're going all pros, probably would have the years that he won the rushing title. That's probably 4 first-team All-Pros, 2 second-team All-Pros. So he's got the Super Bowl MVPs, the accolades, pure talent. He's up there. This is simultaneously one of the craziest, but like, in some ways, I don't want to say underwhelming, but like, you just sit there and say, like, man, if he would have got the whole career, if he would have if he didn't get beat up, a lot of ifs. Simultaneously, one of the best running backs, but also one of the most, like, I don't want to say tragic, because it's hard to say tragic, but it's like, how good he could have been. He is one of the greatest running backs ever, but he could have been the greatest. He could have been the number 1. I don't know. The story is written, though. Bohr Jackson is incredible. He is the heart of this series, the heart of this franchise, the team. Our Super Bowl MVP. Rode off into the sunset, got the story tail ending. There's going to be legends told about Bohr Jackson and what he was able to do off a torn triceps, what he was able to do on his final 3 games, what he was able to do in Super Bowls and playoff games, what he was the recoveries from injury, the amount that he got hurt but still kept bouncing back and nothing could completely defeat him. That's just, I love him. What, probably among my favorite players in channel history. It's going to be hard to, definitely my favorite running back, but this career is special. Like, I think it's a really special career. As we get into the offseason, there was, again, no major coach stuff to really talk about. So here's our free agents. Dude, Perry Montgomery, why is his overall so jacked now? Oh my, what happened? What? Did anything, like, go up? No, nothing went up with Perry Montgomery. He actually regressed a little with speed. Okay, he's a really high overall now. I wasn't able to get Boston on a contract. And honestly, the franchise tag is kind of a decent price for him. But, like, also now Abdul-Ross winning Defensive Player of the Year. Kind of like, man, it'd be kind of crazy to get rid of him. So, I'm gonna tag Abdul-Ross. Among these 4, like, Edwards 10 million's crazy. Montgomery, we'll figure him out. I don't know what to do with him. But, yeah, Abdul-Ross just won Defensive Player of the Year. Tag him. And then, if I could get Boston on a long-term deal, that could work. Also, our cap situation, it's not good. We have 13 million. Presumably, when Bohr officially retires, his money will be off the books, so we should get a little bit of a boost there. It's actually really funny. I guess once you get this deep into the mode, the draft stories just dry up. It's not like, I mean, it makes sense because it's like, why get crazy draft stories for players that won't even be able to be used in like 2 years? So it makes sense. But yeah, no, I think the draft stories might be kind of gone here. So we go to free agency. Is Bohr retired officially? Yeah, he's still here. Does he change his mind? That'd be funny. Unhappy about franchise tag. You know what? Valid. Yeah, Bohr still says he's gonna retire, but the first free agent that you get a chance to bid on, Perry Montgomery. This is crazy. I kind of just want to keep him. And it's crazy. He's a 40-year-old running back. But I kind of want to keep him. $8.2 million. I want to keep him. He's still good. And he just ran for 1,000 yards for us. And it's not like we're, like... I know it's weird, but, like... This is me just taking the Bohr money that we'll get back from when he retired and just giving it to him. Same thing, also at Torrey. What? What's our cap space? What was that? Is that a visual bug or something? Negative? How do we lose money? Wait. How did we just lose money? What? How do we just lose money? Whoa, everything was just okay. What do you mean? We can join the bid on Torrey Edwards? No, we can't. What the? What? Where did we just lose money from? Where did we just lose, like, 1.5 million? Alright, Edwards is going to the Bucks. Well, it took a little bit of extra time, but it happened. Bohr has officially retired. That hurts, but we want to look at the positives. Hey, we only got 5 million back. What happened to the other 3 million? Does he just get to keep it? Alright, well, we get $5 million back, so we'll use that to kind of fill out the roster. So in order for us to kind of put together a roster that we can be hopeful about with some of the losses, one being Torrey Edwards, We got to go a little bargain bin hunting, and a player that I have identified as being a solid bargain bin hunt. About Kashmir Luke, an 83 overall wide receiver. We could trade our backup right guard and a 5th round pick to get him. It's also good to cut down on some draft picks because, again, paying them with the little amount of money we have. The reason I go acquire Kashmir Luke is because he is only making $500,000 and he's on a 3-year deal. He's got 91 potential. He's a nice player. He had a 500-yard season for Pittsburgh last season with Augustus Gordon, but they've loaded up kind of at wide receiver. He's kind of going to get lost in the shuffle. He's got a decent skill set, 6'3", could have really good release, good route running. You know, bit more of a longer-term project if we could get those ratings up, but like, you know, cheapening out here is pretty good. Guys, I'm also really confused. Nate Boston still hasn't signed anywhere. There's a chance that we could just get Nate Boston back for like a nothing 1-year deal. I don't know why he hasn't signed. I really don't. Like, it's not like there's injury concerns, or it's not like he's old. He was asking for a lot. Like, respectfully, too much. He was asking for about 7 a year, and that's higher than the franchise tag, and he wanted that annually. And just to put that into perspective, for the highest paid guard on a per year basis, dude, he was asking to reset the market. He was asking for like over 40 million total. So maybe that's why no one wanted to meet his pretty unreasonable demands. Like, he wanted to be the highest paid guard and it not even be close. So his greed might cost them a lot of money. Are they gonna get him? No trade options popping up. 18th pick would be actually like a lot better. But I don't know who they want from us. This would be like the only like major pick we'd make. 2nd, 3rd, and Brody Fisher. 2nd. Okay, is there any 2-player deals? No. So we would have to give up 2/3 maybe. I could do 2/3. That's what they want. Or a 3rd and a 4th. Like, this sounds fine to me. We're not getting out we're the only people left. You gotta take it or not. Also, Andy Reid ended up back in Philly. What in the world happened here? Okay, yeah, we got the trade. We got to move up. And even though we don't have a lot of money, if we kind of just focus that money on 193 potential guard to replace the one that we had, and still there is an opportunity, like if we wanted to go and get Nate Boston back, I still would on a 1-year deal. That's if he would want to come back, but you know, this is just the long-term future plan. Here, would that be possible? It is. All right, Browns. We'll take another first. Well, I didn't know if he'd pop up or not. Well, here he is. Nate Boston did not get signed, and rather than getting, you know, a long-term, if he would have asked for it, $5 or $6 million contract per year for 5-6 years, you get a 1-year, $4 million. So you did cost yourself a lot of money there, but we get him for 1 more season. All right, I didn't show you much of the draft because there just wasn't much to show. There was a lot of one position, really. So I'll show you this. I took a couple of like filler players here, you know, 4th string running back and a wide receiver to be the number 5, backup left tackle, 3rd string quarterback, backup right tackle. But then here is this. I'll just show you all of them. Brother, there's 393 potential corners. This draft was literally just corner spawns. Like, and it's like, well, you didn't need to take all of them. It was like they were just sitting there in like the 4th or 5th round. Why not? Like, they were just sitting there. Nobody was taking them. They're all really good, of course. And one of them might break out into something. You know, we've taken these types of corners year after year, and most of them ended up getting like restricted free agent dealt, but then occasionally you get your Rick Foleys and you get your Frank Finley's, who end up breaking out and becoming good players, starting players, and, doing stuff for us. But then the real kind of star of the show here in the draft was our first round pick, Tremaine Collins, who, is going to be our sixth man off the bench. And, we're going to start Nate Boston for this season because he's here. Why not? He's still better. But, once that passes, Tremaine Collins will take over, and he looks like a really good player for us. So, it's still like a really good contract to get him for. And, yeah, I mean, we had the little bit of extra cap this year. I think we're down to like $1 million or two, maybe $2 million. Yeah, at 2.9 million. So like we had the room to sign to Boston to come back for one more year, so let's do it. Running backs. Go through the depth chart. Obviously Christensen at quarterback, but running backs, Perry Montgomery. I guess this is what we're doing, a 41-year-old running back. He probably regressed again, didn't no, he's still good. He's still cool. We'll have also Jefferson, then Reggie Beau at 3. I've just been finding a way to keep Reggie Beau on this roster, and he's cool. Reggie Beau will be here, and then Kemian Walker, Darius McKenzie, Kashmir Luke. So we took a step back at wide receiver. It's okay. Maybe this means we could see a little bit more Keaton Reed this year. I wouldn't mind it. Lee Claxton, Nate Boston, Richard Emanuel, John Onken, Benji Cato, Peter McGee, Devin Kirby, Ken Ricks, Torrin Eastwood, Freddie Bates, Mario Martinez, Abdul Ross, Jabari Gordon, Frank Finley, Zach Blair, and all these other corners, Michael Griffin, Andrew Woods. So a pretty similar team. We should be, a 12-win team plus, and we'll see if we can win in these final 2 years post-Boar Jackson. We might just have to admit that the post-Boar dude who was supposed to maybe take over, that ain't gonna work. This dude's more hurt than Boar. Darnell Jefferson is out for the season. I mean, I'm not even like really angry, but that's just crazy. 2 years, he'll play 8 games. My running back injury looked kind of brutal. Hey man. Good thing we have a 41-year-old beast. And also Reggie Beau's here. So we're fine at running back. So we go 14-2 on the season, which it's cool. I do think that the division was a runaway because the Colts were a lot worse this year. But in general, I don't feel like we offensively were anything too special. But the defense was, yeah. The defense was like that. So, AFC, Titans, Steelers get the 2 seed, Augustus Gordon, Ravens, Browns, and then kind of, remember last year, there was a couple of 10-win teams that missed out, but this year, 8 wins is enough to win a division, 9 wins is enough to win the division, so the AFC is pretty weak. And the NFC, Cowboys, Rams, Lions, Falcons, Panthers? Ooh, since when? That's like the first time they've made the playoffs all series. Okay, that's cool. So we go to the season stats and show you what everything that went down. Terrence Christensen, pretty solid stuff here. Very efficient. Very efficient. How about a 63 completion percentage, 8.6 yards per attempt, almost a full yard better, and a 20-6 touchdown interception ratio. Like, these numbers don't jump out as, like, insane, but only 4, while the numbers don't jump out crazily, just 6 interceptions is pretty amazing. That's a very low amount of turnovers to have in this game, so we'll happily take that. And running the ball, our 41-year-old running back, Perry Montgomery, goes and puts up, we gave him even more carries. We gave him almost 70-plus carries, more, and his yards per carry only went down by 0.1. His fumbles went down, same amount of touchdowns. He's just a legitimately pretty nice player, which is crazy. We dealt with some running back issues here due to the fact that Jefferson got a season-ending injury. Reggie Beau was in and out of the lineup, so it kind of relied upon Kyle Nunn to play a lot more. And yeah, cool. Kyle Nunn was almost 4 yards at attempts. That's awesome for your fullback to do. Camion Walker, his yards per attempt or yards per catch is climbing, career best in that regard. But the catches have gone down. He's nearing 20,000 yards, which is something amazing. But like other receivers have done. Damon Summers is like up there. Defensively, well, look at this dude, man. This dude is unbelievable. Frank Finley, his third double-digit interception season of his career. He, in 6 years, has 53 picks. Unbelievable. 44 completion percentage, only allowed 1 touchdown despite being targeted 99 times. He's also... That feels like a lot of big hits for a corner. Is that... Yeah, also big hits. Look at him. He's a hard hitter, too. Okay, Frank Finley, just give him everything, man. Kirby 7 sacks, Ricks with 5, Ross 5, Freddie Bates 4, Eastwood 4. Just a lot of guys pitching in. Michael Griffin still getting 6 interceptions. Jabari Gordon with 6 picks, and he didn't even play the full season. He got banged up a little bit, but yeah, allowed pretty little his way. Andrew Woods, was he still keeping up? Ooh, this is the worst Andrew Woods coverage season, but for the linebackers and everybody else, and Zach Blair, who had to step in, they did it all really well. So, I mean, how many receiving touchdowns did we allow as a team? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We allowed 9 passing touchdowns this season. That's insane. We have multiple retirements incoming. Yeah. 3 players are going to retire. Now, one of them's Trevor Kelly, our punter. But Perry Montgomery said, hey, man, I'm having fun, but I am still 41 going on 42. I probably shouldn't be a running back. He's retiring. And Richard Emanuel at 36, I think has kind of earned his retirement. He's been one of the greatest centers, probably. Will go down as one of the greatest centers of all time. He's early in his career dealt with some injuries, and he's been pretty durable since, but, he's earned it. We kind of expected these guys hitting their mid-30s to, start to not really want to stick around for much longer. But it is crazy. He suffered a season-ending injury in his rookie season, played his second season. This third year, he played 12 games, but it was another season-ending, major injury that kept him out of the regular season and the playoffs and beyond that. And then ever since then, he's only missed 1 game. That's really impressive. So we'll be saying goodbye to these 3 players, and hey, Perry Montgomery, what a 2-year legend for us. Oh, that's a new team. Okay. Oh, whoa, okay. Bills lose 21-5. The Ravens lost to an 8-8 Raider team. All right. The Raiders are going to be our opponents. Yeah, man, these poor Raiders stood no chance. I mean, their backup quarterback threw 4 interceptions in their playoff win. And going against our defense, you're probably not going to fare much better. Christensen, nice game. Montgomery just kind of grinded things out. 3 yards a carry, 3 touchdowns. Camion Walker did his thing. He threw 4 picks last game. How about 6 in this one? I mean, it just wasn't ready. Finley got 2, Gordon got 2, Griffin and Woods. So every core member of our secondary caught a pick or 2. And we'll have a very easy path to an AFC title game. Playoff results for the divisional round are in. Cowboys over the Falcons. Steelers beat the Browns. And the Lions go down to the Rams. So it'll be Rams, Cowboys, Steelers, Titans. So a little AFC Championship rematch on Augustus Gordon, who's playing really well. This is a little scary. Because Gus is playing better than his previous 2 years at Pittsburgh. Rayshon Highsmith still here. Travis Burr getting better. I mean, yeah, this is a good Steelers team, man. And then also the Rams out here, we could get a Super Bowl rematch, which, obviously the Rams are trying to get back there. Cowboys haven't been to the Super Bowl Have they been to the Super Bowl at all? I think they might have, like a decade ago, in this save file. But I don't know. We'll see how we fare against the Steelers again. That game, unfortunately, wasn't without a casualty. Jabari Gordon is gonna miss this game, which is brutal. You know, our one of two elite corners won't be playing. We have plenty of great backups, but you know, not quite the same thing as having that dude out there at the number 1 spot. Something tells me Augustus is really motivated in this one. 27-16, the Steelers are winning. They have the ball, and Augustus Gordon has thrown 3 touchdowns today. And he's had a spectacular game, and, well, we don't have Jabari Gordon, but we do got pressure and a sack on the first play of the quarter. Now, not to say that's an excuse that one corner is gone, your whole defense falls apart, but to no surprise, Finley has moved over to the other side. They start picking on the backups. You know, we have nice young players at 2, 3, 4, and 5, but they're not Jabari Gordon, to put it plainly. A completion there, as we have an injury as well. I think this is okay. Reggie Bo's fine. He got hurt for 1 play. That's all right. Offense has been okay. You know, it's been whatever, but the Steelers are a really good team, and their offense has been outdoing ours, which is really surprising given how good our defense is. But Augustus trying to win a Super Bowl on his own, and Rayshon Highsmith loses the yards, and Mario Martinez at the tackle for loss. They'll make it 4th down. Well, we get to see Perry Montgomery in some significant action. Last year, kind of Bohr took over the reins once the playoffs hit, but here's Perry Montgomery, the 42-year-old Canadian running back. Montgomery on the carry, and he'll have 11. Won the rushing title. Definitely the oldest player to ever run for 1,000 yards and to win a rushing title. I mean, what he has done is unheard of. He may not be, you know, Bohr, but he's a pretty dang good player in his own right, so we're going to be happy to have him here taking another carry. As we'll run with Montgomery breaking a tackle, and they'll just get a yard on the play. 2nd down and 9 for Christensen. As Montgomery next to him, we're trying to, you know, make do without a Torrey Edwards at number 2 receiver, and it's still A.J. Camion Walker that went along the sidelines. He couldn't get his 2nd foot in bounds. It is decisively a worse core on offense, going from Torrey Edwards to, you know, a okay number 2 and 3, and going from Bohr to Perry Montgomery, and having injuries at the backfield. Jefferson, oh, it's off the hands of a receiver, and it's picked off. That's not even Christensen's fault. Who dropped that? Are you kidding me? Just off the hands of a receiver. Oh my goodness, man. Who did that? Like, who sold that hard? I don't think it was Camion. 87. Who's 87? I think that might be the new guy that we brought in, isn't it? Yeah, Kashmir Luke. I mean, that's a pick that goes down on the quarterback stat sheet, but that ain't his fault at all. If you're not going to catch it, don't put it into the hands of another defender, man. That's brutal. All right, Steelers take over, though. Gordon throwing underneath. Tight end got it, and he'll not be able to keep his feet in. Incomplete. Trying to stay pretty level here. We're still down 2 scores with 6 minutes to play, but I'd like to think our defense can maybe get one back. Augustus Gordon's been a lot cleaner with his interceptions, and he hasn't thrown them like he has against us last year. If you remember the conference championship, where he was slinging that football every which way and throwing picks every which way, and, you know, proving that maybe he just wasn't the playoff performer. He just was throwing a lot of picks in the last postseason. This one, he's cut it down quite a significant amount, and it's made the Steelers a whole lot more dangerous as the run. Highsmith has got 3. Of course, got to hold him out of the end zone. A field goal here makes it a 14-point game. We could tolerate that, even if it's not ideal. Let's just see if our defense, though, can hold. 2nd down and 7 from the Tennessee 42. We send a little heat. Gets picked up outside, and that's broken up. They attacked the 3rd-string corner, Blair, who's stepping up and playing in Frank Finley's spot. He makes a play. But we're asking a lot of a young core of corners, minus, you know, Finley, who's obviously elite, but the rest of the guys are pretty young. And then Michael Griffin, not as athletic as he used to be, not able to get over there and help as much as he would want to. And that ball incomplete off his back foot. Receiver had a chance at it. Couldn't bring it in. And they will punt. No 59-yard kick from them. Understandable. We just got to hope no unfortunate circumstances hit us like last drive with a tip pick, as it'll be a touchback. I think at this point, it's like, who do you trust? Obviously, other than Camion Walker. I think McKenzie's proven he could be, you know, serviceable. And Keaton Reed, I think, in a big moment situation, that is brutal, though, a sack. Didn't even get a chance on that one. I was going to say, other than Camion, though, like, kind of Keaton Reed's the one I look for to maybe draw something up if we want a big play, because Keaton Reed's come up with some nice plays. 2nd and 14, as Christensen outside, and broke it up, incomplete. Tough grab for McKenzie. Might be a 3 and out. All right, well, 3rd and 14. If we get close enough, I'd consider going for it. If it's like 4th and 2, I think I might. Roll out here. We're going for a big play. And he throws it on the run. And it's picked up. This one is a legit interception. I can't blame anybody else other than him. The first one, very much like, that's not his fault. That one is. So that's his 3rd pick of the game. His 2nd legit pick. That's brutal, man. Oh boy, if we allow a touchdown, might be wraps. I know the point differential, we kind of steamrolled the regular season. You know, I think it's understandable to say we didn't feel like this team was as strong this year. You know, everybody a little bit older, Bohr retiring, Edwards moving on. You know, the draft, you know, we drafted a guard, but that guard didn't end up playing because we just brought Nate Boston back. As the throw over the middle. Oh, I thought he caught that for a moment. Martinez broke it up. But we weren't really able, you know, due to the salary cap situation, we weren't really able to add much. We just kind of were able to keep everything in-house and try to, you know, piece together what we could elsewhere. It's just what happens when you have an aging dynasty team. You're not gonna keep it forever as much as you'd like to. As Gordon off his back foot, that's a tremendous throw and a touchdown. And not when you're facing a scorned former quarterback who seems motivated to prove that, unlike everybody else, he can succeed without us. I mean, you know, regardless of how many good players we've put together, like quarterback-wise, once they leave the Titans, you know, they don't really, you know, Vince Young never really proved us wrong. Like, he peaked with us. I know he had a really good season this year, weirdly, but, like, he immediately lost in the playoffs. He never was able to compete. He stunk for Philly for years and years. Like, Vince Young never proved us wrong. Augustus Gordon so far has never really proved us wrong. We beat him last year, and we won, you know, 2 Super Bowls with Christensen, just like we did with Gordon. So, like, Gordon had never proven us wrong. Anybody else that we had never really proved us wrong either. It's like, oh, you should have kept that guy, or you should have rolled with that guy. Like Tristan Riley, took him years to become a starting quarterback. Atkinson, pretty cool for the Browns, took him years, and he's cool, but is he any better than Christensen? Not really. We've had a number of quarterbacks that are competent, capable, starting guys. None of them have proven us to be like, yeah, we should have rolled with that guy. We should have went with that guy. For the first time, you could say, maybe Augustus Gordon deserved more chances, but we had done that before with Vince Young, where, you know, some would say in this series we maybe took too long to get rid of Vince Young, and we paid for it. Maybe it costed us a ring somewhere along the way. But some people thought maybe we held on to him too long. So rather than holding on to Augustus too long, we were proactive. I still don't regret the move just because, you know, we got 2 more rings out of it. And part of it was not having to allocate that much money for a quarterback that, you know, quarterback for us isn't the same for everybody else. We run our offense through the ground game, through the running backs. The running back is our quarterback. The quarterback is just there to kind of play point guard, set the tempo, just don't ruin things. And Christensen, you don't ruin things. Only 6 interceptions in the regular season, though he has 2 in this game. Obviously not cool, but I don't say I regret it. Maybe you guys think I should have kept Augustus this whole time and just kind of rolled with it, paid him, as that is just, oh my goodness, man, a sack and Didn't have much of a chance there. I don't know. What would you guys have done? Would you have rolled with Augustus, or does potentially losing here to Augustus in a conference championship make you think, huh, would we have won, the previous 2 Super Bowls with Augustus as well? Or was Christensen the right move? I still defend the move, just financially, and also hard to complain when you've won 2 rings. It's hard to complain when we've won a Super Bowl with 3 different quarterbacks in this series. Like, Vince Young has 1, Augustus has 2, Christensen has 2. It's hard to argue when we've won a Super Bowl with 3 different quarterbacks. So, I don't know if maybe there isn't a right decision, but, that's kind of the fun of this is, things just kind of happen, and, it is what it is. Maybe you'll never make the right decision. There's just kind of good and bads to each. Here on 4th and 14, it's 4th and 14. I'm gonna kick it. Kicking a field goal makes it a 2-score game. We'll need a field goal along the way. I feel like a field goal is more likely than getting a 4th and 14. And the kick, it's veering. Oh, that's game. That's game. We were gonna need a field goal regardless. I thought if it was 4th and short, I would have went for it. 4th and 14. I thought, let's just kick it now, try to get an onside. If not, you get a stop, get a touchdown, then you have to rely on the onside. We still needed a lot of help, but yeah, this one's wraps. 3 minutes to play, down by 3 scores, and the Steelers have the ball. They were able to get it out of the 2-minute warning, give it back to us. It's just unfortunate, but we go into one more offseason and one more regular season, I'm pretty sure, if I'm... a lot of these years are getting kind of blurred because I've been doing this forever, but we'll lose here in the conference championship. Augustus Gordon can try to get a 3rd ring and win a Super Bowl. Augustus played some of his best ball. That's not something we're used to from Augustus in a playoff setting, whether he's in Pittsburgh or Tennessee. He never does that. So, credit to him for playing his best in the big moment there. But, yeah, no picks, 4 sacks. Who got picked on? That's kind of the thing here. Who got picked on? Kind of both. Is that Finley out there? No, it's Blair. Yeah, the guy who stepped in for Jabari Gordon was the one who got kind of picked on at cornerback, so no surprise. It is a dominant victory. And Augustus Gordon threw 5 touchdowns. He was on fire these playoffs. What a performance. Yeah, so Augustus Gordon takes home a Super Bowl and a Super Bowl MVP. Hey, salute to you. I would have loved for you to do that with us so we didn't have to get rid of you. And you didn't... It took you a long time. It took you till you were 30 plus to stop, stinking up in the playoffs. But, he eventually got there. Good on him. He wins his 3rd Super Bowl. In terms of contracts expiring, I didn't have much. It was kind of funny that the players that are retiring, I just I extended them during the season. Richard Emanuel, I gave an extension. He's just going to retire. My punter, I gave an extension. He's just going to retire. But I actually did give Nate Boston an extension. And the plan here is, 1, Boston, I think, came to his senses. He asked for a really cheap contract. Remember, the franchise tag was like $6 million. I signed him on a 1-year, $4 million contract. He ended up signing a, 6-year, $22 million deal. So the plan here is actually to take Tremaine Collins, who I drafted in the 1st round, just bump him into center, and he'll replace Richard Emanuel. I hope he'll be good there. I mean, he takes a 1 potential drop, but he'll just kick inside, and he'll be the Richard Emanuel replacement. So that pick still makes sense and still, nets out to be something. We're going to get the $8 million freed up from Perry Montgomery when he retires. Richard Emanuel will get $5 million, and then our punter will get, maybe $1 million from. So we'll get some money there. And then in terms of money that we have free, we got $9 million. So once everybody retires, we'll have, 20 million plus to play with. And not really a whole lot to do with it, in terms of urgent needs, except I guess running back. If Darnell Jefferson wants to play healthy, we could. And if Reggie Bowe wants to play healthy, like, I guess we'll, like, maybe target something there. We'll need a number 2 receiver. And then, really, that's about it. Everybody else is, like, a restricted free agent or just gonna stick around. Michael Griffin's still here. Cool. We'll just let him ride it out. So, yeah, we got the 28th and 30th pick. We'll see what we can do. We need to make moves, just because of the fact that, hey, man, this is it. Let's go and try to all in for a season. And, you know, we have a bunch of resources. We have 2 firsts. We have just a bunch of stuff. So let's use the stuff that we have. Drafted a bunch of demon corners last year. The teams want them. So let's go and hand them out. I think Stacy Collins, a 28-year-old wide receiver who's had like 4 straight 1,000-yard years. Let's go and snag him for this. 2nd rounder, a late 2nd, a 4th, and our like 5th string corner. Alright guys, I've been trying trade offers left and right. I finally got one to go through. I wanted a running back. I wanted someone goofy. I wanted somebody fun. You remember all those years ago. Jelani Okoye, the 300-pound running back. I know his overall looks really low. That's just a schematics thing. If I were to change, he's a 76 right now. If I were to change just to power running back, I actually don't know how high he'd go. I maybe should check that first. But, oh, yeah, he goes up to a 92 if you switch it to power halfback. He's a, you know, one-dimensional player in that regard. It obviously cooks Darnell Jefferson, but, like, at this point, do we care? Jelani Okoye has been so cool. He was in Washington for, you know, a large chunk of his career. And now, you know, last 3 years with New York has just been grinding away as a, you know, 800 to 1,000 yard back. He's got almost 11,000 yards rushing. And I think he's just going to be a bit of fun. He's 6'4", 333. All I traded to get him was, you know, a 3rd string D tackle who, you know, he's cool, but like he's our number 3, a 3rd round pick. Like what we gave up is not bad. He has 99 carrying, 99 trucking, 96 awareness, 94 vision, 99 stiff arm. So he's just going to be pure power. And also, we don't got to worry about injuries. He's 99, 99, 99. Has he missed games in his career, like ever? No, he's never missed a game. He's never missed a game. So we don't got to worry about injuries. Yeah, I think that's a fun little pickup for the final year. All right, and how about, since we have 2 first-round picks, let's get another trade. Let's trade one of those 2 first-round picks and a 4th for a 92 overall defensive end who is, you know, like, I think among the best. I think he was. You look at the best here, 93 was the best. We couldn't get him, so we went for the 2nd best. Tied for the 2nd best left or right end in the league. And the reason we did that is because, who was the guy? I think he went to the Cowboys. It was a restricted free agent. Yeah, Devin Kirby. We didn't match his contract offer. We got a 2nd round pick for him, so we let him walk, and we go and get a guy who's 4 overalls better, 4 years older, but only in total like $1 mil cheaper, or $1 mil more expensive. He's got 94 potential too, so you can get a little bit better if you want, but yeah, we're kind of stacking the team for the final year, just using all of our assets and cashing them in. You know what, guys? This one doesn't make as much sense, but I want to do it for the fun factor. How about we let the Onken brothers join up once again? Now, we don't need a guard. This is absolutely pointless because we drafted a guard last year, and I was going to kick him into center. What if we just kick Boston into center instead and just let the brothers ride it out? This could just be fun. Blake and John Onken, for the first time since college, can be teammates, which is so cool. Look at the brothers. They're both 34. They've both been here for 12 years. We'll let Blake kick over to left guard. Let him keep his number 78 if that's what he wants, but we can't. Yeah, 78. Let him get over here. He's a 97, and Nate Boston can play some center instead. I think that could be cool. And then Boston, oh my gosh, Boston's even better at center. Okay, we got the Onken brothers. I'm just doing some nonsense for this final year. Onken, Boston, Onken. What an interior. Here is the very uneventful draft. I traded basically like all of our picks to get all those players, and then the one first rounder we had, I traded down, just kind of accumulated a bunch of stuff to fill out the rest of the roster with cheap backups. So there wasn't really anything to show you in the draft, and at this point, they were just not even any draft stories either. So here's what we ended up getting. A third string D tackle, a third string tight end, but both of them at 91 potential, 90 potential receiver, safety, third string quarterback, backup safety, backup running back. Just, bunch of guys, and the potential doesn't mean as much just because, well, this is the last year. So there's not really anything to look forward to. It's just about the present day. So here's the final roster that we will be putting together for this series. It's funny, Darnell Jefferson, due to the schematic change, is terrible overall-wise. Like, he's still talented, but, we'll let him be the number 3 back, I guess. I mean, Jelani Okoye, it's his backfield. He should be taking, 90% of the carries, I would hope. Kyle Nunn here at fullback, Camion Walker, Stacy Collins, Kashmir Luke at wide receiver, Keaton Reed. The offensive line's even upgraded. This is probably even the best version of this offensive line with Lee Claxton, Blake Onken, Nate Boston, John Onken, Benji Cato. D-line Peter McGee, we traded for Jay Henry, who is a 92 overall 30-year-old defensive end who has had, he's more of like a run stopper, 25 tackles for loss being his best, but you pair that with McGee, who's a pass rusher, that should complement well. Ken Ricks is a pass rusher, Eastwood the run stopper, so it's a 2-2 split there. Freddie Bates at 35, Mario Martinez at 32, Abdul Ross at 32, Jabari Gordon, Frank Finley, Zach Blair, and Michael Griffin at 37, Andrew Woods. So we'll give a salute to Michael Griffin. All 15 years is Michael Griffin being here. Big salute to Michael Griffin. We'll see what happens in the final season. Can we collect a 6th ring? We'll find out. Guys, we did it. 16-0 in the final season. We finally got there. We had to stack the team like crazy. But we actually were able to get to 16-0. The Niners 14-2, Ravens 14-2, Steelers, Browns, Patriots, Chiefs, Colts miss out on the playoffs, Broncos as well, both with winning records. And the Niners, Cowboys, Lions, Eagles, Rams, Falcons with a 9-7 Packers. Get our last batch of awards here. I would imagine we won Coach. Yes, we did Coach of the Year, Defensive Rookie. I mean, the Rookie of the Years don't really matter too much. But Defensive Player of the Year, Brock Burnett. Offensive Player of the Year, Cedric Lewis. And the Offensive Player and MVP both go to a running back, Cedric Lewis of the Eagles. The Eagles didn't make the... Oh, they did, 11-5. Okay, I forgot them. Okay. Let's look at the stats, though. Actually, before that, I don't think... I was looking at it throughout the season. Nobody has announced that they're retiring, which is weird. Nobody said that they're retiring outright. But Terrence Christensen, very efficient, very effective play here. Just limited turnovers. 11, 10, 9, and 6 as his interception totals. His passer rating over 100. Yards per attempt took a little step back, but the completion percentage jumped up to a career best. Did what we asked him to do. Jelani Okoye, the yards per carry was in the dumpster, which is a bit surprising for this team, considering we are, the best offensive line in the league. So it's interesting that he goes and puts up this, he is obviously 35, so that's a part of it, but still ran for 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns, and no fumbles, no injuries. That's kind of what we signed up for, as someone to just kind of hold the line for the regular season. But Reggie Beau, I gotta give a salute to Reggie Beau for, what he's been able to just do for this team in 7 years, just kind of steadily be a very reliable backup who has averaged 4 yards a carry and more at his best. And he put up 14 touchdowns on 189 carries this year, a career best carries, touchdowns, yards. Just a really nice season from Reggie Bow off the bench, and I mean, you can argue Reggie Bow probably should have been the starter with the way he's played this year. So we have a nice, 1-2 split here at running back. Again, Reggie Bow is probably the more impressive guy. Jefferson, he exists. And then at wide receiver, so Keaton Reed, 29 grabs, Kashmir Luke, 30 grabs, Stacey Collins, 54 grabs, and Camion Walker does hit the 20,000 plus mark. Credit to Camion Walker for putting up 21,000 career yards. He was the first draft pick I'm pretty sure we made. He's made it all the way to the end, and he put up a insane legendary career. Sacks allowed, only 2 guys allowed more than a single sack. Defensively, Jay Henry 8 sacks, Eastwood 7, Martinez 6, Ricks 5, McGee 5, Abdul Ross 4, Bates with 2, interceptions, Frank Finley, once again, 9 interceptions. Michael Griffin, hey, it's been a while, but 7 interceptions? He hasn't caught that many picks in like a decade. Look at that, man. 7 interceptions from Michael Griffin. And off pure longevity, he climbed those lists. He got to 60-plus interceptions in his career, which is impressive. We had very good stuff from Finley. Wow. 37 completion percentage allowed. Griffin, 43%. Bates, 41. Jabari Gordon was, once again, dealing with injuries this year. Was, all right. Martinez under 40%. And then Andrew Woods, 25% allowed. Did actually allow 4 touchdowns, which is interesting, but not a whole lot of catches allowed on the season as a whole. Results are in from wildcard weekend. Augustus Gordon and the Steelers are trying to go back-to-back. Rams over Lions, Patriots barely over the Browns, Eagles barely over the Falcons. Both of those games went to overtime. We will be taking on the Patriots. So we've faced the Patriots a number of times in the playoffs, so this won't be anything new. Talon Tolliver, though, he never plays well against us. Like, Talon Tolliver always gets crushed by our defense, so not too worried. I guess if I'm worried about anybody, I'm worried about the Steelers. I mean, Augustus is just a whole different animal in the playoffs, I guess, these days. Doesn't even matter that they can't run the ball. Yeah, so it'll be Steelers versus Ravens. And Eagles, Rams, was it Cowboys, I think, got the other one, and Niners? Yeah, Cowboys, Niners. Talon Tolliver really just can't mess with us. We're up 21 points. We have the ball 31-10. In the fourth quarter, we'll let it ride out because we are not scared of the Patriots and Talon Tolliver. I don't know why. He don't ever play good against our defense. He just stinks. And also, I mean, we went 16-0 this year. Our team's pretty stacked. I'm not really stunned. I feel like the only team in the AFC that could stop us is the winner of whatever the Steelers and Ravens game is. The Ravens got the 2 seed. The Steelers beat us last year, Super Bowl champs. So those are the 2 teams that could stop us in the AFC. And then, whoever comes out of the NFC, if we make it past. I wasn't really scared of the Patriots, the Browns, the Chiefs, whoever else. I wasn't really scared of them. So, we're going to dominate this one. 34-10, probably going to be your final. And no garbage time stuff here. They're still trying to burn timeouts, but turnover on downs, and that'll do it. Easy domination here. Christensen throws 3 interceptions, but we also put the ball in the end zone with Okoye and Bo a couple of times. Camion Walker, big performance. So good stuff there. Ricks, Martinez, bunch of sacks, couple of picks. And we'll be moving on to the conference championship. Divisional playoffs. We will... Steelers dominate, Eagles dominate, Niners over Rams by 1 with a 21-point fourth quarter. Oh boy, Rams. All right, well, round 3 against Augustus Gordon. We won 1, they won 1. Time for the rubber match. Eagles, with their MVP running back, I mean, he's been awesome, so, well, not in this game. Never mind. Oh, well, never mind. No, never mind again. 148 receiving yards and 2 receiving touchdowns. Okay, yeah, he was good. So it's going to be Niners versus Eagles and Titans versus Steelers. We're approaching the end of the third quarter, and it has been a complete offensive struggle on both sides. Christensen's played bad. Gus has played less bad. Everybody's played pretty poorly, though. It's 16-9, so we have a touchdown and 3 field goals. The Steelers have 3 field goals, and the Steelers are set up here. Titans 33-yard line in a low-scoring 19-6 AFC title game. First play we watch, it's a low ball and incomplete. But this isn't quite the game that Gus has played against us last year, and really in his last 5 playoff games, he's just been lighting it up. 4 or 5, maybe 4. He's been lighting it up, though. This ain't like that. This is a lot more of a locked-in defense this year trying to get back at him. And that's almost a pick, and they're going to call a pass interference on us. Also, Darnell Jefferson's injured. It is what it is. He got injured, and he's our 3rd-string running back, and he got injured returning a punt. Like, that dude is made of glass, man. Like, it is really funny. Like, Reggie Bowe was healthy the entire season with 21 injury, and then that dude can't, like, get looked at, and or else a bone will break. So, you know, is what it is. Well, we're fine on the ground, and they are not, though. Rayshon Highsmith losing 4 on the play. Counter run right into our D-line. That was Jay Henry, one of our acquisitions just throughout the offseason, one of the big name players that we brought him in to be a run-stopping end to complement the pass rushing. He actually led the team in sacks this year while also being a good run defender. And then there's Frank Finley, the top corner, with a big hit to jar that ball loose. If you remember, I didn't check this year, but last year he led the team in big hits. He's a hard-hitting corner. But, like, what can't he do? He can hit hard, he can pick passes off, he can allow only 30% completion percentage on him, he can do every single thing you can ask of him. As on 3rd down, ball in the air! Gus got the ball, kind of hit as he was throwing, got it off. 2 guys there, no one comes up with it, but the Steelers got to settle for yet another field goal, bending but not breaking, and the kick is good. Oh my God. You know, I don't usually say anything for kick returns because nothing ever happens, but something happened. Come on. Andrew Woods was back there returning the kick. We don't even do much kick returning because we don't have a guy there. Jefferson was supposed to be the guy. He got hurt. We just fumbled on the kickoff, though, and the Steelers picked it up. And that's the type of play that can change a game like this. Such a low-scoring game. The special teams making a difference. Gus just broke out of a sack. And there's a penalty. Face mask. And the Steelers are being handed a perfect opportunity to take the lead. What are we doing, man? Fumble on the kickoff, face mask. Come on, guys. This is just one game a year to try to get to a Super Bowl as Gus to the outside. Caught right at the 1. He came back for it. They rule him down at the 3. All you gotta do is give it your all for this game and then the next one. And then we'll be done with the series, man. But don't end it on a sour note. That's a great play. And one of our many great plays from Mario Martinez. Definitely one of the players I'm gonna miss most in this series is Mario Martinez. Always making big plays like that 3rd down and 6. Can we hold to yet another field goal? Augustus to the air, looking for the end zone on Frank Finley! What? Finley put his hand up to deflect it, and it went through anyway. And it's a touchdown for the Steelers. They got the lead now. And is the reign of the Titans over in this final season? Are we just too old? Are we just not built to play, 18 games, 19 games in a season anymore? As Cammy and Walker and Michael Griffin and Martinez and Bates and Ross and all these guys who are early to mid-30s, is it just too much? Jabari Gordon's returning this kick this time, and Gordon's got some room past the 30, the 40, and Jabari Gordon. The kick return takes away possession, but then gives us the field position at the 49. And that puts us already maybe a 1st down away from field goal range. It's a whole different running style here with a guy like Jelani Okoye, who is not fast, not agile, just straight downhill, run him over. And Okoye, oh, dude. All right, we're not doing this again with the refs. We're not doing this again with the refs. Holding. Like, dude, I'm tired of having certain games just be wrecked by these stupid refs calling us for everything. I believe now that is a holding, a pass interference, and a face mask in this fourth quarter. And the fourth quarter has only been a minute and a half. So we'll throw here, 1st and 19. As Christensen to Keaton Reed. Good job to kind of box that defender out, and he got the holding yards back. 10-yard gain. I am kind of curious what Jelani Okoye looks like in that big Derrick Henry, Boar Jackson type of package. He's bigger than both of them at over 300 pounds. Just give him the ball, let him run, and he's not going to get far. Just a yard. All right. I am kind of playing this as 4-down territory if we can get a bit closer. I was hoping we'd get a little bit more on that play. You know, if we would have gotten like 3-4 yards, I would have considered running again and then setting up for a 4th down try. But now it's 3rd down and 8. Just got to hope for some positive yards here to set us up to go for it as we're getting a shot for Keaton Reed, who brings it in. And Keaton Reed does not make many catches on the season, but playoff time comes around. And I feel like we notice Keaton Reed making a couple of nice plays every game. So 1st down, we're very much in position to tie this one up, and let's go for the lead here. Jelani Okoye is tackled. And Okoye loses one. The opportunities to score touchdowns have been very, very scarce. So, you know, maybe it would be more beneficial for us to be aggressive here and just try to get that touchdown since they've been so rare to come by. But no, when you're throwing it on a setting linebacker. And an interception. I thought he would take the wheel route. I thought the wheel route had a chance there. I don't know why he's throwing it right on a dude. Like, you know not to throw that ball. Like, you just know, do not throw that. That's just inexcusable. 5 minutes to play. Don't end it like this, man. I don't want to hear no discussions if Gus goes back-to-back without us. Like, come on, man. Defense, help us out! There we go! That's what I want to see. 8-yard sack. And if we do win this game, if we do find a way to pull it off, the defense deserves most of the credit. But just keep helping us out, man. Is this the time for a Frank Finley play? Is this the time for somebody else to come up big? Finley's on the blitz, and they throw it outside, and it's caught! And the Steelers! No, come on! Is he gone? Only one chasing him is Abdul Ross, and he's gone! 94-yard touchdown. We sent Frank Finley on the blitz, and we couldn't get over there in time. Gus just had it. Why was Gus not playing this smart for us? Played like an idiot every playoff game. They just missed the extra point. What? Okay. I mean, that doesn't really do anything for us. It's still a 2-score game, but my goodness, man. Christensen, like that is just brutal. Now we're gonna need a comeback here. Under 5 minutes to play in a 2-score game. I feel like throughout this entire series, QB play has been very frustrating. It's not like how it was in Washington the last series, where once we found our guy, we were good. We have felt like we've had our guy now 3 times, and every single time I feel like we get let down after a little while. As a throw outside's caught, and it's a broken tackle. Come on! Right back in! Get over the defense! Here we go! 80 yards and a touchdown. We're right back in it. And that is just, all right, we're going band for band on 80-plus yard scores now. Christensen, maybe I spoke a little too soon, because he made up for that interception in a big way. All that does, though, is kind of, you know, if we make the extra point, narrow things by 1 point, since we get 7. They missed their extra point. They got 6. So now a field goal for us could potentially win this game. So Augustus thought he was coming off the field, getting up 2 scores on his former team, thinking maybe I'm headed back to another Super Bowl. Nope, job is not finished. You need a little bit more. And he's tackled for a loss of the run game. Rayshon Highsmith hasn't been able to do anything. The run game has been brutalized. Freddie Bates, Abdul Ross getting in there for another one. All 3 of these linebackers just consistently being the identity of this team. It's been Bates and Mario Martinez with whoever else has been the number 3, whether that's D'Amico Ryans, Abdul Ross, whoever else. It's been just a trio that has been unbelievable for over a decade, as 3rd down and 7 has hit, and they want us to blitz, and we are definitely going to blitz. I just don't want to blitz a cornerback. I'll blitz the linebackers. Let's not blitz the corner. If there's one knock on still having a guy like Michael Griffin out there at 37 years old, he's not as fast as he used to be. Those corner blitzes, you're playing with some real fire there if you're doing that. I prefer Michael Griffin be allowed to just roam and make plays where he can. Frank Finley almost just had a pick and threw it right at him. I think even Frank Finley was surprised because it looked like he was the receiver. But we got to stop regardless. But Frank Finley dropping an interception. You don't see that often. A guy who's got like 60 interceptions in 7 years or something like that. As the return, Jabari Gordon takes it to the 49. And we are set up just like how we were after the kick return at the 49. Field goal can win it here. We are most certainly going to get it on the ground with Jelani Okoye. Trying to put this team into field goal range. Here goes Okoye running through 1, not 2. I mean, getting Okoye did limit our chances for like explosive runs, but like it was a trade we were willing to make just to get somebody who's reliable, who wouldn't get hurt, who would be available to us, because that's ultimately what we've struggled with. The guy who's going to give us some explosive potential is Reggie Bowe. 14 touchdowns this season, averaged among the league leaders in yards per carry. As we're going to go his way, Reggie Bowe to the edge, got the first down, and Reggie Bowe is got us to the 39. I'm glad year after year I've prioritized keeping Reggie Bowe, because who would have thought he'd play such an important part year after year in the regular season, always being there when somebody else would get hurt, as Okoye is breaking a tackle, and Jelani Okoye gets 5. I know, Reggie Bowe himself has been injured a couple of times, but not nearly as much as you would think. More often than not, he is here, and more often than not, he runs it better than most backs on our team. There's a long list of failed experiments at running back on this team, starting all the way with Chris Johnson and Chris Neal and all these other guys at the very start. The fact that Reggie Bowe's been able to stick around this long and be effective for us, I'm happy with as a number 2 to 3 back. We basically treat our running backs like how other teams treat quarterbacks, as we run our team through our backs, and if it's not Bohr, if it's not Ozzie Jones, somebody else is needed to step in at times, and I think that's where Reggie Bowe gets a lot of credit. Also, Kyle Nunn gets a lot of credit, too, for being somebody who's been available for us, and even having to play him sometimes at running back rather than just fullback. So, we'll go to the 2-minute warning. 3rd down and 5. I am scared to throw, but a first down here is game-changing. We could potentially start to run out this clock and kick a field goal. Also, we can get that field goal kick to be a bit closer, as Christensen throwing. He is just addicted to trying to throw interceptions right now. And this is a dude who doesn't turn the ball over much. We'll just take our field goal. I'm fine. I'm fine. Just take the field goal. McGee, 35-year-old kicker, has been here for over a decade in Tennessee, trying to kick us to another Super Bowl. And McGee, it's wide left. Unbelievable. Are we gonna lose? Is this how the video's gonna end? Is this how it ends? Will the person to put us out be Augustus? New set of downs for the Steelers. They can try to run themselves to a Super Bowl. There's a loss of 1. If it's them running the ball, I feel like we could stop them. We've stopped them all game running. It's just if they drop back and throw, Will they be willing to do that? And if so, can we make a play, or will Gus dagger us once and for all? To go out here and potentially beat us twice, I can't give Gus enough credit for what he has done in his Steelers act, as that's another run, another not much really doing there. 2 carries, 1 yard gained in total. It's 3rd down and 9. Here's your game. Here is your game, and potentially the series ending here. If it's a 1st down, this is it for the series. Gus, he will hand it off, and we're getting one more possession. Thank you, Mario Martinez. We get one more try to keep the dream alive. We really don't have to go that long of a way with 1.5 minutes. We have plenty of time to go grab a couple of 1st downs. It's just a matter of if we can do it and not put the ball in harm's way. Like, oh my goodness, that's a tough one for Keaton Reed to make. Appreciate the effort, I guess. I almost wonder if we'd be better off running the football just to play it safe and guarantee some potential yards here. We have the time, like I said. Can we just get the blocking Reggie Bow? 3. Again, it's 4 down territory, so like, that's how I am operating. Passing game has been brutal. It's just been so difficult to throw the ball. Like, the Steelers defense does deserve a lot of credit here, but there's been gettable opportunities. 3rd and 7. And I see a gettable opportunity. The drag route was open for so long, and he took so long to throw it. It took him so long, but by that point, he cut upfield. That's not on the receiver. I know he couldn't hang on, but that's not on him. He was open so much earlier. And now it's game on the line, series on the line. Will 5 Super Bowls be the final tally, or can we get a 6th? Game over potential here. Christensen throwing. He'll look for Kevin Walker, and it's incomplete. Just forced it to Walker. Walker was the one we drew the play up for, because of course we did. That doesn't mean you have to force it to him in double coverage. Man, that was a frustrating way to end it. But that's just kind of the natural progression here. The team got old. The team got tired. The team got beat up. It is what it is. We still had a great run. No one's going to sit here and say that in 15 years winning 5 rings is a failure. No one's going to say that. Gus, I mean, credit to him. The completion percentage wasn't high, but only 1 pick, and our quarterback was throwing the interceptions. Also under 50%. Run game was fine, workable. Kamian Walker goes out with 9 grabs. Bates with the interception. But, you know, like I said, no one's going to sit here and say, hey, you won 5 rings in 15 years. It's a failure. Could we have won more? Of course, we could have won the Super Bowl this year. There was another year in which the years kind of get all blurred, but there was another year a couple of years back where we could have won it. We made it to a Super Bowl and lost one to the Lions. Winning 5 Super Bowls is hard, though. So the Super Bowl, 7-16. All right, well, Gus didn't even win the Super Bowl at the end. Used up all of his magical powers on us, so, you know, that would have been an interesting narrative to put together if Gus had 4 rings, 2 with us, 2 without us. Because that would mean we would have 3 rings without Gus, and he would have 2 without us. Final look at everything here. I'll give you a look at a coach that won 79% of his games. We went 216 wins to 57 losses. And we won 5 Super Bowls in 6 appearances, 14 winning seasons, 25-8 in the playoffs, a career 75% playoff win percentage. Like, that's still incredible stuff. By no means is it like a failure or anything. You could see what we were able to do all the way back. We went 6-10, and then ever since then, winning seasons every year after, including years in which 18-1, 17-1, 16-2, 17-2, 18-1. I mean, just so many high winning seasons, so many crazy years in which, we went back to back here and we went back to back here. I mean, look at this stretch, This stretch right here was the one. 6 years, 5 Super Bowl appearances, 4 Super Bowl wins. That's the stretch right there, and our loss was to the Lions, and then we lost to the Ravens here, which the Ravens, I mean, we beat them almost every time. You're not going to expect to beat them every single time. And then the last 2 years, I think we could have won a Super Bowl this year. We really could have. Maybe you could even say should have. But do I look at any year and say, what years do I look at and say, missed opportunity, you missed out on a ring, you should have won that ring? This year was obviously a Vince Young disaster. This year was kind of our gap year, but remember that Denver game? We kind of got screwed there. That one's not on me. We got screwed in that Denver game. That one's not on me. I will not take I do not take accountability for that loss. Then Super Bowl. Then you could say we should have beat the Lions, but beating the Lions in 3 Super Bowls in a row, that would have been hard, especially with Joe Kane being a multiple-time MVP and Wesley Cross multiple-time Offensive Player of the Year. That Lions team was bound to win a ring. They happened to get it in their 3rd try on us. This one against the Ravens, we absolutely could have won. Just didn't happen. Again, the Ravens, Joe Flacco was a 2-time MVP and Marshawn Lynch was an MVP. That's what we lost to, the team that finally got over the hump. Then we won another 2 Super Bowls. Then Bohr Jackson retired, and the team got a little bit older, a little bit more, ready to hang it up. Richard Emanuel left, and everybody else is a little bit more regressed. So it is what it is. We did our thing though. Definitely a lot more successful than in the Washington one from last year. So career stats, we don't obviously have Bohr, but I showed you Bohr, and then we'll take a look at our guys. Jelani Okoye, hey, nice career from him. Obviously most of it not with us, but Reggie Bowe, see what he did. Kyle Nunn, almost 1,000 yards and 18 touchdowns at fullback. Camion Walker, what a player, man. What a player. 21,000 yards and 144 touchdowns. Take a look at our defense. Freddie Bates, 51 sacks, almost 1,000 tackles, 132 for a loss, 25 picks, 14 forced fumbles, 5 fumble recovery, and just all around a nice player. Mario Martinez, I know the stats don't pop out as anything absurd for, a decade of play, but 27 picks, I mean, you're looking at averages here, maybe 75 tackles, 3 to 4 sacks, 2 to 3 picks, 8 deflections, a forced fumble. Just very steady, very consistent, pretty nice in coverage, allowing just shy of 50% allowed. He was just so good and so impactful in the games. That's also a big part of it. It was just within the games, he was really impactful. Abdul Ross, really good, won a Defensive Player of the Year for us. And then Michael Griffin was here for all 15 years. Michael Griffin deserves so much credit for what he was able to do, even at age 38, 7 picks. Still was able to put up numbers for us. And Frank Finley, a Defensive Player of the Year cornerback who is unlike any cornerback I have ever had in any game, like Madden or anything. I don't be getting people who get interceptions at this degree. This is crazy. This is 7 years, 62 picks. So this dude, if we play it out his full career, maybe could go challenge for the interception record. And in 7 years, 62 picks, 87 deflections. That is an average of, we're doing some math here, 8 to 9 interceptions a year with 12 deflections and a completion percentage in his career of 46 allowed. I mean, my goodness, man, what a player. What a player. Jabari Gordon on the other end of that spectrum, not getting the interceptions quite as much, though he still got his fair share, but, just locked down 45%. Which, that percentage did get hurt in the last 2 years because he was playing a lot of injured football. But, in his prime, we're looking at 29%, 38%, 44, 48. That 4-year run right here, I mean, that's a cumulative of maybe 40%. Incredible stuff. Augustus Gordon, active leader in touchdowns. Huh. 9 years, because it hasn't accounted for his, last season, because his season's still technically going. But obviously, he farmed a lot of stats with the Steelers. And then, he was, again, like, I got rid of him because of getting 22 picks, getting injured, 19 picks, 4-pick playoff game to lose to the Ravens. Was it right to get rid of him? Maybe that'll be a discussion topic. I made the decision that I made. Again, I don't regret it. It is what it is. You look at interceptions. Our favorite scammer, Bird, retired finally, like last year. So, I don't know. We don't get to see like 400 interceptions on him. Alex Hurst. Hey, man, you want to talk about disappointing, though. Alex Hurst, what a disappointing career. The generational quarterback was drafted to Carolina, made like one playoff appearance, lost, and just kind of existed. Part of that is because he went to Carolina. Part of that also, he was just a little underwhelming. That really stinks for him, running the ball. Marion Barber's still here at 39 years old for some reason. That's insane. LaMarcus Taylor, unbelievable player. Ernest Graham at 43. I don't know how some of these players don't retire. This is what I mean. Like, Boar Jackson retired at 33. Look at these dudes, man. They're still up here. So, like, Boar retiring, you could tell his body was broken. 230. Has he even been doing any? He made the Pro Bowl this past year. Oh my goodness, man. He's still, like, he's tanking his yards per carry, but hey, good for him. Get that paycheck. Rest in peace, Marion. Oh my goodness, you're a demon in this game, though. You can see 21,000 yards is impressive, but Marquise Colston has 22, Al Ford has 21, and Damon Summers, my brother, what in the world is this? 25,000 receiving yards. So while I said like 21,000 is impressive, why wasn't I going more crazy about it? It ain't even the best. Camion Walker, though, was consistently a top 5 receiver in the league. He just wasn't the one because Damon Summers is the one. I mean, yeah, it's cutting off his... Oh, no, this is his best year. He won MVP with 2,200 yards and 29 touchdowns. A lot of other guys, though, 15,000, 17,000. A lot of old players here, just racking them up. So, I mean, this is one thing where the game was, like, a little rough with is Santana Moss at 43. Oh, my God, man. 2014 was the... Like, dude, what do you mean? The last time he played was 2014. Brother, look what you... Okay, you can't even see. We're in 2023. My face cam's blocking it. We're in 2023 in the 2022 season. What do you mean? Yes, it just never retired. Like, that's insane. That's hilarious. He's got 61 speed, Santana Moss. Oh, no. That's so funny. Defensively. Oh, also, actually, did I see that correctly? Yeah, he averaged 104 yards per game, Damon Summers did. Ford 96, and then Camion Walker 94. So this is like the big three at wide receiver through this like era. But, nice that we had one of them. Sacks, Tamba Ali. He's still playing. Tamba Ali was awesome for us. He spent his last 5 years in Baltimore. And he had a 14-sack season, but, he did a lot of his work for us. Genesis Morrison, really nice player, 100 sacks. Interception, 75, 74, 70. Ed Reed at 44 is still playing. It's hilarious. What is his speed? 29 speed. Just give it up, man. Michael Griffin. But look at all these guys. These guys are all 15-plus years, and then Frank Finley, after his 7th season, is right here. No one's even in his universe. What's the next guy even in single-digit years? This dude, Rusty Flanagan. Credit to you. 42 picks. It ain't what our dude got. Like, I mean, so many Hall of Famers came from this team as well. Like, we're gonna have a lot of guys go into the Hall of Fame. Hey, look at Brandon McGee. Out here making the most field goals, attempting the third most. He was able to hold on to a job for longer than anybody because I just decided that, at what point do we just stick with a kicker? Because look at this. Career kicking percentages. This dude's got 81. Everybody else is below 80. 76 throughout an entire career is actually really good in this game. So if you were ever saying, hey, why don't you get rid of your kicker? For this game, 76% is good. No one's even touching that. Like, really. So... Not especially like on that volume, like 72, 71, 74. Like no one is actually like better. And also, he got himself a boot. 62 yards is the longest of anybody. Also, he never had a kick blocked, which is interesting. But yeah, that's... I don't think... Is there anything really else to check here beforehand? Oh, there we go. There we go. All right. That's it. Oh, that's all they give us? Okay. You've chosen to retire. Here's a recap of your career. Okay, and then exit to the main menu. Is that like the whole thing? And the many times that I have played it, and now the second series I have done for the channel, I have made it a full 15 years in this game, and we accomplished quite a bit. 5 Super Bowls, a lot of legendary players, guys that I absolutely love, some of my favorite players that I've ever had on the channel. But that is it. I hope you guys enjoyed. Let me know what you thought of me doing the end of the series like this, rather than just doing a year 10 or cutting it off. Instead, doing it like this, where, you know, here's the rest of the seasons. Here is the final 6 years. So, it actually shows us these 6 years are all what we did in the video. We made it to 3 Super Bowls. We won 2. We only lost a handful of games. And we finish with this is our career resume. Scroll down. Let me know what you guys all thought. Like, comment, and subscribe, as I had a lot of fun. We got a lot of plans for College Football 27, Madden 27. Potentially we'll be back here next year and doing one of the other 2 draft paths, because there's still 2 other draft paths that I haven't done yet, full of 15-year classes. That's why this game has like that replayability, because I could just do one of the other 2 15-year runs. Maybe we'll do that next year if there's enough support and enough interest for it, but you know, this has been kind of like a, maybe this will be like an off-season tradition for us, where, you know, as we wait till the new games come out, we're hopping here on NFL Head Coach 09, maybe my favorite throwback type of sports game to play. Hope you guys have enjoyed it as well. Hope you guys enjoyed this series a lot. Let me know who your favorite player of the series was now that it's all over, and what you think of everything that took place, the legacies that were left, and the results that were made. Hope you guys all enjoyed. I will see you guys all next video. College football 27 and beyond in the next one.